to talk about the basic fundamentals of batting, and hopefully you can. So I'm joined by Yuraj Mumtaz. Thank you. So if you could talk us through the basics or the fundamentals of batting.
Yeah, Chris, you touched on it very nicely because fundamentals remain the same, whether you're playing corridor cricket, whether you're playing club cricket, or you're playing all format cricket at the top level, and test cricket as well. And the fundamentals remain. And for me, the head or the balance or the position of the head remains key fundamental because it is the heaviest part of your body. And you tend to fall over with your head because it drags its way through. The one way you control it is getting into good feet positions, and when you don't get into a good balance, your head normally takes over. And I think that's where it's key, getting into good feet positions with your feet, getting to them early, and then your head. And we've got this clip from Abdullah Shafiq, second innings of the first test, where he's just fallen over. He's trying to muscle the ball, and in doing so, his head falls over and he gets held out on the leg side. So again, I think if you look at it, I think whenever you move your feet and if your head gets as close to the ball as possible, and then let your hands drive through, I think that remains the key. And we've got 4 shots to show for as well, where these players get into lovely positions with their feet. Watch Kane Williamson, watch Latham, watch Babar Azam and Imam. And it's not just with defensive stroke or classical cover drives. And that's where it is so important, because that fundamental with the head, getting into good positions, also key when you're playing attacking strokes.
I love that because I've coached and watched a lot of kids cricket, and that's the biggest mistake they make as a left-hander, if they just fall over trying to access the leg side and get themselves in trouble. So what would be the one little tip you would teach them or tell them to stop them falling over?
I think it's important. There's a couple of drills you can do, and we've done that when we were growing up as well. Stand as close to a wall as possible, and maybe just every now and then when you fall over, you feel your head go through. And I think video imaging as well, important to see when you're falling over. And that's where it comes in. When you get into good position, then when your head goes right on top of the ball, you stay in line. I think that's important as well. So this is what I used to do. Get very close to a wall when I was playing, and every time my head fell over, well, the knock into the wall told me a story.
You get hurt, I grade it. So Yuraj and I apologise to all the bowlers out there, because all of a sudden, with these basic and fundamentals for the batters, it's going to become a lot more difficult to get them out.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Welcome back. Now we're talking about our expert predictions from our guests. So here we go. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, so the quick one. Start with you, Scott. Ish Sodhi's role, knowing what the surface is like and the 2 left-handers batting at the moment, what's your prediction on Ish Sodhi's role out there today on day 3?
Well, the most important thing for a leg spinner is having confidence from your captain that he's prepared to give you the ball. We haven't seen that so far in the first innings, only the 4 overs from Ish Sodhi, but we know how good he was in the last test match. The way he got his 50 gave him the confidence, and then the 6-wicket bag. I think he can do the same again, but I think Tim Southee needs to bring him into this attack. They will want to get a wicket early. That way they can do that before a new player maybe comes into the crease, before Ish Sodhi gets the ball in his hand. I think he has a huge part to play. And I would think maybe halfway through this first session is when we'll start seeing him.
Waqar, from Pakistan's perspective, by lunch, where do you see Pakistan in terms of score? You say that's still in the game, provided these 2 keep batting on.
Look, the biggest issue is the wickets. You know, you lost 3 wickets and we're far away. We're almost 300 runs behind. So I feel Pakistan cannot afford to lose more than 1 wicket in the first session. And if they can manage that and score maybe normally we get 27 to 30 overs, just say 3.5 an over, they should get about 90 runs. I think they'll be okay after that.
Yeah, so you expect Pakistan to be somewhere around 250 if they have a good outing this morning. Well, thank you, gentlemen. We are now going to cut off with the expert prediction and look into day 3 as it starts. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Pakistan trail by 295 over here, and of course Imam is looking good with 70 odd, and Saud Shakil would like to give him a partnership. It's going to be an interesting first session. Let's find out how it goes. We'll all enjoy the game today. You do that too.
day 2. Pakistan-New Zealand Test Series here at the National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi. Bowled him. That is a wonderful start for Naseem Shah.
Shot beautifully cut away.
He came down the track and then just swung away.
Got him. Great start for Pakistan after the drinks break.
In the air and all the way.
Short and punished.
That's in the air. Opportunity here, and he's gone.
Timed perfectly for 4.
This could be a run out, and it is. And he gets good bat on that.
Great use of the feet and timing again.
Hits it way over the top. Maximum to get to his 50.
Day 2 saw a late order flourish from New Zealand and an innings of class from Imam ul Haq. What will day 3 have in store? KFC presents Duffer News. Pakistan against New Zealand. This is a 2-test series, and it is the second test as we look forward to day number 3, moving day. Of course, we are live from the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi. 449 New Zealand, courtesy of Devon Conway's 122. Latham, Henry and Blundell, all with half centuries, and 4 wickets for Abrar. Pakistan 154 for 3 in reply, relying heavily now upon Imam ul Haq and Saud Shakil and those to come. 295 runs behind. What does the surface out in the middle of this wonderful stadium have to offer? Well, we sent our 2 men for a report, Waqar Yunus and Buzzard Khan.
Third day is supposed to be a moving day. This pitch, well, it hasn't moved, haven't changed at all. I think it's still very good for batting, nothing much to work with. The question now is, Waqar, if you're in New Zealand's shoes or you're the captain, which bowlers are you going to attack with and which bowlers are you going to defend with?
Look, New Zealand's playing with 2 pacers and they've got the option of 3 spinners. So I feel one end, keep the faster bowler on and make sure they just bowl that outside the off-stump line, which they did beautifully last night, and keep it there and be patient. And for the spinners, you know, there are a few areas where you might get a spin. The good thing about this pitch is, for the spinners, is that they're getting a little bit more bounce off the surface rather than the other pitches we've seen.
In terms of batting rhythm, we saw 2 extremes, Shan Masood and Saud Shakil. Imam did it best, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it's important to, you know, strike the balance. Shan was just, playing too many shots, and he played 1 bad shot, then he got out. On the other hand, Saud was really, too slow. I think if you want to move the game, if you want to win this series, you got to really make a move.
Yeah, so the name of the game is patience, and in between that, some attacking shots from the batters. The bowlers just need to be completely and utterly patient.
Saw plenty of patience from Saud Shakil yesterday and some aggression and patience from Imam ul Haq, and he was kind enough to talk to Uruj Mumtaz a short time ago.
Yeah, he was the mainstay yesterday and held Pakistan's innings together when they lost a few wickets when they came out to bat. I've been joined by Imam ul Haq. Imam, thank you very much for joining me. Just on a lighter note, I won't ask what happened when you went back to the dressing room, but I'm hoping you've made up with Babar.
Yeah, obviously, it's just part of the game and it happens. And yeah, it was a very costly wicket for us, and at that time especially. But yeah, it's part of the game, and sometimes it happened with me as well in the West Indies series. So it's just happened. But yeah, it's just we cannot control sometimes. So this is how it is. Cricket sometimes very cruel.
It's good to see you smiling out here, but you've got a long innings to play and bat for Pakistan. Now, since your comeback and since 2022, you've been averaging 60. It's been quite a prolific comeback. How much do you think the conditions in Pakistan have suited you, and how have you adapted your game to this?
look, we haven't played that much Test cricket in our home conditions, so it was also new for us because there are totally different conditions which we play in domestic cricket to which we play in Test cricket, because we don't play reverse swing and that much of spin with patches. So it was also a new challenge for us as well as young cricketers who play Test cricket in Pakistan. But yeah, I was working hard and I had that belief that, you know, I'm scoring runs for last 5 years in ODI cricket and I can do that. Yes, I went back to the first class cricket in the arena and I wanted to prove a point, and I wanted to improve my batting, and so far, alhamdulillah, I'm very lucky to Almighty Allah that things are going in my way.
A feature of your game that stands out and you seem to have good command over it is the way you use your feet. You play spin really well, go back really deep into your crease, but when you use your feet, you've got a couple of options. You play the defensive stroke from there and attack also.
I have practiced a lot for this practice, and I have practiced a lot of these shots as well, because when I always use my crease and with dance on my crease, I have always in mind that I have three options to go extra cover, mid wicket, and obviously down the track. And if it's not there, then I have some other options to move around the crease. So I was working hard with this, and I use my back foot as well to go in the crease and to play with the bowler's mind, because you know, if you have to score runs in Pakistan, you have to be very, very good against spin. And I was working with my coaches, and successfully I'm doing very well up till now for the team, so that's a good news.
Yeah, it's been wonderful watching, and good luck for the rest of the series.
Thank you.
Here we'll look to continue on this morning, will Imam, and good news is these two have, well, it looks like they've kissed and made up. Or is he just trying to get him out? I'm not sure what's happening there, but it was good to see after that little mishap in the run out yesterday that Imam and Bubba all good to go for today. A man who was brilliant yesterday with the bat and then followed a bit up with the ball. Matt Henry, New Zealand, a little bit of a surprise, but he and Ajaz Patel put on a partnership of 104 for the last wicket for New Zealand after looking in some sort of trouble at 345 for 9. They managed to get New Zealand through to 449. A brilliant innings from Matt Henry, full of power. There's some decent defence in there as well, along with Ajaz Patel. And that has allowed New Zealand to put themselves in a position of some strength leading into day 3. Ajaz Patel, alongside him, was also very good. 35 off 78. He played some aggressive strokes, but for the most part, it was his very good defence that got him through this partnership alongside Matt Henry. At times, they made batting look very easy. Not always the case. Umpires are on their way out to the middle of the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi. I've got Waqar Yunus and Buzzard Khan in alongside me, doing the pitch report this morning. You two gentlemen, moving day, Buzzard. Where's it moving? Where's it moving to?
Morning all. Yeah, moving day, but it's going to stand still, like what South Shakil did. In terms of the pitch, it just seems that it's even better now. You look at it, and it's even better than the first day and the second day. There's no sort of dusty nature of it, and maybe the ball will just carry on coming onto the bat. And Waqar was very adamant that patience now. Patience is a virtue, but for the bowlers it'll just be about being ultra patient, and it'll not only test their skill, but they'll test their mental skill to be able to just hang it outside off stump, or to be able to just hit that line time and time again.
I saw you two doing your pitch report, and I did mine for the pre-show at the other end of the pitch as well. And there are some cracks at that end where it's a little bit. One end has got more grass and it's held together.
You're the bearer of good news, aren't you?
Always. I'm looking for something, Buzz. I'm looking for something for us, Waqar. There's some cracks that may, over the course of today and tomorrow, just widen a touch. Might help a little bit.
Yeah. Good morning, guys. Good morning, viewers. I know, Dooley, you want those cracks to open up and balls sort of start misbehaving. But I feel those cracks are a little bit too short, and there's a little bit of grass, and I saw a bit of sheen on the pitch also. So there's every chance that this pitch will play really well, unless you make mistake as a batsman or you get impatient, then it's a different story. Because I feel Tim Southee and his men, they're going to do the same what they did to the left-handers last evening. They're going to keep it outside the off stump, frustrate them for scoring runs. They've been criticized that runs were not coming at all. Imam played really well. He was striking the ball nicely, 9 boundaries and a 6. He's been playing outstandingly well throughout this series against England, even against Australia. He's been the go-to man. But South Shakil on the other end, 67 dot deliveries, and before he opens up his count, I think he was 40 odd deliveries. So he's got to make a move. He's got to take few risks at some stage.
Good start to the morning with a boundary off the back foot for Imam.
Yeah, excellent start. This will really give him a lot of confidence. A little loose outside the off stump, a little warm-up delivery, and I have a feeling that Imam was searching for that. Got right on top of it. Wonderful shot. Great start from Pakistan.
That's the line. It's slightly better from Matt Henry.
Very impressed by Henry. He's bowled nice lines, nice lengths, stuck to the plan, which is the key on this pitch. A very different pitch to what we played against England or even the previous match. This got a little bit more in it. I don't think Henry minds that if Imam looks to drive, because there is a little bit of reverse which is going away from the right-hander. There's a lot of rough. There are a few cracks here and there. They're just breaking, which Dooley was just mentioning earlier. But there's also grass there. So, and we saw this morning a heavy roller gone on it. So this will probably bind those cracks for a little while, not for too long, unless the sun comes on. But for me, I think Dooley is the leg spinner. Is Sodhi who's gonna, when he start landing in that rough.
Protection out there now in the form of Ajaz Patel.
Because previous game, I thought the pitch was a little bit too slow for Sodhi. This time around, it will have a little bit more bounce. And for a right-arm leg spinner who is as tall as Sodhi, he will get more out of it than anyone else.
Yeah, just throw this out early. Henry came into the side, bowled really well. He's been the most threatening of them all. Was there any chance, was there any suggestion or a thought about playing another seamer? Obviously Wagner didn't look as good in that first test match. Blair Tickner maybe. Wonder if the game, once the game does go on, how many overs Bracewell will bowl. Would you have thought about having 3 paces and those 2 spinners in terms of Sodhi and Ajaz Patel?
There's a little something there for Saad Shakil. The sight screen was black, not white. But I think it's, I don't know whether that just dropped, or has it been like that all morning, but Imam didn't care?
The way Imam's seeing the ball, I don't think he's worried about that screen. And this is what happened. Just dropped as Henry was about to deliver the ball. Smart thing South did, just moved away.
Yeah, like Matt Henry's got to have a chat to those guys doing the sight screen. Just say, you've just got to delay it a little bit longer, fellas. Just a second longer. 159 for 3. Getting back to your question, Buzz, I don't think New Zealand would have thought about it at all. They feel that, although he hasn't shown it on this tour yet, they feel that Michael Bracewell offers them a good batting option and is basically their Salman Agha. More of a, not a part-time spinner, but more of a fifth bowler. Having said that, he's been used before Sodhi. And straight away we're seeing him again. First up this morning. So I feel he can offer a really good role, and if they need a third seamer, Daryl Mitchell is available. I don't think they ever thought about playing Neil Wagner and Matt Henry, or maybe Blair Tickner. I don't think that was in their thought process whatsoever.
Come on, Beastie Boy!
As well, Jazz Patel. I'm with you though, Wakara. I'd really love to have seen Sodhi start up this morning, but start up over the wicket, and those cracks, they will come into play. The odd one will turn a little bit more. The odd one will just bounce, maybe keep low. But I'd love to have seen him given the option to start up this morning.
Well, most of his success came from the university end in previous games, so maybe it's just the end issue that he wants to bowl that end, and because Henry has bowled well last evening, he wants to start with him, and there's a little bit more grass on this end, so bowling from the university end, it's a little bit more, especially right in front of the left-hander batsman. So the two lefties, this might be the reason.
It's nicely covered in the end from Imam.
The bounce in this pitch in the last 2 days has been very consistent. A very rare delivery, maybe one to Blundell, who was very unlucky, kept low. But it's been a very true. When you talk about the bounce in the pitch, maybe just for an off spinner outside the off stump, you can look to cut. The odd ball just jumps a little bit. Played it very, very late, and this is a boundary. This is a good start for South. This will make him feel really good. 164 for 3.
Yeah, there's an element of risk involved there, isn't there, playing it so late. If that will prompt New Zealand to maybe look at a gully as well. Continue to bowl that line. Very patient yesterday, Sol Shakil. Wonder whether that was just around. Been huge concern in the Pakistan setup when Bubba hasn't scored runs. They've found it tough at times, not always, but predominantly. Maybe it was just around getting through to stumps, making sure that they start morning number 3 fresh and only 3 down, and might see a little more aggression from him today.
Yeah, but the good thing about all that was that he never looked flustered. We were more nervous in the comm box than he was, even when he hadn't scored a run. Chris Harris just couldn't watch 40 deliveries that he didn't score a run, but down the leg side, just leaking boundaries in the first 3 overs are New Zealand. This one just strayed away and tucked around the corner.
Yeah, New Zealand a little loose this morning. There's a third boundary. This was a leg by, but the line was wrong. The ball was coming in. But even Bracewell just allowing the Pakistani batsman to just put bat on ball. Got to really keep things tight.
I'm not sure how long Tim Southey will persevere with Bracewell. Well, he's been one to see what will happen and get himself back on here, I think. He's warming up too, Tim Southey.
Going to bother you again, Simon. Express fast bowlers. You've got a couple, Ferguson and Milne. Don't play red ball cricket, do they?
They tried Lockie Ferguson Australian tour a couple of years ago. Broke down in his first test match at Perth, actually. I think he bowled 9 overs in that test match, and it was a monumental selection error from New Zealand, not playing him in the games against England in New Zealand, which did not count for the World Test Championship. There was test matches against England and New Zealand. They didn't count for the World Test Championship. They should have played Lockie Ferguson to see whether he could get through a test, and they didn't. Took him to Perth, and he broke down in his first test match. So it's a similar problem that Pakistan have got, although New Zealand don't have the battery. They don't have the numbers of genuine quick bowlers over 140. We've only probably got 2 in New Zealand at the moment. He's I'd say he's a young man, but Shipley is coming over, who's a quick bowler from Canterbury. Chris Harris will tell you more about him, I'm sure, as time goes on. Whether he's in the 140s or not, I don't know. I don't see enough domestic cricket in New Zealand to be able to tell you that, but we're not blessed with genuine quick bowlers, and they need to be looked after. I just feel that Lockie Ferguson is probably more important to the white ball setup, and that's where he will remain. Nice line from Henry, 168 for 3. Yeah, Henry Shipley. His name. He's tall. Gets bounce into the wicket, but he's, according to my Canterbury expert Chris Harris, he's early to mid 130s.
Yeah, with Pakistan too, the express fast bowlers. Haris Rauf, just 1 test match. Hasnain hasn't played a test match yet. You'd say maybe Shah Nawaz Dhani, he hasn't played yet either. So yes, you say there's plenty bowling over 140, but most of those are playing white ball, T20. So once you talked about PSL, you see plenty of those playing in the PSL. But the transition from that to red ball cricket, there's only Shaheen Shah Afridi who's made that transition as far.
You know, I think at times you get carried away, or captains can get carried away with that express pace and ask them to bowl too much. I think if you were picking a Haris Rauf for a test match, let's say Haris Rauf was playing this test match, I'd be asking him to bowl spells of 3, maybe 4 overs max. Is not going back to the days of Waqar and Wasim where they could run and they were genuinely fit enough to do it. 4 spells a day of 3 or 4 overs, and pick your moments. And then the other guys have to do the donkey work around them. So you pick an attack that can do the donkey work around that genuine quick bowler, and he is your impact bowler.
Umran Malik just touched 155 yesterday. And people looking at him now, how he develops. He has genuine pace.
Single off the last ball of the brace spell over, 169 for 3. Yeah, I think it's a sign of the modern age that these guys have been developed and noticed in 2020 cricket, though, aren't they? That's the key. So many of these quick bowlers in the subcontinent in particular are being noticed in the leagues, in the leagues below international and below PSL, below IPL. That's where Imran Malik came through, and then he was selected, and Haris Ralph the same out of tape ball cricket. So they're not so much being noticed out of 4-day cricket and coming through that pathway. So therefore the miles just aren't in the legs. And I think that's part of the issue. They end up having to get their fitness up to standard at an international level or at a top domestic level, whereas I'm guessing if you go back 20 years when you started, Waqar, 25, 30 years ago, when we played, you were miles in the legs. Is that how you sort of looked at it? I mean, you're a runner?
Not 40 years? 35.
It's just around there. Look, I think we should always take our youngsters and make them play a longer version to begin with, and then bring them into a shorter version. That's what we did in our time. Played test match cricket or 4-day cricket, a lot of 4-day cricket at the domestic level. And then you can manage, the other formats can be managed with that. But if you ask them to just play T20 cricket or 1-day cricket and then come and play test match, that's not going to happen. They're going to get injured, which we saw just recently against England. You know, coming straight from the World Cup, we just chucked them in the test matches and they all struggled. I thought Naseem was the one, when I was with the team, we picked him as a test bowler and we just made sure that he only plays test match cricket. So that's why he survived better than the others. Shaheen is probably the only one who you can manage him with playing all formats. But I would definitely say, I said it many times before, that you pick 2 different groups of bowlers and protect them and pay them and really look after them. It doesn't matter if it's a T20 test match or 1-days. They have to be looked after in a similar fashion when it comes to finances, because sometimes when it comes to all these leagues and getting a lot of money paid around the world, you sort of, as a youngster, you start thinking, okay, I'm happy with T20 cricket, and you don't want to play test match cricket. To bring that to alive or bring them back into test match, they should be paid a lot more than what we pay in T20 cricket.
Well, let's be honest, it's easier. You know, this is hard. This is hard work. Don't call it a test for nothing, because it is hard work running in over after over, bowling over after over. You get tired. You know, if they can pay you twice as much to bowl 4 overs, I mean, 99% of the punters are going to take it. $169 for 3. More discussions going on here. I like the fact they had the gully in last over Makar and Buzzard, but the taking them out now.
Come on, BC! Come on!
I thought to Imam you need to have gully because he's the one who likes to play that cut shot.
Come on, BC! Oh! No.
Imam is one player who's been criticized a lot because he's been a nephew of Inzamam ul Haq also, but he has performed so well. White ball cricket, one days, and test match cricket. Very organized player. He knows his game really well. He's got 3 centuries in test match cricket.
Come on, BC boy!
Since his comeback. Have a look at that numbers. 9-11. And 9 centuries in ODI. So every time he goes out there, he performs.
Yeah, his ODI average is 52 and change, 52 and a half. At a strike rate of 82, which only in the batting is very, very good numbers. They're up there with, we talk about some of the best in the world. Those sorts of numbers in 54 games, so it's not a small sample size either.
In the pecking order, you'd think it'd be Babar and then Imam, as far as Pakistan is concerned. Test match cricket or one-day cricket? 171 for 3.
Couple of slips in place, around about a second slip. Daryl Mitchell. Good to see Tom Latham back out on the field. He's in about a 3rd to 4th slip position. That's a little inside edge, back past leg stump.
I don't think South Shakil was sure which way the ball's gonna move. The feet didn't move at all. He just hung his bat and lucky that it hit the inside edge and not gone on to the stumps.
And again, looking more to come into the left-hander today than yesterday. He was going away a lot more yesterday.
I still feel that going away from the left-hander is a better option, because a couple of occasions Imam has looked to sort of dab it down, or looking to play the ball to third man. And the ball coming in, he feels a lot more comfortable, more in control. He plays really close to the body, but the more you throw outside the off stump, moving away from him, because he's on 81, sometimes you got to really play with the ego of a batsman and just say, okay, I'm going to keep throwing you there, just hit me the boundary. Yes, you got a man back on the boundary, which is on point, but he will look to sort of guide it down to third man. There might be an opportunity there that you nick it to one of that guy, one in gully, and maybe the other one is what, third slip, 2.5 third slip.
Good finish, 172 for 3. Also, Shaquille has now made at least 29 times in a row. For Pakistan. Just his 9th innings, 5th test match. And all of those innings, he's made at least 20 or more. Only Everton Weeks from debut has more.
Oh, come on, Beastie. Oh, Beastie.
We saw Salman Agha be very effective from round the wicket, but he was actually bowling outside the line of off stump. Whenever Bracewell has come straight, he's been good, but he's been able to, South Shakil and Imam have been able to defend him pretty well. Once he goes outside that line of the off stump, that is where there's a bit of turn and bounce.
Just for reference, the great Sir Everton Weeks finished his career averaging 58 with 2 double hundreds, 1500s, 1950s, and 48 test matches. So maybe the comparison is a little stretch at the moment. Nice boundary to finish the over, 176 for 3. The line that was successful yesterday. Imam Haq has been very watchful. Not only against the pace bowlers, but against spin as well. Very little from the crease line. Gets well forward or advances, or he gets well back and hits the ball behind the crease line, which is what you're looking for. So it's good use of the feet. Just trying to find things this morning, looking at the rough, seeing what might play out, seeing what might trouble him as a batter.
I was worried about Simon Dool walking all over that pitch. His pitch report was 22 yards. We dissected every single crack in there, but it's still not helped New Zealand at all. The thing that might help New Zealand is maybe now switching to over the wicket. They've been pretty insistent on bowling from round the wicket, both Matt Henry and Saudi, to the left-handers, especially maybe a couple of overs to South Shakil from over the wicket. If I remember correctly, in the very first test match against England, Ollie Robertson got him with a one outside off stump just shaping away, and he flirted at it. Right now, I think both of them, Imam and South Shakil, have lined up this round the wicket attack pretty well. Yeah, very first test match against England in Rawalpindi, South Shakil were batting quite comfortably. Then Ollie Robinson went over the wicket and he had a couple of flirts before edging one behind, and that sort of angle bothered him for a period of maybe 6-7 deliveries before that wicket, and maybe something that New Zealand could use.
Good batting, and adding on to that partnership from overnight, 55, and is now at 77. The bowlers are still searching for the fourth wicket for Pakistan. And Bracewell has bowled 18, not many from Sodhi. And he comes in to bowl now. Just the 9 runs of the first 4.
This is a good decision from New Zealand. Sodhi, only the 4 overs yesterday, but bowled well. I think Bracewell was steady, but for me, Sodhi's the big risk for Pakistan.
We talk about Sodhi, of how when he bowled in the first test match, in the first innings, he couldn't quite find a rhythm, and then he came out to bat, got runs. And so often it happens that you take confidence from one part of your batting or bowling and then run it through your bowling, and since then he's looked a lot more in rhythm and a lot more in control.
Yeah, particularly in Sodhi's case, because it's been 4 years since his last test match, and so he's still finding his way in this format. And I just think, even though he didn't bowl his best in the first innings, was still reasonably consistent, and those 19 or 20 overs that he bowled just helped him get some overs in his legs. And as you said, whereas the confidence he gained from that batting performance, which was exceptional, along with Kane Williamson, Wonderful partnership. Just gave him even more confidence.
Oi! That's good bowling, Ace. Nice start here, Ace.
And the one thing that he did do in his first innings was every now and then he dropped the ball short. And yes, he's looked a better bowler and in rhythm now with more control, but he's got protection both on the offside and leg side as well. Right side of his screen, he's got deep backward point on the boundary. And he's pan across, we've got deep square leg as well, just to your left of screen. So for the odd one that does drop short, on either side, he does have protection.
Oh, Ace.
Yeah, I like this. Just give him a little bit of time to settle and get into his spell. Because if he bowls well, it could be a long one. But I'd like to think that New Zealand will at some stage, once he feels more comfortable, he's in control, bring the point up and at least give an opportunity for the left-handers to try and hit through that offside, because I think that's where the risk may come about with the ball spinning sharply back in.
And it's important, that's where Tim Southee has been so good, understanding and recognizing the strength of his bowler. And rather than asking him to attack and bowl those tight lines when he's not been in that rhythm, give him that protection. And for leg spinners, being one myself, understand that it's so much more comfortable when you've got that protection for the odd one that you drop short.
Go! That's good bowling, Ace.
A good start here for Ish Sodhi, 176 for 3.
So he's bowling right arm around the wicket.
So important for Pakistan. Of course, we know that this partnership continues, plays the session off, and in that, the role of Saud Shakil, his ultimate Tim Southee, comes into the attack. And Saud Shakil batting in the number he does for Pakistan after he got that opportunity against England, he has been quite consistent. 450s for him. But the problem is that he's not been able to convert those into three figures. He's got 194. You could say one decision just went a little unlucky for him. But he also joins a very important list. We'll talk about that after this ball. And that's about most consecutive innings with 20+ scores at the start of a test career. He's been consistent. A little more is required out of him. Could be today. And there is his name. He's the only Pakistan batter. 9 innings, 20+ scores. It could be up in the order.
Yeah, an important point you make then about the conversion. It's also important because the position that he comes in, batting at number 5, it is his 5th test match. It's still very early on, but he's done well for himself. Pick up 1-2, the boundary rider Jas Patel. It's a number that he comes in at as well, Saud Shakil. If you lose a couple of wickets early, as is Pakistan did yesterday, lost 3 and he was in. It's at that point where you come in and you sort of have to rebuild. And at sometimes you might come in where the batting order is, well, he's made amends and he's jumped the line. And that's where he should have been. 9 starts of 20+ score. But it's the conversion as well that is important, because at times you lose wickets earlier on and then you need to rebuild. And that's where conversion for him, in time, of course, long way to go for him, will become important.
I think the key is that it's a wonderful start to his test career. It looks a very promising player. But you said that next progression for him is to turn those 50s into 100s. And he's got close. But I'm sure that will come in with time and experience. Looks a good all-round cricketer.
Previous game, that was the first test match, second innings, he batted at number 8. So that was something new for him, because in the domestic circuit, he bats a little higher. First time he's batting with the tail. He got a 50 again over there. Got his first 6 also in test match cricket. So he's being tried in different positions, but his usual number would be this, of course.
I think it showed his diversity. You know, batting with the tail is not all that easy and takes a little bit of getting used to, but I thought he played beautifully in that second innings. Batting in an unusual position. Thought he played beautifully.
And he's assured of himself as well. The one place that he does, or we've seen him getting out to, is when he plays just outside that off stump, the angle across the left-hander. Well, he just plays away from his body onto that offside. We saw him lose his wicket to Saudi as well. And those are his dismissals. Apart from the one down the leg side, that was during England, the Ollie Pope catch. But those 3 dismissals way far outside his off stump. That's one place that he can look to just compact his technique a little bit. Overdone, 177 for 3.
Just adding further to that, he's one of those batters who will make you work hard for his wicket. So you'll hardly see him playing a rash shot. He's molded and he's just made that way for the longer format. He takes his time, enjoys his batting, and he likes to spend long hours out there. He will not give you a freebie. As a bowler, you'll have to earn his wicket.
Imam, on the other hand, has had a fantastic comeback to Test cricket since the start of 2022. He's been averaging 60. And I spoke to him earlier in the morning, asked him that obviously conditions in Pakistan favour batters generally. Especially the year gone by, we've seen plenty of runs. He did make a good point. It's obviously foreign conditions for him as well coming back home. They played all their cricket in the UAE, which was home for them. So adjusting to Pakistan conditions, yes, home conditions, but that transition, he mentioned that it was a little bit of a transition as well, back into home conditions, but he's done well. Is it? Sweeps away from the fielder. Hard sweep for square for 4.
So more aggression now. Shaquille, wonderful sweep shot, actually from outside off. Good power.
It's also about the control he has, the sweep shot. As we just saw, there's a man behind the square on the onside, but he just keeps it so in control when he plays that sweep shot. He puts some power behind it and makes sure that it hits the ground as quick as possible as soon as it hits the bat.
And getting some good purchase of the surface now, Sodhi. Getting the ball to sharply turn into these left-handers and getting into a good rhythm.
182 for 3.
He's talking about batters who just refuse to give their wickets away. Did you think of any, or in your playing days, someone who just wouldn't take a chance no matter how much you toss it up to them or whatever, won't fall to the trap?
Mithali Raj is one that springs to mind for me. Played a lot of cricket against the Indian side as I broke through into the team, and her wicket was one tough wicket to get. So compact in her technique and so in her zone. I remember this one time where the women's team, us being relatively younger and chirpier, and we just thought aggression was the way to go and try to get under the skin of Mithali. And there was a few of us, Kanta Jaleel, Asmavia, and we just sort of chirping along. It went on for a bit, and she signaled to the dressing room, got some earplugs out, scored 100. Scored one of the best hundreds I've seen. So aggression really wasn't the way to go for us.
Got to pull out some recording where Uruj is sledging or something. Yeah, that'll be fun.
I'd love to see that. Obviously in the men's game, one that sticks to mind for me is Steve Waugh.
Oh, yeah.
Just such a battler, and a bit like Rouge, that the harder you went at him, I think the more he enjoyed it, and the more he was desperate not to get out. And you can't remember where his runs came, but all of a sudden he was 60 or 70 not out.
Has to be some aggression. Has to be some sort of aggression. Obviously, you don't want to get in the opposition's face, but you really don't mind a little bit of chirping here and there and a stare every now and then.
I heard one of his interviews, he said, you know, no matter how much a bowler comes into your face, he has to turn around, go back to the top of his mark. So you just stand your ground and ignore it.
Is there a tickle on that New Zealand field? They have him. He's gone up straight away. Let's have a look.
Wow.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. I checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat. To confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling. Yes, there is spike. Can you roll back and freeze the frame when ball is next to the bat? Roll back. Now roll forward. Freeze. Yes. Satisfied? There is a bat involved and there is no gap between ball and bat. Can you go back on field, please? Alex, I recommend you to change your original not out decision. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Yeah, decision reversed. A finger will go up because the under edge, the toe end of the bat, and technology proved that Imam walks back. New Zealand have their breakthrough. Imam's played well. He walks back for 83. He will be disappointed not to convert. Pakistan 182 for 4.
Because we get all stuff like, you can hear it like that.
Did you hear that straight away?
Sarfaraz Ahmed, the new batter onto the crease. He's had a really good series with the bat so far. 112 is best. He's got 20 50s and in his 51st test. A partnership broken, and it was the captain who's done it for New Zealand. We've been wondering throughout this test match, or at least the Pakistan camp hasn't been hearing much behind the stumps, but New Zealand, all of them went up, and all of them went up right away.
It's been the nature of this test series, isn't it? Little noise, everyone's up together.
End of a successful over for Saudi, 182 for 4.
Oh man, just late on it. Just hit right at the base of the bat, right on the toe end. Can just hear a little feather. Stump Mike and all of the New Zealand fielders up in unison. And there's the evidence. And that was the end of a man. Big wicket for New Zealand.
He's been persistent with that wide outside the off-stump line. To the left-hander especially, got Saud Shakil earlier in the first test match here against Imam. And you also get a feeling the ball didn't bounce as much as Imam would have expected. So he's trying to cut that, gets the bottom toe end of the bat. But persistence pays off. He's been targeting that channel wide outside the off-stump to the left-handers and pays off again at least twice in this series.
A quick single brings Sarfaraz on strike. That was a channel outside the left-hander's off stump. Just got the ball to just nip away slightly. It's the bottom toe edge off the bat. And New Zealand heard it. They all went up right away. Review was taken right away. On-field decision had to be changed. Imam ul Haq will feel he's missed out on a big opportunity here. Man on the boundary for the sweep for Sarfaraz. Oh, what a beauty. That has drifted in and spun away from the outside edge. What a start here.
Wonderful from Asodi. The perfect ball first up. Pitch middle leg, spun just too much. Past the outside edge and past off stump.
Yeah, looking at that amount of turn, I reckon the sweep shot will be Sarfaraz's answer to this. He loves playing the sweep, plays it well.
Oh, that's good, Ace. Lovely start, good boy. Very nice, boy. Very nice, Soads. Very nice, boy.
Yesterday in the press conference, Mohammad Yusuf was saying that this pitch is very good for batting. Yes, only if you're bowling from this end where Saudi is, there are just small areas where Salman got that grip and turn, and that's what we saw against Saudi. That odd ball will turn and bounce.
Gets off the mark with the sweep shot. 3 balls ago. It's lovely. It's just, what a delivery.
The good sign for New Zealand is that came more from the middle of the pitch. It looked as though it didn't hit any of the footmarks. So that's good to see from a New Zealand perspective. Spin from the middle of the surface or the middle of the wicket.
Lovely this, lads. On it, she. Come, boy. Oh, that's good, Ace.
Another good over from Sodhi, 185 for 4. Tim Southee to left-handers. It's been a story. He's picked them off. He got Saud Shakil in the first test. He's picked up in Imam ul Haq as well now. And once again, it's just that flirting outside the off stump every now and then. We're talking about Saud Shakil and how he looks so composed, but the one area that he can focus on and opposition teams have focused on is his dismissals versus pace this season. Well outside that off stump, but every now and then he looks for that uppish drive. He just gets into that position where he's looking to cut it. That was a lovely catch as well. This one was England when he picked him up on 94, and once again, Tim Southee catch to point. The channel outside that off stump, which is not a tight channel, it's a channel relatively outside the off stump. And he's lost his wicket 3 times this season to those deliveries.
Well, we're talking about his wonderful start to his test career with 4 test 50s and not going on to that magical 3 figures. But what he has done well on this first innings, New Zealand identified that that's perhaps an area they can get him when they bowl a little bit wide. But I thought, although he didn't score that quickly, he left superbly yesterday. Didn't look to play any balls basically in that area outside off stump. And now he's set himself up, and it's important that he goes on and gets a big one from Pakistan's point of view.
Excellent fielding. Sarfraz will still pick up a single. And you saw the lengths as well. There was 2 that were slightly fuller when he's gone for the cover drive on the up, and the one on the back foot as well. And like you mentioned, he was very much playing well within his stumps yesterday. Compacted his technique, didn't hang his bat outside the off stump. It's an area where New Zealand are looking to nick him off. Well, they did pick up one left-hander outside his off stump. And it was Tim Southee. The previous delivery, he's left it. It is in that channel way outside off stump. But the next one, you can see the difference in line. Tim Southee just brings it back a few centimeters to invite Imam. And he's gone for it. just in real time. Let's have a listen to this. Quite an indication when the entire opposition team around the bat goes up. They were sure, and Ultra Edge proved it as well. Oh. Excellent finish to the over to Saud Shakil. That will also be the end of the over. Pakistan 187 for 4. And it's time for a much needed drinks break.
Come on, then. Brian, you guys stop. Yeah, it's done. Yeah.
A wicket and 33 runs in the first hour of play. Big wicket of Imamul Haq. Didn't get to three figures of 83. But Saud Shakil yet again. 31 not out. Imam, as he does, very good through the offside, always looking to score runs. Any opportunity that he gets, especially against spin, he'll use his feet, create his own lengths. Well, as always, you see him very strong down the ground. And the undoing just outside off stump. You look back at that and think, well, was a delivery he could have scored off. Just maybe he would say that it's kept slightly low, but New Zealand will take that. Pakistan 262 behind. Wicket apiece for Saudi, Henry and Ijaz. It's been steady from Pakistan. New Zealand with that one wicket. But how much pressure can now the bowling of New Zealand exert on Pakistan? Two players good against spin, Saud Shakil and Sarfaraz. Sarfaraz normally very aggressive against spin. He's got an extremely good strike rate, but so far he's not played as short in anger, although just 7 deliveries that he's faced, but normally he's always looking for opportunities. The sweep shot hasn't come out yet. But this is the battle. Saudi will get extra bounce, so the sweep shot will be slightly more difficult. It's just straight to the fielder.
Very similar first hour to yesterday, if you recall. New Zealand 31 for 1 in the first hour before the fireworks came. 33 for 1, Pakistan this morning. So it's from this point forward that New Zealand's run rate started to increase. I'd expect the same from Pakistan. These two, you've both mentioned that they're very good on the footwork, in particular against the spinners.
Maybe just sliding down. Stifled appeal.
8 seconds remaining. 7. Might be a little bit of pad first. I heard a woody sound for sure, but was that a little pad first? It was a googly, yeah, squeezed it. I think would have missed the leg stump also.
So interesting, isn't it, that Sarfraz isn't wearing a helmet. And we've highlighted how good he is against the sweep shot. And as a batsman, you want to be able to have confidence when you get down nice and low. They will take a single through the errant throw from Matt Henry. Just a little sloppy.
Oh, Tom!
Well, my belief is when you're especially playing a sweep shot and you're playing from that rough region, you must wear helmet. Sarfraz never comfortable with it. Plays it well, I understand that, but still I would say that, you know, from the rough the odd ball might kick and get the top edge and can really hurt you.
Just wondered too how much of a plan that sweep shot will be for Pakistan as this day wears on. We down the front, you and I, weren't we, and doing the pre-match show, and Pakistan's batsmen were all warming up, including the extended squad, and the sweep shot was a big part of the warm-up. Rizwan, who we're likely to see with the white ball, a lot of sweep shot practice.
Oh, this is
189 for 4.
I think the practice from Rizwan is more for white ball cricket. He likes to play horizontal bat shot. He's asking for a helmet. I guess there will be a seamer from one end.
These are these small delays that are unnecessary, aren't they? I think whatever you start with, you should have to carry on with. The reason I bring up Rizwan as well, yes, we know that he will be in the plans for the white ball, but it's the wicketkeepers. They often do resort to the sweep shot. Sarfraz, another excellent exponent of that same stroke. Very similar in that regard.
Scotty, in that little build-up, Wakar and I discussed about the rhythm of batting, strike rates. Where do you stand on that? We sort of discussed Shan Masood's innings, which was ultra-aggressive. Obviously didn't score a lot, but then we discussed the way that Saud Shakil played, and then we discussed that in between where Imam played. But now with Bazball also floating around, where do you stand in terms of strike rates of batters in Test match cricket?
It's somewhere in between what we saw from Shan Masood and what we're seeing from Shakil. As a bowler, if you've got a batsman who's just playing defensively, you do not fear him at all. You can dictate terms. Then when you get an ultra-aggressive player, I think Sehwag from India, he always puts you under pressure. Matthew Hayden, another. They were coming after you, and therefore you felt, well, I cannot miss my line and length or I'm going to get hurt. So I don't have a problem necessarily with Shan Masood in particular being aggressive, but the players we've seen have success on this pitch have all punched the ball. They haven't gone too hard. They've used the timing, the fact that the outfield's quick, the boundaries will flow if you can find the gaps. And the one thing you would say he's guilty of was just going a bit hard. He's trying to really muscle the ball. And I think that led to the spliced delivery out to point and his dismissal. But I think somewhere in between what we've seen, the 200 strike rate and the 26 strike rate is the balance you're after. Some days it will just flow for you and you'll go along at nearly a run a ball and you haven't felt like you've pushed it too hard. Other days it'll be a bit of a struggle. That's the nature of the game as well. I feel like you were wanting me to back you up there. What side of the fence were you on?
Always on the fence. There's no side to it. Yeah. Look at the way Imam played. You've got to have a couple of release shots. And then you've got to stick to those and make sure that once that opportunity arrives, if, for instance, Imam does come down the track a lot, and we can say, oh, he got stumped with Ish Suri in that previous game where the 100 was in the reckoning, but that's the way he played the whole inning. So I do not have a problem with that. If that's your shot, you keep on playing it. If it gives you more runs than dismissal, then it's fine. And I feel that you go that way. Now, for somebody to be ultra aggressive, this is a very new phenomena in terms of a whole team doing it, baseball, and that takes some doing. And if you're not of that mindset, then you're actually pushing yourself or forcing yourself to do that, and then more mistakes.
I think you've got to have the players do that. I'm not sure either of these two teams
absolutely
have those aggressive, natural players in their test match sides. It's very different to the white ball. I don't think you can play a brand or style of cricket that doesn't suit your personality.
189 for 4.
Outside, come boy! What are you putting down here, she boy?
Swept away. First sweep shot that Sarfraz has played.
Well, South Shakil was picked for Pakistan on the England tour for the white ball cricket. Yes, you're looking at me with so much surprise, Scotty. That is true. He's played 5 ODIs. Didn't do much. The strike rate was 67, I think.
Oh, yes.
And then he was dropped, and then he had to just go back into the first class cricket and score heavily. This year he has scored heavily to just get back into the red ball cricket, and he's making the most of it. He's batted very nicely against England.
He just heard you, Wakar. He's just heard you, and he's popped it over the top.
Yeah, there's good positive strokes. There's very little risk involved in that, because once the ball's spinning into you from outside the off stump, you can pick up and play that shot. He's been out there for, 127 deliveries. He should be able to play this shot or any other shot regularly now.
Alex.
And just looking at the ball, Pakistan had one of them split the seams and that ball was changed, and it seems as if it's happened again. Osaka boundary contest. Whenever boundary is hit while the Osaka displays on the LED boards, the batter will be awarded PKR 10,000.
Yeah, there you can see the seam is just split. And the white bit has been seen through that seam. So that means has to be changed. And reverse swing, whatever it was, unless or until you get a ball which is very much like this, that's gone. It happened with Pakistan in the first inning. It might happen to New Zealand this time.
I 100% agree. It was exactly what we saw in the first innings from Pakistan's bowlers. That same split down the seam at a similar time of the innings as well, not far before the new ball. But it changed the complexion completely because all of a sudden the bowlers like Naseem Shah, who was swinging it in both directions, reverse swing, that was gone. And Babar Azam had to make some changes and hold back the quicks because the new ball wasn't too far away, didn't allow them to tire themselves out before the burst. So this might be a really good opportunity for Pakistan just to up that run rate because that movement will be gone. We may see spinners operating from both ends as well. I think you'll see in the next over maybe Southey will have one more over or Matt Henry one over just to see if this old ball that shining and working hard at it because they know as fast bowlers on this surface it's their best opportunity to pick up a wicket.
Well, this is the best surface we've played on. If you consider the England series also, the pitch has been very slow, very low, ball hardly carried. We did not see many slips standing for too long. It's very hard to make it reverse when someone is like Ishodi playing with the ball and just before delivering the ball. It gets very slippery in the hands. So you need one side to be very dry.
Yesterday as well, we saw the New Zealand fast bowlers run in trying to cover the ball. When you were a master of the reverse swing deliveries yourself, did you try and shield the ball so the batsman couldn't see which way it was going to reverse, or didn't bother because it was just too quick anyway?
Not to start off. Early days, I didn't need to because not many batsmen knew what was happening. If the reverse was not known that much to the batters. Bowlers knew it, but the batsmen, they didn't have any clue which way the ball was going to go. And he used to just sort of swing very late. But once they came to know that, oh, it's going the other way around, it's going with the shine, so they started looking at the shine very closely. So I used to hold it in my left hand while running, and then changing it to my right hand right at the end. Over. 195 for 4. Yeah, a little bit of reverse.
Waka, you touched upon hiding the ball by holding in your left hand. I think Wasim Akram hit the ball with both hands, and quite a few bowlers tried to copy that, but they would lose pace. They'd lose pace in their run-up and their rhythm.
Yes, you know, there's only one Wasim Akram, remember that, because he was a quick arm fast bowler. He didn't really need a long run-up. It didn't really need to sort of hold it in other hand and in his right hand, because the run-up was really short and it was all quick arm action. And he used to generate a good 140 plus from that run-up. So what he used to do is just put a hand, right hand on the ball, but holding the ball in left. But for me, it was difficult, because if I kept both hands together and I running from what 30 odd yards, it was difficult to get the rhythm right. So whoever has tried it, it didn't work, especially when you're a side-on bowler, when you have big stride, when you bowl quickly and long run up. Oh. Yeah, there is a little bit of reverse. That last delivery came in a little bit too full maybe, but came in. Bat came down just at the right time. And then once batsman knew that is going shiny side, and we started hiding the ball either with both hands or holding it in the other hand, left or right, then the non-striker used to watch the ball very closely and used to hold a bat facing toward a batsman, hold a bat in his right or left, so giving indication to a batsman, okay, the shiny side is on the left, so the bat is on the left hand side. And if it is going the other way, the bat is on the right side, in the right hand. And when you don't get it, make sure you keep it in both hands on the handle. That was another technique we used later on in the career.
And when you don't trust your non-striker, then it's an issue.
Good luck.
He can show you something else.
And if you don't like someone, let's put it that way. If you hate someone, then what? You're done.
Scotty had no chance because not many teammates liked him, did you, Scotty?
Yeah, it reminded me a little bit of Babar Azam and Imam yesterday. The two of them standing in the middle. He'd be flipping his back from side to side, completely
Slightly in the air. 195 for 4.
Come on, boys.
Just to give an opportunity to have a look at what we're talking about, Matt Henry, right arm bowler, yet the ball hiding. Batsman unable to see it. And if it's hided, that's why.
And down the track. The Fras will always look for opportunities now. I think he's quite comfortable against Sodhi. I think now he's looking for opportunities to try and pierce the offside, if anything. Beautifully bowled, slowed it up, and as he gave it more air, it was turn off the surface.
Normally a very good player of spin, Sarfraz, has him having all sorts of issues against his Shodhi. Yeah, wasn't sure. Just poking at it, hanging his bat. Lucky, very lucky, didn't get the edge. We spoke about hiding the ball, and I was talking about the rhythm. See that those arms, you need those arms when you're running it from far distance. You still lose a bit of rhythm when you're changing it because your arm sort of stops and you have to move the ball from left to right. In another case, Naseem Shah, I think his pace also has come down because of that reason. What was that? I didn't see that yesterday. Something very unique way of hiding the ball. I still remember the England tour back in 90s. Aqib Javed used to hide a ball inside his jumper. No, you can't do that. But if it's working, it's good.
Oh, that's good, Ace. Good, easy, boy. Good, easy. Very nice, easy, boy. Go!
196 for 4. Yeah, 53 runs more for Pakistan. Oh, inside edge, almost a drag on. Saudi just hanging it out outside off. Sarfraz, ball never really arrived. On the slow pitches, that inside edge, the drag on is always on.
One of the impressive things too, I think, from Shaquille's innings so far has been his discipline outside off stump. He hasn't been tempted. This is the field that Southee's employing. There's a deep point in place, and yet there's still 3 catches. That big gap we saw yesterday afternoon as well, in that point to cover region. And what he's looking to do is just bowl wide of off stump with the ball swinging away. That dismissal of Imam was perfect. Right there. If he doesn't get that right, there's 3 catches in place. It's very good captaincy. And Imam was incredibly well disciplined yesterday as well, and then got loose this morning, and that was how he was dismissed. Southee's looking for the same thing to the left-hander.
Yeah, so far South Shakil has faced 138 deliveries for his 38. I understand the disciplines from the bowlers. They've been right on the money. Beautiful shot, nicely timed. It was a little full, kind of half volley, but dealt beautifully.
Yeah, looked in complete control as he drove that through the offside. This one slightly closer to him and slightly fuller than the previous one, the inside edge, but this time it was just everything right about that.
He's a dangerous player, I think, because his runs do come quickly. And he has the ability to catch up the score and advance the game for Pakistan. Shakil, we talked enough about it. He will just bat and bat and bat, and Pakistan won't go anywhere near that New Zealand total anytime soon. So important innings, this one from the keeper.
It's that time for some garam garam chai. Almost midday, so a Tapal tea moment.
It's a London, New Zealand, isn't it, Bill? London, New Zealand jacket.
Yeah, that Tapal tea being enjoyed by one of those great statsmen, Andrew Sampson. He goes around watching Test cricket, and this was the last one. Pakistan was the last one that he wanted to tick off, and he's done that. And he's being looked after, having a cup of tea, and thankfully he gives us good stats as compared to someone sitting on our right.
Do you prefer garam tea or thanda?
Nobody has thanda tea. Nobody. Who does?
No, there is cold tea.
I was just trying to show off.
Just to finish it on South Shakil's batting, because we're going to be off after this delivery. You know, the discipline from the New Zealand bowlers are amazing, and South Shakil has shown the patience. But the thing is, how is he going to score runs if he's just going to keep going that? Pakistan behind the game, so you've got to make a move, find a method, find a way to score runs. 202 for 4, Pakistan.
Okay. Come on, Sarge, come on, boy!
Ish Sodhi to continue with his leg spin. He's getting the ball to turn sharply into the left-hander. So Shakil so far has been up to the task.
Halfway, come on, boy!
And he's just looking to play some shots now. Every time Ish Sodhi does land the ball full. A couple of sweeps that have gone to the boundary for him.
Come on, Sodhi. Oh, this match up, Ish. Come on, boy. Waiting! Love that, boys.
We always have time for Sensodyne, for a sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
Come on, Ish.
Gentle full toss. Sarfaraz Ahmed happy to take it on to put it away to a boundary.
Yeah, a little bit full from Sodhi. Looks as though Sarfaraz had made his mind up to come down the wicket, and in the end, almost got so close to it, it was almost too high. But knew the gap he wanted to hit. Put away nicely.
Yeah, Scott Styris was talking about Sarfaraz likes to play his strokes, and he'll be the one who'll get the runs and get them fairly quickly in comparison to Saud Shakil at the other end. And it is something that will help Pakistan. He needs to get back. Something that will help Pakistan, because yes, Saud Shakil is taking his time, but the slower Pakistan bats, the more time they take out of this test match in terms of any decision favouring them.
In again, boy.
Another single to end the over, 209 for 4.
Bowling right arm over.
A change of bowling from the university end. Matt Henry into the attack. Bowled up front. Start of the day along with Bracewell. 1 wicket off Abdullah Shafiq to the short one. Now he held out square leg. He's been good so far.
Yeah, I thought it was a very good spell this morning. I like this from New Zealand and Tim Southey. The ball has been changed, so it'll be interesting to see if Henry gets any shape.
The way the field is set, 2 slips, a gully. A short man catching cover, extra cover mid-off. Again, it'll be the angle across the left-hander's off stump. Persisting with that channel, looking for Saud Shakil to play at one away from his body. To bring the slip cordon or the front men catching, whether it's short or full outside that off stump.
Yeah, predominantly this morning he bowled round the wicket to the left-handers, Shakil and Aman, and now he's decided to bowl over the wicket to use that angle going across the left-hander. That is the only issue, though. If he gets his length just a little bit too short, quite easy for Shakil to go back and just punch to point. With the man being on the boundary, it just allows him to get off strike and release the pressure. You know, like what you're saying about Sarfraz, for me, he's very proactive when he comes to the crease. His first instinct is he wants to score. He's looking to score off every ball. I think his initial thought is to try and hit it for 4. If he can't hit it for 4, get it into a gap. And if he can't get a single, then it seems to be the last thing he goes to is defence. And so from Pakistan's point of view, it's good. If he can score quickly, that's the best way of staying in this contest.
The contest coming up here will be an interesting one. Henry to Sarfaraz, whether he does bowl short to him. That's lovely timing. It has pierced the field. The chase is on. Latham will clean up. Sarfaraz picks up 3.
think that's a perfect indication. Safraz just being a little bit more aggressive. That was a ball that I suppose Shaquille would either be left or defended. Happy to hit on the up on the surface, gets in a good position. Happy to throw his hands away from his body, but gets in a good position. So he gets nice and low. It's in a good position, good head, playing away from his body. But has very good balance and a good head position, and happy just to hit through the line.
It's exactly the line looking at Saud Shakil, just leaning into that.
I just prefer this angle because he can start the ball around about that middle and leg stump, and it draws Saud Shakil into playing the shot. He comes around the wicket and he starts wide. He can leave a lot more of those deliveries alone, but I think Saud is a little unsure what he can leave and what he has to play from this particular line. And the other one that comes back brings the LBW right into play.
End of the over, 2-1-3 for 4.
Sides, go, boy.
The 1 wicket to go down in the session of Imam ul Haq. 83. Scoring rate also has taken a bit of a dip.
Oi!
Slowish nature of the surface, allowing Sarfaraz time to comfortably play that on the back foot.
Before lunch, it's out. Go good, Ish. And again, fella.
Oh. It's a sweep again.
No.
Just the one.
Hey. Sorry, boy! Come on, we sweep here, boys. We sweep here. Oh, Tom! Easy! Not his run, lads. Hold Ish. Be down the scene. Come on, sides. Go! Yes, Ish. Lovely boy. Hold Ish. Good sides.
If my memory serves me right, I don't think I've seen Ish Sodhi bowl over the wicket to the left-hander in the series so far. And I know the two gentlemen to my right have mentioned this a couple of times. And with the left-hander looking fairly settled with this angle, it's worth a try.
Tom.
Yeah, I think it's just worth a look. Shaquille now, I know he likes bowling into the rough because he feels it gives him some more turn and the variation and bounce. I just think for a couple of overs, just have a look, because I like the lines. It brings in LBW and it changes the angle. Because Shaquille, I think, with Sodhi coming around the wicket, has looked comfortable. And I think just for a couple of overs, just to have a look, just to change things up a little bit.
215 for 4.
Dominant offside field again for Matt Henry, looking to go across the left-hander, draw him into a shot. Talked about the lack of test matches for Matt Henry in the last few years, been off and on, but he has played a good deal of first-class cricket in those last 5 years. Played 40 matches of first-class cricket, so keeps himself ticking over nicely. New Zealand domestic teams only play home and away against the other 6 teams in 4-day cricket, I think. Had a fantastic season back in 2018 with Kent. Look at that 2018, 13 matches, 11 of those were for Kent. And of the 83 wickets, 75 came in those 11 matches at an average of 15.
It's fair to say Kent were pretty happy with them then.
A good overseas buy, but just look at the numbers. In 2021, 2022, 2020, they're all very, very good numbers the last 3 years. In fact, the last 5 years have been exceptional. So he keeps himself fit and raring to go for when he has been required. And just, I think now is his time to get an extended run in this New Zealand side.
And Dooley, you've spoken about this with Trent Boult now not playing red ball cricket. Wagner also sort of on the other end. Lockie Ferguson with his fair share of injuries. Even in a team lineup, he provides that balance, and there is a spot up for grabs, and he's making an excellent case for himself.
Yeah, I think if New Zealand can get Kyle Jamieson fit and well again, when you have Jamieson and Southey and Henry, and still afford to play Ish Sodhi as a spinner if you want to, because he and Jamieson can both bat. They're both very useful with the bat.
Once again, is that channel outside is off stump.
We've seen what Matt Henry can do, and Tim Southey. There's no reason why they can't bat 8, 9, 10, 11 or 7, 8, 9, 10. If they only want to play one spinner, maybe a Jazz Patel can still play and might leave Sodhi out. But with Daryl Mitchell, they get that option of the other seam bowler, so he becomes not quite as good as Colin de Grandon was for quite a few years for New Zealand, but he's definitely an option as that fourth seamer. Allow New Zealand to play a spinner in every game. 215 for 4.
on, Sarge. Come on, boy. Sarge for halfway, lad. Go on, Ish. Again, Sarge. Come on, Sody boy. Oh, that's good, Ish.
Well, during the test match, you can also go to the shop.pcb.com.pk and get a hold on one of your favorite jerseys. They've got some winter wear and collection in there. Some puffer jackets. I've ordered one for myself this morning. Down the track. And he's done really well to get bat on that edge of the bat, and it does go to the boundary.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Sodhi saw him coming, but it was a clever piece of bowling. Yeah, I think he has pushed it wide and quicker. Sarfaraz did well to get some bat on that. He had to reach. I'm sure Sodhi won't mind that element of risk in that shot. But in the end, Sarfaraz will be happy because it brings about another boundary.
Oh, close to that short leg fielder. Happy to use his feet now. Sarfaraz, more often than not, he's comfortable coming down the track.
I think it's a good tactic. Because part of it is about trying to get Sodhi to bowl quicker. Because when Sodhi's slightly slower, we've seen a couple spin considerably away from Sarfaraz and beat him on the outside. And I think he's part of this is about trying to get Sodhi to bowl quicker.
It's through the gap, through the fielder. And another boundary for Sarfaraz. It's a lovely exhibition off the back foot.
And because he's been so proactive and positive, Sodhi's worried about over pitching this time, just slightly too short. Very good batting.
Also could be a result of him using his feet. Sodhi aware of that and tries to drop one in quicker. Drops short.
Boy.
Excellent reply from Sodhi to end the over. 223 for 4.
Hey, disappointed. You saw him walk away here. Sarfaraz punched the air. Really disappointed that he let himself play that shot. A little bit loose.
Excellent delivery. It was that length where Sarfaraz wasn't sure whether to come on the back foot or the front foot and caught in between. And also with that, while being on the move, playing with that angle bat, trying to guide it down third. Forty won the partnership now between Sarfaraz and Saud Shakil, and I reckon probably one more after this before lunch. And it's important for Pakistan to close the session out properly. Every now and then, before a session ends or immediately after a session starts, Pakistan tend to wobble and lose important wickets at those important junctures. So they've done well after Imam lost his wicket at 83, and with a few balls now, Saudi on the other hand will be thinking in terms of applying something different just before they head off for lunch.
Well, New Zealand Sam has been very disciplined, bowled a very disciplined line of length just outside off stump. They've just moved a short mid wicket to square leg. I think it's just to allow Henry to bowl a little bit straighter to the left-hander.
A big shout. Big shout from Henry. I'm sure they will have a discussion around this.
It's pitched outside leg. Surely it's pitched outside leg. There's no... Just keep your hands still. Keep him by your... Oh, no, he's gone. He's gone. Oh, dear.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm outrage, please. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Flat line, roll through to the pad, please. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Ball tracking coming up. Original decision not out. Pitching outside leg. Can you go back on field, please? Alex, I recommend you to stay with your original not out decision. I'll let you know when you are on screen. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
And New Zealand lose a review. It looked high to the naked eye, but it was pitching outside leg. And that was probably the end of the story.
Just had absolutely nothing going for it. It had nothing going for it. They're now down to one review only, New Zealand. It's an awful review. Don't know who talked Tim Southee into it, but it's just really poor review. Matt Henry should have known. Whoever was on square, and Southee himself is on square, he should have known it's too high as well. Horrendous decision.
And we spoke about this yesterday as well, is how important it is for the fielder square, whoever it might be either side, to help in that decision taking where the height is under consideration. And every now and then you see the skipper walk up to the keeper, pitched outside leg, and comfortably going over the top. I think that's where the square fielders come in. And you mentioned Southee was there. We saw one earlier as well, where there was not too much input from the fielders' square point there with regards to height. Importantly now, down to one review, Pakistan still 6 wickets in hand.
Yeah, it's searching. You're searching for something that's just not there. You know, I mean, I know originally it was brought in to stop the howler. I mean, there's certainly nothing like a howler. It's just a good decision. And there's doubt. And if it takes you that long to think about going for the review, it's probably the wrong decision.
$224 for 4. And that will be lunch as the players will walk off here on day 3, end of session 1. Tim Southee and his men will be happy that they have picked up the 1 wicket, and that of Imam ul Haq, who was looking very good and very comfortable. Scoring rate just a tick over 2.5, but is the 1 wicket that Pakistan lost that will bring a smile on New Zealand's face. On the other end, I still feel Pakistan will be happy because, yes, they lost the man from overnight, but 42 now the partnership between Saud Shakeel and Sarfaraz. New Zealand will go back into the pavilion and in aim to come up with more plans in order to break this partnership open. Should be a happy dressing room. In spite of Babar losing his wicket yesterday, Imam this morning. Batting card for Pakistan. Shafiq couldn't get a big score. Imam failed to convert into a big 100 on a wicket that looks as a batting paradise. Ishan Masood again was found out to be in a hurry, and that big run out of Babar Azam. But since then, Shakeel has looked really good with 43. Sarfaraz has joined him and he is now on 27. Bowling for New Zealand add one more to the wickets column for Saudi. Henry and Ijaz with one apiece. Haven't seen Ijaz bowl this morning. And Bracewell was good with the ball up front. Sodhi has got 43 for his 13. Quick run through the highlights of the morning. It was Imamul Haq and Saud Shakeel who came out. And whenever this morning the ball was short or full, the two of them looked to play their stroke. Saud Shakeel was particularly impressive with the sweep shot. He paddled one, hit one hard for square. Until that happened, a faint tickle on the toe end of the bat for Imamul Haq. New Zealand went up straight away. And on review, technology showed that that was indeed the case. Saud Shakeel took the opportunity whenever it was on offer. Saudi landing the ball full, and he was happy to play his strokes. On the other end, Sarfaraz, always a busy player, always looking for runs. He did well to get bat on that. Sodhi saw him come down. Good off the back foot. Good player against spin. Match summaries so far. Big first innings score from New Zealand, 449. And Pakistan in pursuit now, 224 for 4. Still trailed by 225 runs here at the end of session 3 on day 1.
Imam's wicket, the key to keep control in the game for New Zealand. He was batting well. Tim Southee, according to a plan, got the left-hander out. We'll be happy to see the back of him as Pakistan are 224 for 4 at lunch on day 3. Earlier, New Zealand getting 449. The key thing to look at, Pakistan still trail by 225. Hello and good afternoon. This is the Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. I've got Uruj Mumtaz, Simon Dole alongside me. We'll talk about this particular session and how they see Pakistan's progress. When you look at 225, you just get that feeling that Pakistan slowly is taking the winning equation for them out of the game.
Yeah, at the rate at which they're batting, what will happen is they're going to take so much time away from the game in terms of a result favoring them more than anything else. And New Zealand have a big score up front. Pakistan still trail by more than 200 runs. But I think the one key after you lose Babar for a few runs and then you lose Imam, the set batter, the way Sarfaraz and Saud Shakil have rebuilt. And Sarfaraz slightly the aggressor and the scoring rate now picking up. I think Pakistan will still feel comfortable. A long way to go, but they've done well so far.
You look at New Zealand's bowling, especially Southee bowling to a plan to the left-handers, and Henry has been so good. He's bowled 19 overs, just a touch unlucky, searching for that wicket. But that patience has actually paid off. It's just one wicket, but they still feel in control.
Yeah, they will feel in control. I think it's been a really good morning of Test match cricket from New Zealand's point of view. I think Saud has continued to fight like he did yesterday, and Sarfaraz has been a little bit more aggressive, which has just given Pakistan a little bit of hope moving forward, I suppose. But New Zealand's plans have been good. I think they've hung the ball outside the off stump. They did it continuously to Imam and picked up his wicket. They're trying to do the same thing now to Saud Shakil. They just have to try and keep Sarfaraz quiet or off strike. And, you know, there's different ways they can go about doing that, but I'd like to see Jaz Patel maybe after lunch just see if he can get a couple to turn away from the right-hander and use the rough to the left-hander as well. Just change it up a little bit after lunch.
Sarfaraz looks aggressive, maybe because of his partner.
maybe, but look, where do you go in this Test match? It's flat. It is relatively easy batting conditions. I think he's been good since he came out. He's shown a little bit more positivity than we have actually seen so far, particularly from Saud Shakil. So Pakistan need this, but if they're to be in a winning position, then they probably have to still be batting at tea time tomorrow. Not tea time today or stumps today. They're probably still going to be going at tea time tomorrow. And by then, even if they're only 170, 180 in front, they can have a bowl. But it's a long, long way off. And New Zealand will still feel really comfortable that Pakistan are a long way behind. And by the looks of the rate of scoring, they're not going to be in front by the end of today.
Yep. Sarfaraz batting at around 70 strike rate, and he's got a good, healthy 27 of just 30-odd deliveries. But his partner, we'll talk more about that, but he has been a batter who came in at a tough time when Babar was out. He took his time to get off the mark. He's still out there. Saud Shakil is, of course, our top performer. Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, he played out the difficult period when he came in yesterday, and New Zealand were very persistent with that line outside off stump, and he was very disciplined, Saud Shakil, yesterday. This morning, whenever he has had the opportunity, especially to Southee with the full one, he's taken it on and he's played some really good shots. And that's probably the key in terms of tempo change in his innings.
Well, that's his wagon wheel, and he's got a few runs behind the square. He's taken his time, and he's not out 43 of 158 deliveries. Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. So, I mean, when you look at Saud Shakil's innings or Pakistan's way of chasing this remaining score down, there has to be some purpose to it. Do you get a feeling, yes, that it is tough out there when you come in and walk in immediately, but now he's faced 150-odd deliveries, and to leave everything outside the off stump, New Zealand won't mind that.
No, they won't. It's a two-way equation here. I mean, he's just looking to take time out of the game and make sure that Pakistan don't lose the game. New Zealand are searching to win it, but they're also saying, okay, if you're not prepared to play, we will play the waiting game for you, and who will win that waiting game is going to be the question to be asked. If he gets out after lunch, if he gets out in the next 45 minutes or so, then has it been a good innings? Possibly not. If he goes on to get 100, and a big 100, then you could say, yeah, it has been a decent innings in the context of the game. So there's a little bit of weighing up to do, I think, for mine. He needs to be, and I don't want him to be more aggressive, proactive, I think is the word I'd be looking for. Just a little more proactive in turning the strike over, picking up ones, picking up twos, and then still putting the bad ball away.
Yeah, picking up ones and twos, and that's the thing that I'm trying to put forward to you. So how much effect of that would have be on Sarfaraz? Because if he's taking a single and he's going a little less than run a ball, and then he has to wait at the non-strikers for a long time.
I don't think so. I think that's the natural way Sarfaraz plays. He's, again, nicking the word of Dooley. He is actually the proactive cricketer. He likes to get on the other end. He's looking always for a boundary option, and he's playing his natural game. Overall team strategy, not quite sure what it is, but it seems like to buy time out of the game, looking at the way Saud Shakil is played. But for Sarfaraz, it's the natural way he plays, and I don't think he needs to move away from that.
Okay. It's only one wicket to fall today, that of Imamul Haq. Let's have a look at that. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
It was another one that New Zealand just hung wide, and it was one that they all heard, but the umpire didn't on this occasion. So we've been through these situations where sometimes it's the keeper and the guys behind the stumps that haven't heard. This time all the New Zealanders heard it. You can understand why the umpire missed it. It was the toe end of the bat. It was a small noise. New Zealand were convinced, go upstairs, get the right result.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. That probably is the difference between the young Pakistan bowling attack. I'm talking about pacers, and you talk about Tim Southee bowling wide outside the off stump constantly, especially to the left-handers. It paid off in the first test match with Saud Shakil, and here against a set batter.
It's discipline, isn't it? And I think that's the key. And New Zealand are prepared to hang it there, and they're prepared to not go searching. And I think that's been the key around Tim Southee's bowling for a long period of time. Matt Henry has bought into it in this test match as well. And yeah, I think the performance from both the seamers in New Zealand's innings has been very good.
Now the second test for this pair outside Sarfaraz and Saud is that 6 overs from now, the new ball is due. And when that comes on, then again you might feel runs would come in a little quicker, but at the same time there's a bit of danger to handle.
I think the key is New Zealand's discipline with the bowling, and the hard new ball. Yes, the best time to score is against there in the afternoon as well. But I think both batters don't like the short delivery as much, and that probably will be a ploy that New Zealand will employ with the new ball. Again, I mean, if we're looking at Pakistan's strategy, they could very well leave that short ball difficult to on a pitch which isn't bouncing too much. But the way they're playing, I think they'll just look to buy time and not play too many shots against that new ball when it does come on.
Okay. When you talk about the new ball, we've seen and we've discussed this an amount of times that fuller lengths have not really given fruitful results. So how would you go about with that second new ball?
I'm a little bit torn here because of how well Matt Henry's bowled. Tim Southee used the new ball brilliantly in general terms. I'd see those two using it for the first 4 overs at least. If it's not really happening for one of them, I think Ajaz Patel, definitely with that newish ball. I'd like to see him inside the first 10 overs. While it's hard, while there's an opportunity for it to spin off the seam, I'd really like to see that from Tim Southee. Use Ajaz with that new ball and just see if he can find something from the centre of the pitch.
Speaking of Ajaz, don't go away. We'll take a short break. After that, we have a very good interview. Uruj Mumtaz caught up with Ajaz Patel, start of the series. We'll join that after the break. Welcome back to Enbrick Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Time for us to join Uruj Mumtaz and Ijaz Patel. This interview, once again, to remind you, was taken at the start of the series, so it's good. Have a listen.
History was made not too long ago versus India when he picked up all 10 wickets in an innings. I'm in conversation with Ijaz Patel. Ijaz, firstly, is it Ijaz? It is Ijaz. What am I calling you?
Whatever feels comfortable, really. Both mum and dad both pronounce it differently, so whenever I get asked a question, I don't really know how to answer it. So whatever you're comfortable with.
Right, it makes my life a little bit easier.
Yeah.
First time in Pakistan for you as well as the group. How's the overall emotion? How's the mood? What have you made of Pakistan so far?
Yeah, it's been brilliant. I mean, we're all very excited to be here. It's a different country, and the style of cricket is different. So I think for us as cricketers, it's a different challenge, and it's quite exciting. And we're loving being here, and it's been good fun so far.
2018, you picked up 5 wickets in the second innings, a 4-run thrilling win over Pakistan, but back in the UAE. Talk us through those moments.
Yeah, obviously quite a nervous game. My first game. And I remember, starting that last morning off quite well. Myself and Ish bowled really well to start the morning off, and then everything just kind of fell in our favour, and it was quite an amazing, I guess, game to be in for your first game to finish like that, and to have a 5 under your name in international cricket was quite special.
You're a man of special moments. It just seems that much by looking at your numbers. 10 wickets in an innings, all to your name. Obviously, history was created back in India 21. How special was that?
Yeah, it was really special. I mean, like you say, I've had quite a few special moments in my career so far, and I'm quite blessed to have those moments and those experiences. But India was really special because I was brought up in Mumbai. I was born in Mumbai, and it was a dream to play in Mumbai to begin with, and then to have something like that unfold was very special. It was quite surreal.
Could talk about conditions, especially when we talk about spin, of how much the surface plays sort of into the hands of the spinners. You talk about India, where it sort of turned square. You talk about UAE, which was very spin friendly. Now, it seems like, obviously, Pakistan is part of the subcontinent, but it doesn't really turn that much here. That's at least what the numbers and stats tell us. How do you adapt to your game, considering spin conditions not being as friendly as somewhere else in the world?
Yeah, I think we've realised quite quickly, in having watched the series against England and the past series in Pakistan, that the conditions, although we're in Asia, are slightly different. There's probably not as much sharp spin, and there's not as much pace on the surfaces. So it's a war of attrition over here, and sometimes it's about being in good areas for long periods of time, asking good questions and bowling your best balls over and over and over again, and really challenging batsmen over a longer period of time. It doesn't happen quickly, but at the same time, when it does, you can go 1, 2, 3, bang, bang pretty quickly as well. So it's about holding on and making sure you keep that pressure on for long periods, and then when you do feel you are on top, it's about capitalising on those moments as well.
Lastly, nothing can be more rewarding or special as wearing or representing your country. You walk into a team with some of the greats of the game, Kane Williamson, you got Tim South, you got so many others. How has that been when you walk into the side with such greats?
To be honest, the guys in the team don't really see themselves that way, which I guess is somewhat a Kiwi mentality, and very grounded, very humble, very down-to-earth people, and it reflects on how they carry themselves as well. But our environment, it's a great environment to come into. You don't feel like you're out of place. Everyone gives you that respect, that you've earned your stripes, and there's a reason why you're here and you can contribute. So I've always felt comfortable as soon as I've come into the team. I didn't feel like I was a new person coming in. So it was a nice environment to come into. It was pretty relaxed. There's a lot of jokes, a lot of banter, and a lot of stuff that you probably don't expect to come out of a professional team. But yeah, it's been good fun so far.
What do they call you? Have they got your name right, or are we using a nickname?
No, they're using a bit of a mixture. Sometimes it's Ajaz, sometimes it's Jazzy, and then I don't know, sometimes it's something completely different. So but to be honest, when you're kind of out in the middle, you have the ball in hand, a lot of the stuff you don't hear at all.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff, you're just focused on the stumps, you're focused on the batsman, and the job that's ahead of you. So a lot of the noise from the outside almost becomes a blur sometimes.
Well, Ijaz, I'm going to take the liberty of now calling you Jazzy. Thank you very much for your time, and we hope to see him making a lot more test records.
Okay, up for City Trail. So we've got something special for you. If you heard of pan, if you're from the subcontinent, you know exactly what that is. For some, it is a dessert. After food, you like to have one if it's sweet. And for some, it is life. Have a listen. This dates back how many years? You've got to watch this.
City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Meetha, Sada or Patti Wala. Pan has various varieties and Karachiites absolutely love it. Pan has a history of 5,000 years. It has not only ruled the subcontinent food culture, but has also traveled to other countries. It can be found everywhere with its delightful taste and some curative values. While we know about the very famous Meetha Pan, there are many more varieties available that taste equally well.
हमारे मीठे में मीठा सनीचर गोल्ड पान, टेंगवारी पान, ड्राई फ्रूट पान, नोटेलवारी पान, उसका हेलमेट अंडी, बबल गम, चोको लोको, बोंटी, बहुत सारे पान माशाल्लाह.
Started off from beetle leaf, it has now reached to next levels in terms of varieties. Karachi's special fire pan is a unique combination of ice and fire.
ये सर अभी फायर पान बनाने लगा हूँ. ये देखिए, ये इसकी कटिंग होती है ऐसे. इस पे अब लगेगा सर चूना और कथा. ये आ गया सर चूना, ये आ गया कथा. ये सर इसके अंदर जाएगी ये मीठी छालिया, ये सर मीठी सौंफ, ये होती है सिल्वर गोली, ये हमारी रेड खुशबू होती है सर. और अब इसमें सॉसेस जाएंगे सर, खुशबू वाले और मीठे सॉसेस. अब डलेगा इसमें कोकोनट का. ये सर हमारी क्रश आइस होती है जो पान के अंदर जाएगी इसमें. ये सर आइस डाल दी इसमें. अब इसको फोल्ड करेंगे सर. अब इस पे लगेगी सर लौंग. बड़ी स्पेशल लौंग होती है, खुसूसी जो है ना, हम इसमें अपने फ्लेवर में इसको तैयार करते हैं. 4 से 5 लौंगें होती हैं.
Be it a celebration or a tiring day at work, there is a pan for every occasion. Men and women from all walks of life consume different types of pan.
City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Not a very smart move, a dentist voicing pan. We show -1 endorsement right there. So,
Well, it's part of the job, my friend.
Which one is your favorite?
Meetha pan baghair chalia. Chalia not good for your teeth, not good for your health. Leave that out.
Rest of it is good.
The rest of this I can take care of.
Have you ever tried one, Simon?
I have not, no.
You haven't?
I don't really have a sweet tooth as such, and it did look very sweet for mine. So, I mean, every now and then I do, but I'm not sure. Maybe I could. They say try things once.
Should try one on the show.
Yeah, they say try things once.
It's a very popular thing, of course, in the subcontinent: India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. I don't know about Sri Lanka, but 3 countries, yes, very sure about that. Okay, let's get back to the game. Let's have our expert predicting what's going to happen in session 2.
Expert prediction, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Let's start with you, Simon. Talking about this new ball, second new ball available in 6 overs. You feel that this session can decide the fate of the game, or is it still too early?
Well, I think it can go a long way to deciding the fate of the game, absolutely. If New Zealand pick up wickets with that new ball and can end up with, I think, anything over a lead of 100, would be very, very vital in the context of the game. It would mean that they really only have to bat until lunchtime, maybe tea time tomorrow, and then try and have 4 sessions to bowl Pakistan out. If Pakistan don't lose a wicket or lose only 1 wicket, and let's say Salman is in and playing well at tea time, then they go a long way to saving the test match. I think the pace that they're batting at the moment means that, again, a Pakistan win is probably the least likely result at the moment with the pace they are batting at, but there's still a chance if they're still batting tomorrow at lunchtime. So it does go a long way. New Zealand wickets absolutely puts them in the box seat. Pakistan not losing wickets, then I think they're every chance.
You look at the realistic approach from Pakistan's perspective. 225, is it? Yeah, 225 behind. Slim chance that they will equal to 449 by the end of the day's play. But even if they do, then you've got 2 days and 2 innings to go. But otherwise, is Pakistan, after the coming session, eliminating a win for them?
I think, again, for Pakistan, just looking at the way they've approached it, they're just about to bat long and deep into this test match, and the most probable result for Pakistan would be that draw. But like Dooley is saying, wickets will change the course of this game. Pakistan still have Salman to come in, but it'll be up to these two to see how they bat, how quickly they bat. The way Pakistan is poised at the moment, it just looks bat long, bat hard, take time of the game completely.
Okay, that's the predictions from the guests. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, so now we've got around a couple of minutes before we start off again into session 2 on day 3. A generic question in terms of bowling lengths over here. And yesterday we were talking, or we were not talking, we were actually listening to Mohammad Yusuf, the batting coach, and he felt that the Pakistan's youngish bowling attack has not been very consistent with the test match or the 4-day lengths that they should have. Do you feel that's also the case, that they've not been able to utilize 2 test matches for Mir Hamza, no wickets yet, none for Hassan Ali?
Yeah, look, there's a couple of things in my mind here with this, and I heard another interview with Imam this morning and talking about the fact that the first-class surfaces are so different to what they play on in Test match cricket. Now, you're picking a guy like Mir Hamza, who has got a terrific first-class record in the last couple of years. You pick guys who perform well at that level, but they come and they bowl on this. It's just a road. It offers nothing. There's no grass on it. There's no seam movement. There's no carry on it. So they're going from bowling on a green pitch with a little bit of assistance, a little bit of movement, to an absolute road. Well, what do you expect? You can't expect them to do the same job that they are doing at the first class level if you're going to produce these types of surfaces. So I'm saying you've got to get away from that, and if Pakistan are going to start winning at home, they've got to produce the same as they do for first class cricket. And the people above, the hierarchy, have just got to leave their noses out of it. Let the ground staff do it and do their job properly, because I think if they let the ground staff do their job properly, they'll actually start producing those pitches. So that, to me, would assist the bowlers and assist Pakistan cricket.
Yesterday we talked about Henry being in and out of the side, but now since he's consistently part of it, his numbers start showing, results start showing. The case with Mir Hamza, 4 years gap from the first to the second test match. Hassan Ali in and out because of performances. That also plays a role. Hassan Ali is not new to test match cricket, but it's just the inconsistency of being in that 11.
Yeah, Hassan Ali was one of the most potent venoms with the ball before he was dropped from the side. But from Hassan Ali's point of view, he's played enough cricket to know so. It's just about, again, the surface is not playing into the hand. New Zealand's batting being the better of the two, and Pakistan trying way too many things in order to break that batting for New Zealand.
Okay. All right, so we are done with our lunch show, and we are all set and waiting. I don't know if New Zealand is going to take the new ball straight away or not, but some action is expected in this session. That's session 2 on day 3. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Rouge, for joining us. Time for us to now join the action after this break. Pakistan 225 behind. New Zealand have grabbed 4 wickets.
We are at the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi for Test match number 2 of this KFC Duffer News Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. It's the second session of day 3 and both teams evenly poised. New Zealand perhaps slightly in front, but a very good session this morning from Pakistan. They did lose Imam early. A century was there for the taking, but a fraction on the bottom of the bat was all it took, and the catch was taken by wicketkeeper Tom Blundell off the bowling of skipper Tim Southee. New Zealand tried hard. They were disciplined throughout, but could not find the opportunities. And a wicket apiece it was for Southee, Henry and Ajaz Patel. But just that one wicket fell in the morning session, and Ish Sodhi threatened for much of his spell. The man who was there right from the start was Shakeel, and he has looked in control as well. The strike rate a little low perhaps, but he has not given a chance. Played all around the ground and has been the rock on this third day for Pakistan. He lost Imam early, and along with Safraz have got a partnership going, 42 off 85. So this is where we sit currently, almost halfway through. 449 for New Zealand, courtesy of that century from Devon Conway. And Pakistan, not a century as yet, but everything to play for in this afternoon, where the conditions usually are very good for batting. And New Zealand with a new ball due in just 6 overs. They have been able to find some reverse swing, and this new ball, it will provide opportunities for both teams. Safraz, Shakeel walking out to the middle alongside me. Azad Khan along with Waqar Yunus. And Waqar, were you pleased with Pakistan's progress this morning?
Yeah, in one way, they did not lose too many wickets. They only lost Imam. But the going is little slow for my liking if Pakistan wants to produce result in their favour. 27 overs bowled in the first session, 70 for 1, 2.6 was the scoring rate. And normally when you think of a session, when you bat for that long, you think somewhere around 90, 90 plus, maybe 20 runs short. But overall, Pakistan will be happy because overall scoring rate is just around 3.03. So Shakeel still out there. He's a main batsman. He'll probably look to make it big from here on. 27, Sarfraz, whose strike rate is pretty decent. So Pakistan needs to play much better or score more runs in this session, because 225 runs behind is quite a long way back.
Good start from Ish Sodhi. Yeah, 70 runs scored in that first session. Think back to yesterday. The first session was actually the highest scoring session of the day. Courtesy, I guess, of the aggression we saw from Matt Henry. But I expect Pakistan to maybe go a little quicker in this middle session in particular. That new ball just will come onto the bat after some initial swing, you would think.
New ball can go either way. If there will be any swing, wickets can also tumble. Pakistan have got a long tail. Mohammad Wasim, who scored 43 in the first game, is not playing this game. Hassan Ali, who can hang around and bat a bit, but it's a long tail.
Be fascinating to see whether Pakistan are aggressive in these 6 overs. It's a nice shot. Phillips is quick across the ground though. I'm expecting the spinners, Buzzard, to bowl these 6 overs before the new ball to give Henry and Southee a break. They bowled a lot of overs in that first session, so they need to be careful with New Zealand only having 2 fast bowlers in their 11.
Not seen Daryl Mitchell yet. expecting spin, but that's an option that's not been utilized at all. Maybe with reverse swing, maybe just a couple of overs to change it up.
He does warm up every day, the bowling. He takes it seriously. I guess that's a positive. You always want your players to be involved in the game. Not a bad line out that wide either. Deep point in place, so there's protection for Ish Sodhi should he get it slightly wrong, but the length was spot on.
South skill a lot more comfortable when he goes on the back foot.
Single to finish the over, 227 for 4.
Left arm over.
It's a small crowd, but they're enthusiastic. And I'm sure they'll be enjoying some good batting from Pakistan this afternoon. That'll be the plan at least. Still only the 5 bowlers, and it will be Ajaz Patel, who has had a light workload so far, just 7 overs.
Come on, Jesse boy! Jesse! Start, Jess! Any shape on that, Jesse?
It will be interesting, I think, to see whether there's any turn here, because Simon Dool at the pitch report talked about cracks opening up at the far end, the end that Ajaz Patel is bowling from, but that's also the end the quick bowlers have been operating. So there won't be too many foot marks for him to bowl into either.
You reckon I should go and find Simon Dool right now and ask him again? We promised spin, we promised some cracks opening up, but it hasn't happened. I even asked him if he was the bearer of good news, and he said, well, we've got to find something. We haven't found anything yet.
Come on, Jess, man!
Well, he did mention all these cracks and rough areas and all of that, but he didn't say when it's going to start spinning.
That's the experience of Dooley, though, isn't it?
I agree, 100%. Smart.
Throw it out there, maybe on the last session in day 5. There you go. Told you I was right.
He should do the pitch report every day.
Made an over. 227 for 4. Bullying.
Great start, Jesse!
HR. Safraz still without a helmet on. He's been a little circumspect with the sweep shots. We've speculated he'll go to that.
Down,
Still plenty of time in that test match. Pakistan trail by 221. Now, it'd be interesting if this partnership progressive, when they feel comfortable and actually pushing on, if they want a result or not. Do they fancy themselves to win the test match?
Tom!
And for that to happen, they'll need to change gears and need to force the issue. Does Pakistan have that in them to be able to do that? Both teams languishing behind in that World Test Championship. There's nothing much riding on this Test match. Yes, a series victory, but I think more so for Pakistan, just to make sure that in this bumper series Test match cricket at home, they come off with one win. Do they risk that? Or do they just carry on? They're happy with a draw. New Zealand, will they be happy with a draw? Obviously they want wickets, so they're not coming, but will they force the issue come tomorrow, come day after?
There's that sweep shot. It's nicely played as well. And we'll run away for a boundary.
Yeah, both Saud Shakil and Sarfraz likes playing that sweep shot. This time played it very fine and rolled his wrist on top, so there was no chance of ball going in the air. The timing was good. And that shot moved him to 49.
And gets it with that. Nice push through the covers. Another half century. He's made a great start to his Test career. 50 for Shakil.
Yeah, he's toughed it out. The concentration has been brilliant. Batted through yesterday. Today he's looked more fluent, but unflustered throughout. 173 deliveries. And that concentration level still pretty high.
Good pace. Well played in the end as well. 234 for 4.
Left arm around the wicket. Sir. Sir.
New Zealand's plan will be to pick up one wicket before that new ball. Pakistan will want to get through. First hour of this session, I think, will dictate who has the momentum.
Come on, Jesse boy!
Pakistan will be looking to get past that new ball. Good aggressive players as well, the next 2 or 3 in the middle order.
Oh. Good then, Jesse. Boy. Oh.
Yeah, this ball it's gone really soft now. It's been changed once because of the seam splitting, but they're probably waiting for a new ball to be taken. We've seen that in the new ball with the spinners, it has have more say, more grip. I don't think Tim Southee will take too long before he decides to take a new ball, because at the moment it's too easy for Pakistani batsmen.
And that'll be the concern, because New Zealand have gone into this game with 3 spinners, and yet Matt Henry's bowled the most with 20 overs, Southee with 16. Only Michael Bracewell with 18 overs has come close. So question must be asked, did they get the makeup of their side wrong? Pakistan with 3 quick bowlers.
Oi, Jesse!
Daryl Mitchell is also there as an option. is that part-timer who can get through a few medium paces. Great shot. A real strength is that sweep shot.
He fetched that one from outside the off stump. That's why the ball gone lot squarer. Hit it hard. He didn't have to move after that. He knew that he timed it well. It was from the middle of the bat. Runs are coming quite quickly now.
Top edge this time. That will run away as well. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, the plan looked very clear. Let's go and score quickly. 244 for 4.
A bit more bounce, slightly shorter. Top edge. The intent from Sarfraz, especially with Ijaz Patel, is to go to that favourite shot.
Sarfraz 38 off 46. That's the strike rate you would expect to see on this batting surface. Hard to fault Shaquille's start to his Test career, and today 52 not out for him. He'll continue the battle with Ish Sodhi. Average now well into the 60s for his Test career.
I think eventually Pakistani management or the selection committee or the decision makers, they will probably promote him up the order. He's a number 3 batsman. He bats at 3 in the first class arena. So that might not be a bad spot for him.
That's an interesting point too. With the aggression we saw from Shan Masood, do you think with an older ball he would be better off coming in a little lower in the order?
Shan Masood is already batting 1 drop. He likes to open, and yeah, he wouldn't take kindly to that if he dropped down even but 4 or 5. I think he still wants to open. He's only batting number 3 because that's a spot available.
No, I understand that often against the new ball on these surfaces it can be the best time to bat, and taking the game to the opposition is not a bad ploy, but at the moment he's just a little loose, and the extra movement that you can see at the top, one option if you'd like the X factor and skill he possesses to just bring him back 1 or 2. Brilliant work from Williamson. Sarfraz will actually be disappointed he didn't put this away. A rare bad ball from Ish Sodhi.
There's been a couple of occasions where Sodhi has bowled really short and Sarfraz couldn't really make most of it. Excellent fielding, no doubt. He knows that that was a boundary ball.
That's nicely played. Just opening the hands up. Feel like we're in a bit of a holding pattern. 7 deliveries away from New Zealand having the option of the new ball. Runs coming quite nicely for Pakistan now in this session. This time it's down the ground. Williamson can't get there. Another boundary. Safraz is on the charge. It will end the 79th over, 2:48 for 4.
This was a little fuller. This was a better delivery which Sarfraz had for boundary. This was a little straighter. He made sure that he hit straight rather than just pulling it. You can get up now.
Be pleased to know, Buzzard, Pakistan have avoided the follow-on.
Yeah, important moment in the test match. Pakistan now just 198 away. I think they'll probably be leading the game at the end of today's play, won't they? Couple of sessions. Go at 4 and over, maybe 5 and over.
I hope you were not expecting that the Pakistan will get follow on. Come on. You know, still 6 wickets in hand. We're looking at the lead, maybe 80, 90, 100 runs lead by lunch tomorrow.
Yeah, it was a little tongue-in-cheek, I will confess. Partly because I loved the reactions of both of you yesterday when Matt Henry and Ajaz Patel were putting on that 100-run partnership for the last wicket.
Yeah, I know. That was painful. That was really painful. They smoked us all around the park.
Great use of the feet. Down the ground as well. And it will be another boundary.
Pakistan rattling along after lunch. 31 now, or 5.3 comes down the track. He likes hitting that shot. We saw that in the England series. Likes going over mid-on, especially. Held his pose.
I was thinking too how important that 100-run partnership was. Even if the last wicket cost just 20, then New Zealand would only have, what, approximately 360, 370. That extra hour and a half, perhaps, that Pakistan would be batting right now. You know, they would be around 300 as well.
Jesse!
Oh. 80 overs up, 257 for 4. National Bank Cricket Arena is the venue for this series. Both test matches played here, and we will have that change. The new ball available to New Zealand. Aleem Dar says it is time. Tim Southey has gone to the bowling crease, and he was able to get a little bit of swing, but only for an over or two in that first ball at the start of the innings. You expecting much from this new ball, Waka?
Well, I'm expecting the runs flow to be a little bit even better what we have seen so far after lunch. Don't want to see wickets tumbling or falling early with the new ball. Partnership of 75. And Tim Southee has not wasted any time, straight away taking a new ball. I don't think South Shakil should have any issue, any problem against a newer ball, because he's been used to off batting at number 3. Is Sarfraz, who they'll look to attack a bit more.
A tired first delivery, that one.
I think Sarfraz wants to take on. He wants to attack Tim Southee. He wants to hit a couple of early boundaries, put him under pressure early. Wouldn't be a bad idea. He's going a good strike rate, 44 of 50 deliveries.
That is good running. Simon Doyle mentioned at the lunch show that we had that he feels Pakistan need to be batting at tea time tomorrow to be able to then push on and have all the cards. They can be a little aggressive with their field placements then, Babar Azam as captain, and they'll have a real chance to win this test match. Do they need to go that far, do you think?
Well, there won't be much time left after that. That's the issue. If Pakistan have to win this game, they have to take lead by tomorrow before lunch, I would say. A little bit of swing for Tim Southee. $191 requires, and we got what, 56.3 overs remaining today. So even if we score 4 and over, there'll be somewhere around 200 plus to 20 to 30. That means we will have a little bit of lead by this evening. And if we can do that, I think we will be just sneaking back in the game, not sort of in a winning position or threatening New Zealand that much, but we'll be just sort of even with them by then.
That's a very different mindset, isn't it, when you're playing the game from in front or when you're behind, the opposition have runs on the board. Can't perhaps be quite as aggressive as you want to be, as opposed to that 100, 150 run lead and you're just building on it all the time. And that's why I'm with you. This aggression, putting pressure back on the New Zealand bowlers has been very good since the lunch break. And I like the way that Pakistan are attacking at the moment, trying to counterpunch.
Yeah, overall this World Test Championship, New Zealand and Pakistan have been mostly behind in every sort of test match.
Talking about the World Test Champions, are you?
Yeah, previously. But this time around, it's 7 plays 8, or something like that. 258 for 4.
Right arm over. Leg stump.
Seven plays 8. You're quite right, Buzz. Two teams looking to establish themselves once again, I think, in the test match arena. New Zealand have had some players who've stepped away from the game. Trent Bolt, Ross Taylor, as good a players as we've had, really, certainly in the last 20, 30 years.
Just before this previous England series, we were hoping that if we'll win that series and beat you guys here just now, and we might just sneak into the top 2 and might play finals. Look how quickly we've come down.
Nice shot down the ground. It is a quick outfield. Williamson will track it down, and they'll come back for a comfortable 3. Yeah, we might need a Super Sixers phase or something like the One Day World Cup, T20 World Cup, which has gone to semi-finals for either of our 2 sides to make it.
Well, semi-finals, finals. New Zealand, well, don't have a great record at that either. Yeah, Scotty, whenever, before the start of the series, people ask me who's coming to commentate, and whenever I take your name, they do the Afridi celebration. They only remember you for that Afridi catch. Everybody goes, that one. Brings back happy memories of Pakistan, though.
Nicely pulled away. There's a man out on that hook shot. Yeah, sadly I remember that game. Umar Gull bowled beautifully. It's at the Oval, I think, in London.
Yeah, Umar Gull was an excellent fast bowler. Decent pace, used to get that extra bounce, and oval pitch, you know, extra bounce. He must have bowled well. Picked up 5 wickets in that game.
Found some good late movement early. Waka.
Late movement early, what do you mean by that? You mean reversing early, is it? It must have been a dry pitch then, I guess.
I think you're right. Took us by surprise.
Don't be surprised.
Fighting!
Square leg will move back to the boundary. Ajaz Patel. Could be an opportunity with a new ball to get the short ball up around the badge. Nicely played. He moves through to 49, does Safraz. 263 for 4.
Oh, just hesitation there. You don't want to have a run out. But Sarfaraz was quick to say no on that start that he took. He's on 49.
That's the last thing Pakistan would need, another run out. Settled. He was very quick with his hand gestures as well as a loud shout of no, so gets back in time.
It was just making sure there's no confusion, yelling and both hands up.
Liam Dar just having a quiet word with him as well. Stay off the center of the surface, please.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Waiting, loud shout, making it clear to your partner you're not available for that single.
Yeah, a couple of balls ago, in that confusion, I think he's well off. I think he's done really well. Even the line down that he's running, he's getting off the surface. Excellent comeback for Sarfaraz as well. First test in Pakistan. 50th in his test career was yesterday and on 49. 86 and 53 in the first test. And on his home ground again.
They're going up, probably just clipping the pad on the way. Uruj Mumtaz, you 50% cursed it. Almost.
He lives on. Well, if cricket was a game of superstition, it would have been a different story. Clip the pad on its way out, the outer half of his left leg.
Definitely there was a sound, but not of the bat. Just you can see that clipping that pad on the way.
And New Zealand, of course, now with the only one review left, so they put themselves in a situation where they can't really ask for those 50-50 calls. With only one remaining, you've got to be pretty certain if you're going to go against the umpire's call and ask for a review.
Yeah, just pushes that, and there you go. 21st test match, 50 for Sarfaraz Ahmed. Third in a row. And he's had a good and great comeback. An innings of responsibility and a quick one of just 61 deliveries, Sarfaraz Ahmed, at his home ground in Karachi. 264 for 4.
That's a good record. And he's in a run of form now that he will want to cash on. Third consecutive 50 in this series. He's backed it up from the first innings of the first test as well. 250 is there. 21 in total along with the 3 centuries.
That's a good sharp delivery there. And he did well to keep it down.
Yeah, looks up to the heavens, thanks the Lord. And he's in a good run of form. Ovation from the balcony, smiles all around. And the crowd cheered him on, the home crowd. And he's in for the long run. He's a sort of player who once gets in, gets runs consecutive innings in Test cricket. Those are his scores from the first innings, 86 and 53, 51 at the moment. And in 2014, he was in a similar run of form, got 5 50s in Test cricket on a trot. A long way back.
Nice looking shot and a good stop from Ejaz. It just ends up in a single. So well struck, good timing on it, but equally well done by Ejaz Patel there at backward point.
Appreciated by Matt Henry, that bit of fielding as well, because he knew if it had beaten Patel, it was away for 4.
Yeah, nice cup of tea. It's tea time for the fans at the Tapal Tea Lounge after lunch. I'm sure they're enjoying Sarfaraz's knock. The homeboy. And the lady in the back is preparing one for you, Ruj.
So Shakil also in some good company. He's in the middle there, and he's had a prolific start to his Test career. We spoke about having 20 plus scores in every innings he's played, but he also does have a 50 in every game he's played since the start of his Test career.
Waiting!
266 for 4, Pakistan.
Got another one in this game, 61 now at the moment. In the middle with Sarfaraz, 84, the partnership. For Pakistan, top of the chart with 6 consecutive 50s in Test cricket. Saeed Anwar, Bert Sutcliffe for New Zealand up there, and Saud Shakil with 5. Devon Conway also playing in this game with 5. So 2 very good players, both from either side. Saud Shakil and Devon Conway have excellent starts to their Test career. For Saud, once again, an opportunity here to convert and get that big ton.
Come on, Beastie Boy! Center.
Bowling change straight away. Michael Bracewell comes into the attack from our end, that's media center end. Runs here, a bit of improvisation from Saud Shakil, just finding those vacant areas in the field.
It has been his scoring shot since the the start of play today. He took Ish Sodhi on a couple of times for the sweep. This time the paddle round the legs. It has yielded him runs.
You'd expect that. He's almost faced 200 deliveries to have a bit of improvisation, trying to fire those gaps, keep that scoreboard moving. What could be the discussion in the Pakistan camp around lunch? Where are we in the test match? Do we, of course, bat long? That's what we want to do, but do we keep that scoreboard ticking? Especially when your partner is almost catching up on you with 66 deliveries.
I think since the lunch break, there's been a real positive intent from Pakistan. I like it. Best way to put pressure on New Zealand is by rotating the strike and try and up that scoring rate. So far this session, going along at 4.29, and New Zealand have taken the new ball as well. So you'd say initially they've got through that awkward period, nullified that new ball, and now they're reaping the rewards.
Sarfaraz and Saud Shakil, they've done well, and Saud Shakil came in yesterday after the dismissal, the unfortunate run out. He took his time, but then he's found ways of scoring. He's been holding up that one end, first with Imam and then now with Sarfaraz.
And he's been compact. He's played well within his little bubble and has come out to look to score with a little bit more positivity.
270 for 4. Both of them, it's their home ground. Saud Shakil and Sarfaraz know a lot about this surface. And of course, you'd expect them to have a better understanding in terms of running between the wickets. And both of them understand each other's style of play. He was the current captain in domestic. Saud is the current captain rather. And Sarfaraz was leading the Sindh side earlier. So they respect each other in terms of the talents they possess. And no better pair to be out there at this point in time in the game.
Waiting!
Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. He does well, Sarfaraz. He's against the fast bowler, crouches down, gets a better eye line. He's in good positions to tackle with the balls that keep low or the ones that will bounce. He's known to be that busy player, the street smart, that's what you call it. Just nudging the ball here and there.
He's looked so good from ball one, Sarfaraz. positive intent, happy to use his feet to the spinners. One shot he hasn't played so much today is a sweep. To be happy to use his feet, come down, go offside, go straight down the ground. Wonderful punch there. Just wonderful timing. It's been a brilliant 50. And almost feels when he first comes in, tries to be so positive and take the bowlers on. And as he gets more comfortable, as he's feeling now, he's just happy to play it. Defend the good balls. If it's there, he'll score. But all of a sudden, he just looks so at home out there. May have something to do with it being his home ground, which all that sort of stuff helps. But another terrific innings.
Nice shot to keep strike. 271 for 4.
Come on, Beastie Boy! Top edge here, Beastie.
Pakistan's trail by 178 at this stage, with 2 set batters. It's going to push for 2, that's what the call is, but then deciding against it. What's another good thing about Sarfaraz is one of the best judges of a single, and that's and he's quick between the wickets. That's why he loves to just push the ball around, and he can almost irritate the bowler with 6 singles if he wants. Does that in the 50-over version of the game.
So common can be the case with players who run quick between the wickets. And normally you find that those are the ones who get in trouble because they don't cater for the speed or the pace of the partner down the other end. And they run according to their own pace and look for singles which they think they can get. And that's why Sarfaraz is so good. Yes, he's very good in judging the single, but judging the single both ways.
I'm sure you would agree with quick in the field, but the quicker one has to adjust himself for the slower one. You can't expect the slower one to be at your pace, so you try to manage and be at his pace and see if that single can be completed by your partner.
Oh, wonderful shot. He's been patient. Just of late, every time he gets the opportunity to free his arms, Shaquille so strong through that offside. Graceful just over pitching. Wonderful cover drive. Nobody moves.
Come on, Beastie Boy!
We'll come back to that running between the wickets. At the moment, it's 276 for 4. Fancy one of these jerseys, the Thunder jersey, which was used in the World Cup. PCB shop is the place. shop.pcb.com.pk with 20% off. Hashtag wear your passion. Worldwide delivery, so wherever you are in the world, just log on and order one.
Yeah, we're talking about that running. So for us, it's just so busy at the crease, isn't he? He's always looking for a single. I mean, those ones frustrating to the opposition. More importantly, it shares the load of the partnership as well. As this partnership goes on, 94 off 164 now. And the other obvious advantage, left-right-hand combination, doesn't allow the bowler to settle into a pattern, but to keep changing their plan. Great example, just wide of mid-off, comfortable single, good communication between these two. And a lot of batting together, especially at the domestic level.
And that was also a perfect example of calling quick. And yes, no. And a clean call and make up your mind. So often with those tight singles, once you've gone, it's always the case where you make it. A gentle stutter in there. And that split second makes all the difference. So a quick call as well. And keeping the pace of the partner down the other end. Now with the action. Every time an Osaka display is on the LED boards and batter hits a boundary, they are given 10,000 rupees. And the manner in which Sarfaraz plays, he's so proactive and so busy at the crease, it almost rubs off on the batter down the other end. And since Sarfaraz and Saud have come together, Saud is also looking to score runs. His scoring rate has picked up since yesterday. And he's playing the sheet anchor role with Sarfaraz, who's 55 from 77 now.
Yeah, it's a great point. And all that hard work Shaquille did yesterday, battling through, getting through to the end of the day, being so patient outside off stump, is paying off for him now. He's now 69 from 202 balls, been a patient innings.
Couldn't put that away. Dot ball, 278 for 4, Pakistan. And it's going to be the drinks break.
cheapest and busiest deep water ports. 60% of the nation's cargo. It's located in Karachi, Pakistan, located on the Karachi harbour between Kaimari, Azara, Langri, Manora and Kakapir. And close to Karachi's main business district. Very nice. 278 for 4, 88 overs. New ball hasn't worked for New Zealand. It has been very good for Pakistan. Another half century for Shakil. And 3 in a row for Safraz Ahmed, who has done a really good job, been quite aggressive. Put New Zealand back under some pressure. Wicket apiece for Southee, Henry and Ajaz Patel. And no success for Bracewell or for Ish Sodhi. 171 runs behind now, Pakistan, with a session and a half. 50 overs, or 49 overs in fact, remaining in the day's play. What's that discussion about there? Buzzard Khan and Scott Styrus alongside.
I think it'll be just stick to the basics. We know what works on this surface. They need to be disciplined and patient. The ball will start to get a little older and the reverse swing will come back. They can't allow Pakistan to continue at this, roughly 4.5 or 4 runs per over in this session. That is exactly what they needed. I've loved the counter-punching going on in this test match and the way that each side, they get what you think is behind in the game and then they just fight back. And at the moment, Pakistan doing a terrific job today, especially when you think about how they lost Imam early, who looked so good yesterday. A big 3 hours, I would say, left in the day.
Partnership 96, Buzzard Khan, and just continue on, I guess, is it?
Yeah, just carry on. It's been better from both Sarfraz and Shakil since the new ball. And even slightly before that, the impetus of making sure they're getting runs at fair click, and Pakistan just carry on. And Pakistan batting till tea tomorrow is what Simon Dole expects.
Expected some turn as well. We've just seen one turn. I think it's the first one today. I thought that was what their best case scenario would be. If they were, they could declare and really have an opportunity to win the test match. But it's still a long way away. What this partnership is telling us is that it's still relatively comfortable out there. Salman Agha to come, who was very good in the first test match with the bat, so there's batting left.
Yeah, both Sarfraz and Saud Shakil from Karachi, so they know the conditions to a T. Sarfraz especially. Now, it's got 3 consecutive 50s in Test match cricket. The first class game that he played here got 100 in that as well, so he's no stranger to this National Bank Cricket arena.
Tell me a little bit more about that. I was surprised that when the interview this morning with Imam Al-Haq, when he said that the wickets that you play in first class cricket are very different to what we see in the test matches. Do they play the first class games out here in the National Stadium?
Yes, you do, and the wickets down in Punjab especially, there is a fair bit of grass covering on those, and we saw in the England series right off first class cricket, the top performer Muhammad Ali, who'd got about 40 wickets.
Come on, beastie boy.
In 2 seasons, he's got 50 wickets on same stadiums. Pindi Stadium, he got a few wickets there as well, and the wickets had a lot of grass covering on that. So a fast medium pacer could get wickets. But once the test match starts, it's a different ball game altogether. These 5 test matches, we've seen absolute roads. 279 for 4.
So where does that directive come from then, Baz, as to what... Because I'm sure that if the ground staff are producing just good cricket wickets where there's a little bit of assistance for the bowlers throughout the first-class season, and it comes to a test match and it's completely different. Where does that directive come from? Does it come from Bubba, who wants to bat on a road and improve his own stats? Does it come from above him?
Oh. Yeah, look, there've been quite a few rumors of where that instruction is coming through. Babar has said a couple of times that he wants spinning tracks, but if he'd asked anybody around Pakistan, we do not have tracks with turn. We do not produce those tracks. So you're going down that lane where you think we'll just produce something really dry and it'll start to turn. It doesn't happen. Now the other factor is that we go as far back as the Australia series. In the first test match, the test series started at Rawalpindi, and Rawalpindi is probably the most seamer friendly of all the venues, and it was a really benign surface. And the news came out that we wanted a pitch which nullified the Australian bowling attack, but I don't think that holds anything, because come England we produced the same track again. Come New Zealand we produced the same tracks again. This time around, Shahid Afridi, interim chief selector, he said that he wanted a better track in the second test match. He's gone on now to say that he's still not satisfied with the pitch that has been produced. So it was coming from above, but also I reckon that the team management and the captain were involved in thinking, yes, this is the type of track that should be produced. But I think it came from right from the top, because I don't think that the groundsman or the creator will produce a pitch on his own and say this is it. He will produce whatever pitch he's been instructed to produce.
The reason why I've been a little surprised about the surface is because you see now with the World Test Championship, you must win your home games if you have any chance of making it into that final. And when you think of Pakistan cricket, you think of stylish batsmen and fast bowlers with genuine pace. And this surface doesn't help those bowlers in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you question what is the strength of Pakistan cricket, what is the strength of the Pakistan test team. If you look at these 5 test matches or look at over the 8 test matches, I couldn't tell you what the strength is. If you're backing your spinners, well, it hasn't worked. If you're backing your batters to get you over the line, well, batters won't win you test matches. You still need to get 20 wickets. Now everybody comes in and says Pakistan, as referred to by Simon Dool yourself, the Pakistan produces a conveyor belt of fast bowling. But if it's not winning you test matches, or you're not conducive enough to be able to produce results, then what is the use of that conveyor belt of bowlers over 140, 280 for 4?
Come on, base.
Yeah, well, it's to me the whole argument is about getting back your identity as well. And Pakistan need to find their test match identity once again, and whatever that may be. We're only speculating, and it's easy for us to speculate from the other side of the world. We don't come here that often, and you know, I've done the PSLs and I've seen the quick bowlers. I've seen how good they can be and could be. Obviously, this test series here came for the South Africa Pakistan ODI series a little over a year ago. But I just feel there's something missing in that identity.
I can say that New Zealand, and I was playing at this time, we fell into that same trap that you talked about, which is produce pitches to nullify the opposition's strength. We were fearful in the early 2000s of the Indian top order batting unit when they had Sehwag, Tendulkar, Ganguly, Lakshman, Dravid. So we produced these absolute green tops to try and take them out of the game. But it didn't improve our cricket at all. You might get some short-term success from it, but it wasn't going to allow you to be a really good side overseas either. And the difference is that the fast bowlers you have and the depth you have is probably the best in the world.
Yeah, I've banged on this for, well, what now, 5 test matches or even more. The only thing I will say is that there should be a uniformity in the pitches and the way that first-class cricket is played, the conditions to replicate what you produced in home test matches. You cannot have pitches which produce results in first-class cricket over 4 days and have pitches like this where you're depending on your top edge. That'll go away to the fence. Yeah, the biggest thing for me is uniform first class and test match conditions. 100 partnership also brought up 284 for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of good fortune for Shakir. Went for the sweep. It did bounce a touch, but gone hard enough at it. Gone straight up and over Tom Blundell, and then spun away for 4. And 2 runs, the partnership. And it is looking relatively comfortable. We did see a top edge in that last over, but both players now are just looking very much at ease, particularly Safraz since coming to the crease.
It's just the intent he's brought to his innings. I think it's actually helped Shaquille as well, the way he started. We all have talked a lot about he was very slow, allowed the bowlers to dictate terms, but Safraz has been busy using his feet, sweep shots, taking those quick singles, and I think it's helped his partner out as well, whose strike rate is increasing as we go.
Comfortable 1, and some innovations throughout the test series. This is the KFC flip the bucket challenge. All you got to do is flip that bucket on your head and wear it as fast as you can, and that man in the middle is the winner. Chap on the left struggled to get the bucket past that big Buffon, I would have thought, but that is terrific work. Prizes up for grabs courtesy of KFC. Well done. the edge, but it's gone down and through the gap for 4.
One of the situations where the bowler's done nothing wrong. This is in the perfect area, just fending at it a little, but the lack of bounce. Only the one slip as well, that helps.
As full left well alone, 7 runs from the Tim Southey over. 291 for 4. Coverage going all around the world, of course, locally here in Pakistan, PTV Sports, ARY Zap, which is live streaming, vidly.tv, Flow Sports, Willow in North America, Fox in Australia, Sky Sports down in New Zealand, Stars Play, MENA area, and radio partners as well. Hope you're enjoying our coverage wherever you may be.
This is the 3rd test match played here at National Bank Cricket Arena this season. And it's this session, lunch to tea, where you want to bat. And all those sessions between lunch and tea, the average wickets that have fallen is 2. And nothing more.
Come on, Mr. Bird! Oh yeah, that's good, Beast.
I think New Zealand would bite your hand off for 2 right now, but
Down, Tim.
it's nicely played. It'll be at least 2. Awkward little moment on the boundary.
किसी ने गेट खोला गेट इनका ड्रेसिंग रूम में stay.
So Glenn Phillips chasing that ball. Ish Sodhi is off the field.
Oh yeah, that's good base. Stay. that's good.
294 for 4. Matt Henry just leaving the field. Will Young has popped out for New Zealand. So Glenn Phillips and Will Young on the field now. Ish Sodhi and Matt Henry have left the field of play. Time for some more of Ajaz Patel.
Come on, Jesse. Man. Come on, boy. Down.
Sweeps and sweeps all the way along the ground. Favoured options for Safraz.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
I felt Southey's done a pretty good job with his leadership, the way he's moved the fields around, tried different things. But this partnership, I think, has just made him a little more conservative. It's a more traditional field we're now starting to see. We're seeing the boundary riders come into play a bit more in outfields. That is a good shot, and we'll run away for 4 as well. Just wonder whether maybe it's a chance to take a risk. Daryl Mitchell from the pavilion end might be a good option as he's fresh. A spell of 3 or 4 overs, 2 or 3 overs. Just try and break it up. Get a little bit different with your field placements as well. And the lines the bowlers are bowling.
And the wicket, he whips that one away over mid-wicket. A couple of bounces, it'll roll into the boundary for 4, and Shakil's into the 90s, Pakistan into the 300s.
They're very good against spin. We've seen that all throughout the 5 test matches that he's played. This time he made sure the risk came into play and went squarer rather than going straight down the ground with the timing again. 90 now, into the 90s. He's got a 90 before, but that elusive 100. Probably want to do it at his home ground.
I think his footwork to the spinners has been exceptional, particularly to Ish Sodhi. He's been happy to get back onto the back foot a lot, and then now using his feet. He's committed, decisive with that foot movement. I think it allows him to play with ease against these 3 spinners.
303 for 4. They're just 146 runs behind now. Pakistan have done a terrific job, this partnership, 121. Saud Shakil is 10 shy of first Test match century. Sarfaraz has gone back to back to back. 3 half centuries against New Zealand. Skipper's off now. A revolving door at the moment.
Who will be captain right now?
I don't remember whether New Zealand named a vice captain or not. It was always Tom Latham when Kane Williamson wasn't there. Was the skipper, he took over, but he's under the helmet at the moment. I think between Kane Williamson and Tom Latham they can sort it out.
We had that little controversy where Rizwan came out and he was setting the field, and then when DRS came, Rizwan couldn't take the DRS, so yeah.
We've solved the issue anyway, Buzzard, because Kane Williamson's off the field as well, so it's definitely Tom Latham. He was announced as vice captain as well for the series.
Yeah.
304 for 4.
Come on, Jesse!
I'm just angling back in tight for Sarfaraz, but up to the task. Nice afternoon for an ice block. It's a Sensodyne sensitivity free moment. Life is far too short for sensitive teeth. It's short, it's wide, and it's easily put away.
Very controlled today against spin is Sarfaraz. This time just waiting long enough. Although it's a slow pitch, he gets his timing by playing it as late as possible. It's almost past him when he cuts it through.
Sweeps this time for at least another couple. Sodhi cannot get there. Another boundary.
Yeah, just now so comfortable now that he can play that sweep shot and the cut shot. He's such a dangerous player, not allowing the spinners to bowl with any sort of control, because he can play you both sides off the wicket, square or fine, and the sweep shot, well,
Come on, Jesse boy!
complete control.
Bring us together here, Jesse! Come on! on, Jay-Z!
That's a really good single as well. Use to the feet, and he's been exceptional today, has Safraz.
New Zealand's lost control of the run rate. That's the big thing for Pakistan. Just over 4 runs and over. Very good batting. Ajaz Patel at 5.5 runs and over himself. Give or take, one for 64 off 11.4.
And you're right, you said it earlier, Scotty, so much of it down to the innings of Safraz. He's been aggressive, it's been calculated aggression, but he's really put New Zealand back under pressure, and that has rubbed off on Shakil as well. That has gone over the top and wide of slip and down to the boundary for 4 more. So a big over, 13 from it, 317 for 4.
$135 runs between them. Equal contributors in that, and that has also meant that Shakil now crawls 94. Sarfraz has looked quite confident since the time he came in. Has been an excellent feature of his knock. The quick running between the wickets has definitely put the momentum on the up for Pakistan.
A wonderful partnership between these two. Big chat between Bracewell and Southey for this over. I think that was more about just slowing things down. Definitely feels as though the momentum swung Pakistan's way. Good from Bracewell. That's the area as a skipper will want him to continue to bowl.
Still about 26-27 minutes away from tea. And Pakistan made, 94 runs, so they have made the move. Both these batsmen from Karachi are enjoying themselves. The pitch is at its best. No real threat. Not a single chance even been given. If they carry on like this, at the end of the day, they'll be sitting thinking that we can push on and win this game.
Oh, yeah.
It's all about taking lead. And I think if they can manage to take any lead, New Zealand will be under pressure.
Very close to Tom Latham. Off the edge, away from his right hand, overdone 3-1, 8-4.
Yeah, just a little bit too quick. You can just see just to his right. Weight just started to go onto that left foot and onto his heels. Makes it very hard to stay down. You can just see there, just a wee step to his left, which took the momentum the wrong way. Very difficult to come back.
Normally a silly point. When a batsman play on the front foot, your initial movement is to go toward your left. If he's a left-hander batsman, as you can see there. And straight away, his first movement, he picked up his left foot first, looking to go to the left. And the ball sort of also dying to him. Wouldn't have been easy catch, even if he was going to the right. Because it went very quickly and he was very close to the bat. A very rare mistake. South Shakil wouldn't want to miss another 100. Missed out against England back in Multan. Batted beautifully. He's on 94. And that was the number when he lost his wicket, which I thought was a little dodgy decision. It went up to the third umpire, and Joe Wilson called it that the ball did carry. It was down the leg side, and in my opinion, I thought the ball was touching the ground. Anyway, that's gone now. It's hard to let it go, isn't it? Especially when somebody who's just new at this level, sitting on 94 and could have won the game for his country. It's hard to sort of forget.
You've hit the nail on the head with that win on the line. Eventually, Pakistan losing the test by 26 runs. That's probably why it's hard to forget. Yes, he was a 94. He played quite a knock, but just strangled down leg side. And when you lose by 26, it hurts.
Well, he's taken Pakistan out of trouble a couple of times already in his short career. South Shakil. Yes, he took a lot of time to get going, and I think it's a lot to do with the Sarfraz at the crease also. He was the one who made the move, and straight after lunch, their decision was to just move the scoring rate, and they've done it extremely well. 3 of the over, 3-2-1 for 4 Pakistan.
Pakistan now trailed by 128, and this partnership has taken 139 runs off that. And we keep talking about the eventual progression into the game, but I think for Pakistan, first and foremost, get that trail out of the way. Get those 128 runs without losing any wickets. Ideally, the two of them just bat in.
Careful. our director decided to show you guys that catch once more, just to freshen up the memories. This was the one. Got the edge and definitely got the glove, and the ball was just, have a look at that. Have a look at that. God.
Carried twice.
I don't know I should say this, but yeah, Joe Wilson took his time. Great shot. Excellent shot. Moved him to 99. Forget about that catch. He's playing beautifully.
Yeah, it's been a very successful shot throughout this innings for Shaquille. Wonderful timing. Gets well forward. It'll be interesting to see if New Zealand brings up that boundary rider at deep backward square leg, I think on 99, because it's his first. You'd like to think New Zealand will see this as an opportunity. Good from Tim Southey, just having a talk to the bowler. You got the Pakistan team on the balcony waiting. And here is that man from deep backward square leg on the one. Going to force him to hit through the field, which I think from New Zealand's point of view is certainly the right move. Big moment for this young man.
Looks for the quick single. And he gets in. It's been an innings of patience and resilience. And it's an innings that gets him to his maiden Test 100. The gallery is on their feet. And it's been a well-crafted knock. Well played, Saud Shakeel.
Yeah, 100 at his home ground. Only playing his 5th game. Averaging 74.71. He's one for the future. Scored 15 centuries before he got the opportunity to play for Pakistan, and he's making the most of it. And he's taking Pakistan out of trouble. Great technique, very solid defense.
And Sarfaraz now dances down the track. Best way to go, straight back past the bowler.
I think now he's thinking that if South can do it, I can do it. Beautiful shot. What a comeback for this gentleman. Sarfaraz, long wait, 4 years on the bench, given the opportunity, playing his 2nd Test match after his return. Got 86 in the first inning, 50 in the second, and now sitting on 77. I'm sure he's eyeing on his 100 too.
Some more brilliant running between these two. Brings up the 150-run partnership. Wonderful understanding. And what a relief it will be for that young man.
Come on, Beastie Boy!
And a lot of talk because he's got up 50 in his all of his first 5 Test matches. And now he's converted one into 3 figures. Wonderful feeling. Sarfaraz just coming down and just giving him a little punch of the gloves, just telling him to regather himself. It's around about now that New Zealand are oh so thankful for that 100-run partnership for the last wicket. Because it's going to end up being reasonably crucial in this Test match.
An eventful over that brought up Saud Shakeel's maiden Test 100. Score now 332 for 4. Always a special moment, and it was quite special to see that genuine applause all around. Some style, some pose, some player.
He's one of those players who will restart his inning in this particular season, just the previous season, last year now we can say it. His highest was 187 and twice he's gone past 180, so he's not done yet. He will take his guard again and he will start thinking that he's on zero. He'll start building it again and look for a big one. And this pitch can allow you to do that. This is a very good pitch to bat on. And a bowling change for New Zealand.
Daryl Mitchell, the man with the golden arm. Quite often comes in for a short spell for New Zealand. I was medium pace around that sort of 120 to 125 mark.
Straight up, asking for it. Straight up goes up the finger. Straight up with the breakthrough, Daryl Mitchell. He has reviewed it, so we will go upstairs to have a look.
Well, I talked about the golden arm.
TV
Didn't
umpire to
expect it
director.
first ball.
We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Alex standby, waiting for ultra edge. Still standby. Ultra edge coming up. Keep rolling. Yeah, roll back, roll back, roll back. Now roll forward. There is a spike when ball is next to the bat. And there is no gap between ball and bat. Can you go back on field, please? Alex, I recommend you to stay with your original, your out decision to not out. You're on screen. Reverse your decision, please.
Decision reversed because ultra edge shows that there was bat on that. Daryl Mitchell stands in disbelief. And the way he appealed, he was 100% certain.
Well, the on-field umpire is still not convinced. The golden arm is not convinced. Daryl Mitchell feels that there was a gap between bat and pad, but the snicker shows clearly that just a faint edge. Maybe a little bit more doubt also, because it hit the top of the pad. We'll probably go through and see where the ball was traveling if we could.
Well, Daryl Mitchell thought first up, and he had done the trick, and his appeal certainly suggested so. He just came in with the angle. Have a look at Daryl Mitchell here.
Yeah, he was so sure, wasn't he? He was all pumped up. He wasn't expecting his first ball will do the job, but there you go. Shows clearly that hitting the edge. Yeah, from all that aggression to all that disappointment. This is Test match cricket for you.
Blundell with an excellent take.
Brilliant take from Blundell. He's been out there for 95.3 overs. Stayed beautifully down. Picked it up clean and whipped the bails off.
Great hands, isn't it? It's very tough. Especially when the ball's sort of going down the leg side.
I checked
Aleem
front foot
Dar
is a fair
asks for the
delivery.
third umpire to check.
Front on spin vision, please. Keep rolling. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please.
It's gone out. Oh, too late. Oh no. Still moving. Yeah.
Ultra edge just coming up.
I think it's down.
Once it's
Still moving.
Stand by.
Can you have umpires pull one?
I think it'll be the edge, but
Yes. Keep rolling. Keep rolling.
Closer.
Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for your best side on angle, please.
It comes out. Yeah.
Foot is in the air. He is out of the crease. Now he's back in the crease. Then bails. Yes. Can you roll back? 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 Now roll forward, frame by frame. Now foot is in the ground. Roll forward. Forward.
Run out.
Forward.
That's up.
Yeah, roll back. Now roll forward. Can I have stump cam please for this?
Yes.
oh, it's just here.
I think it's out.
Puppy.
So you won't be stopping.
Yeah, roll back. Roll back.
Oh, it's out.
Now roll forward.
Hey, hold on. There.
Can I have again the previous angle with the zoomer, please?
No, he's at the scene. Sitting on his back.
Don't worry about them celebrating. Just what third of that thing.
Waiting for zoomer.
Gonna go They're just putting pressure. There's a unnecessary pressure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
No, I've seen it. Maybe it's out.
Yes, keep rolling. Yes, roll forward now.
There. Down.
Can I have split screen for please this?
Don't go.
Yes, keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Fits lifting. Now roll back.
You see the shade
Back,
underneath.
back.
When you see a shade,
2 frame back. Now forward. Forward and freeze when bails light up. That's satisfied. My decision for big screen is
out.
Out. He's giving it.
Giving it out.
Hold your breath because that has been given out. Excellent take from Tom Blundell behind the stumps. And the third umpire, S.N. Raza, reckoned that in an attempt to come back, his spikes were not grounded. An excellent wicket here for New Zealand. And it's a big one. Sarfaraz Ahmed walks back for 78. New Zealand 332 for 5.
Very good.
Running for run out. Is it out? If it's something, it was supposed to. So those people jumping out of the way of it.
Yeah,
Sarfaraz's family up in the gantry, applauding him off the field.
There's stump.
Centurion from the first test, Salman Agha makes his way into the playing field after what has been a dramatic sequence of events, and in the end was ruled out for Sarfaraz Ahmed. 103, his best from the previous game. And now he joins Saud Shakil, who is batting on 100 and looking good.
What an excellent take by Blundell, taking the bails off just at the blink of the eye, and he had less than split of a second to take those bails off. The great timing. He's got great hands.
And his impeccable record behind the stumps continues.
I was going to say, we talked about what he did in 2022. Didn't miss an opportunity, but I guarantee he couldn't find many better pieces of out cricket than this. Exceptional take, staying down.
Yeah.
He's been out there for almost 100 overs. And there you can see the delight. And the team knows how special that was. Brilliant piece of wicket keeping.
Well, Harry, your golden arm didn't work on the first bowler, but it did work on the third ball. And how about a decision given by the third umpire, S.N. Raza? Brilliant decision. It was a hard one. It was difficult to give out because it was touch and go. And heads gone up and down. Up for New Zealand and down for Sarfraz.
Yeah, it was a brilliant decision because it wasn't an easy one. Easy to give the benefit, but he slowed it down enough just to see that the foot was up. Brilliant over from Mitchell. Pakistan now 332 for 5.
The most recent wicket to fall for Pakistan, Sarfaraz Ahmed, 78, for an exceptional piece of stumping behind the stumps from Blundell. Saud, on the other hand, looking in command at 100. Salman has just walked out to join him. Pakistan 332 for 5. And the trail now still 117 for Pakistan. Aish Sodhi now into the attack, still searching for a wicket. He bowled well from round the wicket to Saud Shakil. Did try eventually the over the wicket option. Now will continue to go round again. Just to get a measure of how impressive and how quick his reaction time from, have a look at full speed. And it's the overbalance of Sarfaraz which has caused him to lean out of his crease in playing that shot on the leg side. It's the overbalancing where he's just dragged his left leg back in, and because he's not completely balanced, he just lifts it up to ground it back in, and spikes were not grounded. A moment of brilliance from him. He can do no wrong, Tom Blundell. There was a nick that we thought had been nicked, which later on Ultra Edge showed that had not. So correction from yesterday. He hasn't dropped a catch start of 2023 either.
Well, Yarouj, in your masterclass, you were talking about head position and balance. What she does really well, wonderful head balance and still being able to reach the stumps. So easy to overbalance, full away to your left towards the umpire, not being able to reach the stumps. But the fact that he stayed down, kept balance, wonderful head position, whipped the bails off, terrific.
And the other thing that Sarfaraz does is he overbalances. His head goes over to the offside, which causes him to overbalance and then come out of his crease. Excellent for everyone learning and picking up. Use your head and use it wisely.
Yeah, great demonstration, both of you. To add on to that, just a little bit more, I think from the bowler, bowling down the leg side and a little bit of swing on it. That made Sarfaraz fall over, and then the great balance from Blundell and great hands also, quick hands. So, Test cricket at its best. Everything was right about it, whatever we try to teach the youngsters. There might be a boundary. Yes, it is. That will make him feel good going into tea. Beautiful shot, nice and full it was. It was there. And Salman Agha is getting his first boundary, but picking up a wicket just the stroke of tea. London doing a wonderful job, but it was Daryl Mitchell who got that breakthrough, which was desperately needed by New Zealand.
A scoring rate picked up and went over 4, but then it came at the cost of that big wicket off Sarfaraz. Excellent behind the stumps from Tom Blundell. So it's been runs and the 1 wicket for Pakistan. And New Zealand, just before the stroke of tea, that wicket would have given them a world of confidence. And I just feel, once again, going into tea, they'll feel they have their noses in front. Saud Shakil, the centurion, remaining not out as the Pakistani batters await and applauding gantry. And Chris Harris called him the man with the golden arm, and he certainly did the trick in the very first over he bowled Daryl Mitchell. Always lovely to see Pakistan camp happy with this effort. Batting card for Pakistan, Imam-ul-Haq missed out from his 3 figures when he held out to Blundell for Saudi for 83. And then it was a Saud and Sarfaraz show, and they put up runs. And just before the stroke of tea, Sarfaraz lost his wicket for 78. Saud Shakil holding everything together for Pakistan. He's taken his time and he's got 101 to show for it. The bowlers have been quite well with their channels that they've bowled. A wicket apiece to Saudi, Henry and Ajaz, and Daryl Mitchell in that first over, picking up a wicket without giving away any runs. Pakistan 337 for 5. Highlights were runs and more runs to begin with. Saud Shakil, after being extremely patient, brought up his first Test 100. Sarfaraz, on the other hand, looked very comfortable the minute he walked out, and both looked to play their shots in the afternoon. Anything that was short was put away, pounced on the full one. Sarfaraz, 3rd Test 50 in a row in the last 3 innings. They ran well between the wickets, and with the ball coming on ever so nicely, probably the one edge that flew in that session. And that one falling far from the right hand of Latham. It was that magical moment. Brought up his first international century in Test cricket for Saud Shakil. Applause all around. And he played extremely well. That was Daryl Mitchell's first ball of his first over, given out. And on review, Ultra Edge is showing that it had clipped the bat. Very soon after, a moment of brilliance behind the stumps. Tom Blundell, very quick to take the bails off a take around his legs, overbalancing Sarfaraz, and it's a second step where he takes to put his foot down, where SN Raza found that the foot was not grounded. Match summary so far: 4-4-9 plays 3-3-7 for 5 for Pakistan, and they still trail by 112 runs.
Sarfaraz getting to third consecutive 50 in this session, and a good knock, a good partnership between him and Saud Shakil moving Pakistan forwards. Finally 100 for Saud Shakil, he reached up to 94 in the previous series, and this time around got there and still batting. Pakistan are 337 for 5, and they are still trailing by 112 runs. They've lost a wicket in this session. Hello and welcome to Enbrick Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you, and I've got Waqar Yunus, Chris Harris alongside me. We'll talk about this session. Let's start with Waqar. 113 in this. Had they not lost that wicket, they would probably felt that yes, they won it.
Yeah, it would have been ideal, but these things happen. I think overall, if I have to conclude the entire day, I think Pakistan was just outstanding. They were superb. Saud Shakil's 100 was highlight of these two sessions, and he been outstanding. And of course, it was Sarfraz who started the run flow, and then of course Saud followed him up with a beautiful shots. Some of the shots he played was just looked so good. It was a very complete player, very organized, very disciplined, and this knock he will remember for the rest of his life, because the first 100 you always remember.
Yeah, and it must be playing at the back of his mind that he's got to those 450s and couldn't get to the 3 figures. Today he has, and he's still batting. How about Sarfraz, Chris? He did well, started off, got that momentum going when Saud was going a little slow. Missed out on 100, but he has added value to this 337.
I thought it was an exceptional innings. I mean, he came in, and for me, he was the one that brought that positive intent, and I think it helped Shakil as well. I mean, that was a phenomenal partnership, and I thought if they'd got through till T with that partnership, you'd almost put Pakistan in front. He was just magnificent. Anything loose. What we saw in the first innings where he got all his runs, in the first test, was lots of sweeps. He played a different role today, played strong off both front and back foot, and I thought put pressure on all the bowlers with his boundary hitting and his running. So it was a magnificent innings, and it was part of a magnificent partnership, which has got Pakistan very much back in this game.
Okay. Interesting moment now here with Waqar and Chris around. I don't know if there's going to be a disagreement on the show, but that run out, or not a run out, actually stumping of Sarfaraz. Quick hands, don't take that away. But have a look at this. I want your opinion first, Waqar, and then I'll take Chris.
I mean, this was a great stumping. I think you don't normally see that, especially in longer version, down the leg side, people taking the stumps off. I think it was a great take, first of all, and then Sarfraz just falling over, losing his balance, and the timing of taking the bails off just was perfect. As you know, Sarfraz's foot was maybe a centimeter or maybe less than that, was in the air when the bail was taken off, and I think Hassan Raza made a very, very fine decision. It was a tough one, difficult. He could have easily gone either way, but I think the right decision was made.
What more can you say? I think Waqar's covered it beautifully, but it was just an exceptional bit of fielding. And when you throw all those things in that Waqar talked about, as well as he's been out there for 100 overs, it was just a magnificent piece of fielding, and it's what it required to finish that magnificent partnership.
All right. Time for us to get to the expert predictions for the session to come. Expert prediction brought to you by Enbrick Solar Energy. Okay, so let me just put it straightforward in front of Waqar. 113 behind Pakistan, 112 behind rather. You think by the end of the day they can even it with New Zealand and have 2 days and 2 innings?
I would love to see that. If the Pakistan evens it out, so first inning done and dusted at all square, and then they can start a new game tomorrow. But cricket is a funny game. We all thought that, the way Sarfraz was going, things will be a lot easier for Pakistan. 113 in a session will be a hard one, but can be done.
What do you say? I mean, I'm talking about predictions. Will it be a level field by the end of the day?
I think it will be, and the big question will be how many wickets do Pakistan have left. I just think with the way that Shakil's playing, and remember it's going to be a slightly extended session because there's 36 overs, so I think the way Pakistan are going, their positive intent, they'll score those runs, so it'll be very even score-wise. It'll be just how many wickets Pakistan are down.
Another moment for Salman to get a good score if they want to get that 112. He's got the whole session available and a set batter with him.
Look, he is in good form. That's the key. And I think when someone is in such a good form, you expect him to get those runs. And with Saud Shakil, if he can put up a good partnership, Pakistan will be in the game.
Brilliant. So here we are. Pakistan 112 behind, and they've got 5 wickets in hand. Session 3 comes your way.
KFC presents Dafa News, Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series, second Test match, Day 3, Session 3, live from National Bank Cricket Arena. Last session, South Shakil got to his 100. Sarfraz was inching closer, but a brilliant stumping down the leg side meant that Pakistan lost just that one wicket in the session. Scored 113 runs. Darryl Mitchell, 1 over, a maiden and a wicket. Wickets for Ijaz, Henry and Southee. 101 overs bowled. South Shakil started off slowly yesterday, but as always got into his groove. He's been brilliant in Test match cricket. Every time he's gone in to bat, he's been able to make it count. This time, it was much more special for him. Got to his first Test match 100 at his home venue, a moment that he'll never forget. It means Pakistan now just 112 runs behind, and last wicket for New Zealand must have lifted their spirits. As always, start of a new session, you think need to get off to a good start. Pakistan will be thinking bat as long as possible. This is the last recognized player. There is batting to follow, but you'd think this is the pair that needs to get Pakistan as close as or overtake that New Zealand total. South Shakil, well, he's been very good with his concentration throughout, been unflustered throughout the innings. It was a difficult start to his innings, but today he's looked much more secure, much more accomplished against spin. But you want to make sure that he gets his score moving again. 101 now. He'll want to get to a big 100. Southee be thinking, who else now? He just bowled Mitchell for 1 over. That provide him the wicket. Does he persevere with Darryl Mitchell? Close look at the pitch. Lots of scratches of heads in that final few minutes of the session. But it was all action in that 1 over, that maiden in the end from Darryl Mitchell. Matt Henry with the ball from the university end. That's the end that New Zealand fast bowlers have preferred. Looks as if he'll start over the wicket with a slip and a gully and a short catching cover. Simon Rule, Scott Styris alongside. Well, that last wicket just changes the game slightly.
Yeah, still 5 away, obviously, New Zealand, but Pakistan will feel relatively comfortable on this surface still. In answer to your Darryl Mitchell, I'd be disappointed if I didn't get another crack. 1 over, made the breakthrough after, what did we go, 150 run stand. A little bit disappointed if I didn't get the first one after the break.
This ball now into its 22nd over, so if they can find reverse now, it'll go quicker off the surface, so that search will begin. Later on the ball gets softer and it's not as potent.
Fascinating partnership in how this develops too, Buzzard, I think, because Hassan Ali is next for Pakistan.
Well, we've seen this a few times. That's the third time that he's pulled away. Once the cloth of the side screen fell and he backed away. This time around, I think he's not gone through his processes. As he looked up, Henry was on to him.
Yeah, I never quite get this. I mean, maybe I'm just looking through bowlers' eyes at this time. But once you're in your batting position, you're fair game. You've got to be ready. You can't just stand there and keep your head down and have a think about what you're having for dinner later. You've got to be ready to go.
Well, I think if he hits the stumps, that's out. I'll go that far. Remember that he's supposed to be ready for the bowler, not the other way around. The bowler's not supposed to wait for him. And he's in his crease, he knows the bowler's running in, and he pulls away when he's in his delivery strike. And I'm looking at that from the batter's perspective, Buzzard.
I'll look away because for once I agree with what Scott Styrus is saying, so I'll just look at the screen. I won't look at him.
And I understand a lot of batters go through a process, fidgeting and blah, 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 but he's genuinely in his stance here. What's he doing? He's just taken forever to look up. Tell you what, if that hits the stumps, if I'm out in the middle there, I am going.
It would have been fascinating to see what would have happened. I think it should have been out.
Well, we'll never know. 337 for 5. The keeper stands up, and it is Daryl Mitchell. The most successful bowler of that last session. A couple of catches leg side, a gully and a short cover offside. And the drift in. Yeah, hit him on the pad. He thought, yes, he's in, and the ecstasy straight away. Ultra edge, well, yeah, agony. Then he goes leg side. It's a stifled sort of appeal. New Zealand aren't sure. But the ecstasy again.
Really strange few balls, wasn't it? Because the one down the LBW appeal, it looked like there was clear gap between bat and ball, but there was a spike on the ultra edge. And there was the business of the shadow and the spikes with the stumping. It's just a really bizarre few minutes of cricket.
I think that one over will have more comments on social media than the whole match. Nicely bowled.
The reason I believe this is a huge partnership for Pakistan too is Hassan Ali is next. And we know he has ability with the bat. He has a first-class 100 on this ground and 100 and just 58 deliveries as well. So he enjoys playing on this surface, but you are into the bowlers. Those averages don't make great reading. And if Pakistan can just get a good partnership here, something like the last one with Safraz, then that aggressive power hitting, we might see Hassan Ali start playing in innings like Matt Henry.
Oh, Des!
Absolutely. Want Hassan Ali coming in when Pakistan are close, if not at par, or even have taken a bit of a lead, and then he can hurt New Zealand with the bat. Leg side whipped away, finds the gap, and the timing's good. Sarmanaga, he is in form because he's just come off 100 himself. 339 for 5. Yeah, I just got some breaking news. Scott Styrus was spot on. Your umpire just saying if he'd gotten bowled South Shakil when he withdrew in that previous over, he would have been deemed out.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right within the laws of our game.
This is what we're talking about, how late he pulled out. Didn't miss by much, but if that hits the stumps, that's out. Third umpire confirming. And that would have been the right decision, agree with you both.
And just flirts away outside off stump. Hot cups of tea being served in the Tapal Tea Lounge. Oh, I might be craving one. It's been good from Henry. He's just occasionally throwing the ball out wide, but he's drifting back into the stumps and making South Shakil play. Into the 104th over in the field, New Zealand. And when you get to these long innings or long bowling stints, you get different people geeing the team up. You get different players for a session. Right, it's up to you now. Say, it's up to you, Blundell, now to gee the guys up, and you go on for half an hour. At the moment, I'm trying to spot if anybody is doing that job. Scotty, you were very vibrant in the field. You're always very chatty, weren't you?
You're quite right. You're always trying to support the bowlers, aren't you? You keep them going, make sure the fieldsmen don't drift off, and that if they get a chance, they're ready to take it.
Another one away from the left-hander. It's 339 for 5. And just a discussions. So do you just maybe in his captain's ear that maybe it's time for me to bowl, but right now it's Daryl Mitchell. And that little drift in. And down the leg side, maybe now it is a plan where just bowl down the leg side for the stumping. Well, Dooley, talking about social media, a couple of days ago there was this catch in Australia in the Big Bash where he caught the ball and then went out of the field of play, and when he touched it his feet weren't grounded. It's nicely played, nicely timed through the offside. He is a man in form, and it's showing with that cover drive that he just put away.
Just a little bit of width, isn't there, from Daryl Mitchell, but that is played on the up and timed wonderfully. I did see it. Is there a question coming?
Yeah, there was a lot of, well, mostly everybody felt that, yeah, it's within the laws, but it doesn't seem right. And you look at that and it doesn't seem right. So if you look at the catch that Trent Bolt took in the final of the World Cup, and he just sort of steps onto the boundary and that's deemed 6. This is a guy who's, what, 10 feet or 5 feet out of the field of play, touching the ball, feet in the air, yes. But it could have carried on for 5 minutes. He could have gone around the boundary and just sort of done that. So there's something has to be changed. No, Dooley?
Yeah, fair play to him for knowing the laws of the game and for understanding that that was his only possibility, but I don't think it's right. And this is where the ICC Cricket Committee need to step in straight away. Instead of sitting on their hands and just getting their free tickets and their free plane trips to Dubai and London, instead of sitting on their hands, they need to make a decision and get something done about these laws that crop up.
Well, I've mentioned it a couple of times, if you can follow this. You are what you are until you're not. Can you follow that, Buzzard? So he was in the field of play when he had it, but then he next touched it when he was out of the field of play. So until he gets his feet back inside the rope, he can't touch the ball again. So you often see it where players will step over the line, throw it back up, then they'll dive back over the rope into the field of play. But it's the same thing. If you've not grounded your feet back inside the circle or the ring or the boundary, you are still out of play. I believe that's common sense.
Yeah, if your feet touch the ball, if your hands touch the ball when you are outside of the field of play, no matter whether you're in the air or not, I think it should be a boundary. But as I say, we won't change that for another year or so because we'll have to go through another 10 or 15 meetings before we get there. 3:43 for 5. just to finish off on that, it will become a playing condition which oversee or supersede the MCC laws, or it becomes a change of the MCC law on how it's worded and that normally takes some time as well. So, but the ICC their cricket committee can suggest that we have a new playing condition, and that supersedes the MCC law and the playing conditions.
Those Lord's lunches are pretty good, Dooley. You can see why all those meetings are happening.
I can see you had a few too in your time.
Lord's lunch is slightly too posh for me. Edgbaston, oh, that's the venue.
See, now I'm with you.
Absolutely.
I think they are the best lunches in England.
Brilliant.
Edgbaston. Might not be back allowed in the Lord's Gates this coming summer, but yeah, hopefully they're not listening.
Can tell you the Louisiana Love Bite was the main dessert at Lord's. And apparently, I've heard it's off the menu these days. Get nice biryani here, though, in Karachi, don't we?
Nice aloo for lunch. There was some tandoori chicken. There was a grilled fish today, wasn't there? Fantastic.
It is the biryani capital, Karachi. Chicken biryani. We've got beef biryani. They've also got bone marrow biryani, which is divine. I was treated to that, and I said, just keep that bone marrow coming. It's beautiful. This is good. This is good from Henry. With the right hander on strike, I think is much more potent with the ball coming back into the pads. It's a good over, testing over from Henry. 344 for 5.
Been exceptional as Matt Henry throughout the test match. Good with the bat, allowing New Zealand to get through to that total of 449 along with Ajaz Patel. Well, 27 very tidy overs. In testing conditions, not so much the heat, because I think it's been very pleasant as far as the temperatures are concerned, just the benign nature of the surface.
Darryl Mitchell now with the left-hander on strike, so there'll be a change in the line of attack. Obviously right-hander, the ball just drifting in, and he bowled as straight as possible. Now with the left-hander on strike, probably attack that outside edge more. Got a wideish, well, third slip and a gully. Couple of catches in front on the offside. probably want a spell here. We don't give anything away. It's much easier to bowl to the right-hander for Daryl Mitchell with the ball angling back in and then attacking the stumps. With South Shakil, he'll just probably persist there. He's having a word.
He's still keeping that discipline outside off stump, isn't he? He knows the plan. He can sense what New Zealand is trying to do with the ball reversing away. Slip in a gully in place, deep points. There's still that gap in that region. But he hasn't been tempted. 259 deliveries he's been there at the crease now. And still just happy to let the ball go.
And that's discipline, isn't it? It's Test match cricket, and Pakistan have been searching for someone to take a bit of the pressure off Babar Azam as far as being one of the chief contributors. And Imam last year, 2022, was fantastic at the top of the order in Test match cricket. And now if Babar's got some help behind him as well, it takes a little bit of that pressure off him.
Well, New Zealand would have been over the moon when Babar Azam's back in the pavilion and Pakistan don't have 100 runs on the board. And then conversely, I think Pakistan would be delighted that they've got through to 344 and they've only lost 2 more wickets since then.
Left alone yet again, and it's 344 for 5.
I reckon that's got a longer tail than Pakistan. Okay, Eunice was talking about the long tail this morning. New Zealand are looking to get into it. That's the issue for them at the moment. Hassan Ali, as Scotty Storris has just mentioned, more than capable with the bat. He can do a similar job to what Matt Henry did, really. He's a powerful striker, got a good eye.
With South Shakil and Sarfraz, local crowd just came to watch. Few people. Searching again, inside half off the bat, gets off to a single, but I think this is as good as it gets really from New Zealand, with their fast bowlers just banging in on that length. Obviously that previous series against England had the likes of Mark Wood to call upon and change in tactics, even Stokes sometimes the enforcer, but if you don't have that kind of pace, then this is the best you can do, is just be so consistent around about off stump. And I think it's been brilliant from Saudi and Henry, especially Henry is bowled so well throughout the test match. Back of a length. That's probably the best they can do.
Just look at the way that Shaquille has changed his own strategy since the dismissal of Safraz. Safraz, I felt, got him moving. The rotation of the strike, he was busy at the crease, and we saw that strike rate start to increase. But now he's gone back into his shell, the new batsman Salman coming in and joining him. And he's happy to once again drop anchor, leave the ball well, not really have any busyness about him.
It's a really wide stance for a short man, Scott, isn't it? Is that anything in that? See him standing over the bat. It's really wide.
You often see big tall players do that, don't they? So they can have a better base at the crease. But short players often play off the back foot. He does take an initial movement back anyway, 345 for 5.
Something else. Go back.
345 for 5. Daryl Mitchell will continue. New Zealand's medium quick bowlers doing a good job. Salman not really been able to get going as yet either. Just finding his feet on this surface.
Oh, Des!
On the money once again.
Come on, Des! Oh! Darren! Close it, Des! On the left! Oh, Des! Outstanding boy! Love it, Des! Love it, boy! Love this, Darryl!
The discussion we had at around the tea break was, can Pakistan make it or try to make it even, Stevens, and come 2 days, 2 innings in a level field? But that requires 104 runs, and things have slowed down majorly. So they were 112 behind at 3, which means they've just added 8 runs in the 7.3 overs.
So often we tend to look so further into the game. But at the moment, the realization still stands on the 103 runs that Pakistan will first to look to knock off. Lead will be the second chapter coming in. Scott, you spoke about this earlier on with Dooley, that ever since Sarfaraz has gotten out, Shakil has gone back into that shell of his where there's zero intent looking for runs as well.
Yeah, exactly. The other half of that equation is the way that these Pakistan batsmen have played the spinners today. I think has been really good. Been aggressive, use of the feet has been exceptional. And they may just be saying, look, we're happy to wait. We'll let you expend the energy of your seam bowlers and we'll wait for the spinners to come back. And once again, we'll then look to counter punch and come back after you.
And with the seamers and Shakil, it's throughout his innings, it's been a story of targeting that off stump and outside, whether it's with over the angle, over the wicket or around the wicket channel. There are two men in that position he likes to hang his bat out to, but so far in this innings of 102, he's played with quite some command outside that off stump. 346 for 5.
Could actually do that a couple of feet to his right as well. Like something happened. We're talking about how Pakistan can actually move this 9 runs in the 8 overs and the half an hour that they've batted after tea. Can they get as close as possible to 449, just to see where the test match is heading for Pakistan, I'm talking about.
Just how good is batting in Pakistan? These are the last 5 years, and it is #1, highest average per wicket. Sample size isn't that small either, 13 matches. And the bad news if you're a batsman from Pakistan is this is the last test match this year, 2023 in Pakistan. February 2024 is the next time a test match will be played in this country.
Just the other day, we were announcing the last test match of 2022. And you already given us the last of 2023.
7 test matches in 2022. 3 against Australia, 3 against England, 1 of this series in December. And results obviously didn't go according to Pakistan's way. And now Pakistan will have to wait, like you say, Scott, another year for Test cricket, a year and a bit for Test cricket to come back.
From memory, it's the West Indies, is it, that are coming here in February 2024. A lot of cricket to be played before them, then, of course, but talked about how I've mentioned that I like the pitches with the fast bowlers in mind. When you have such a good battery of fast bowlers in this country, so plenty of opportunity just to make sure they get that right. It'll make it difficult for the batsmen, but it's not necessarily a bad way to be.
Now, my opinion on that entire debate, which has been a long-standing debate now over 6 months, it started when Australia first came, and the Rawalpindi pitch, which is supposed to be the best in the country for fast bowlers, was a 22-yard roadblock. And from then on in, it's been one flatter surface after the other. And it's not like the ball jags around, even if you do leave grass on it and prepare pitches which are more relevant and more, like you're saying, suiting to the fast ball. It's not like the ball will continue to jag around 2 days, 3 days. And as a batting group, and Babar leading that batting group, a conversation almost needs to be, well, we're going to back ourselves as a batting group to play out the conditions up front if we are put into bat. Because it's a case of picking up those 20 wickets, and you want to give your bowling department, which has been your strength, a conducive surface to do so, and then still back your batting to play that initial couple of hours around.
There's 2 ways to look at it, isn't there? One is how difficult it will be for Pakistan's batsmen to get runs. But imagine how difficult it will be for opposition batsmen when you've got Shaheen Afridi, Nazim Shah, maybe you can get Haris Rauf fit, Hasnan, the youngster, the under 19 Zishan, is it? You can rotate those players through. And with a little bit there, opposition batsmen won't be looking forward to coming and facing that.
And just to back your point there, when we did stick to the surfaces that we prepared, we did give our fast bowling that much support or conducive environment and surfaces to bowl on. We won. Pakistan won against Sri Lanka 1-0. Pakistan won against South Africa 2-0.
Yeah, that South African series, Hassan Ali 2021, took a 10-wicket bag. And he's the sort of bowler that does need something in the surface. He's not a tall man. He's medium quick and pace, but he's got a very good seam when he releases the ball. And that movement can just bring him back into the match as well. 346 for 5.
Talking about the last test match in 2023, Pakistan does travel abroad. Sri Lanka will still be subcontinent, but certain batters will be tested. Abdullah Shafiq has never batted outside subcontinent. Saud Shakil will also get a taste of Australia. That's where Pakistan will be going. And once again comes to that point, if you want to produce something lively for the bowlers and are your batters ready, then they'll get a good taste of that.
Let me just have a look now to see whether Pakistan changes their aggression now that New Zealand has made a change. Mitchell out of the attack. Ish Sodhi. 3 men on the boundary. Will they look to be a little more aggressive, push that scoreboard along once again?
You're right, that should be the case. We saw them doing that against spin, and they did it very well when Sarfaraz and Saud were batting. I've got to put a move on to this 103. 26.5 overs to go in the day.
In the air. Short leg has picked up the catch. Aleem Dar unmoved.
Well, New Zealand can't gamble here. They've only got the one review left. There was a discussion. Doesn't look like Tim Southee has any interest.
He did turn it, but it clipped the outside half of the front leg off the pad. Excellent fielding. Excellent stop by Daryl Mitchell.
All day out in the field. The fielders have done well to support their bowlers. Also created that big run out. And they've been helping create that pressure to keep a watch on that run flow. Make the batters work hard for every single run out there. Also, when you show and try to do something different as a batter, try to get some runs against spin or anything, you're making the opposition captain think. enforce some changes in the field. At the moment, Tim Southee is happy. He knows he's going to, his bowlers will get that opportunity somewhere around here and there, as long as the run flow isn't something of a worry.
End of the over, 346 for 5. Always great to see kids come out in numbers to have a close look at that, or at their heroes live in action. They're certainly enjoying themselves.
What about the ones eating chocolate and sweets as a dentist? Does that give you... Yeah, there we go. How does that affect the blood pressure?
Yeah, not a pleasant sight. Really? When you're done with that, you could always get some Sensodyne and use it for a sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Or just don't eat that stuff.
Oh, T.
You missed the lunch show. She was promoting pan. Forget about sweets. A bit of beetle nut. No. Well, it is tasty at times. Would love to see you have one. Probably bring one on the show tomorrow and make you have it.
Oh, disclaimer, it's not good for your teeth.
Are you the most famous dentist in Pakistan?
Absolutely. Have you not seen me on TV while you've been at the gym? Well, some might say second famous, because the president of Pakistan, Dr. Arif Alvi, is also a dentist.
And both are busy doing something else.
Look to pick up 3. A good tag team effort on the boundary.
It was a little bit of reverse away from Tim Southee. I'll just check the boundary. Comfortably inside the rope. It was nicely played though. Nice and late. Didn't look to go at the ball too hard.
Yeah, one more catcher goes across to the off stump. Point very close in. 4 men in that ring on the offside for Shakil. Blundell, I think he was the one who stopped the action, just getting Latham and that ring of fielders in perfect positions. So far, he's been Very well disciplined Saud Shakil outside that off stump. He has lost his wicket 3 times this season. In the end, dropped. Latham has put that down.
How did that happen? I mean, they fixed that field just before this ball and it was just tailor-made for him. And it's just popped out.
One of the rare times that Shakil starts pushing at the ball well out in front of the body. He has not made that mistake all innings, and Tom Latham has very good hands. And that is as easy as it gets for any fieldsman. And Southee, the frustration. The fast bowlers have had to work very hard on this pitch. And you understand why Tom Latham feels as he does.
Saud Shakil survives at 102, Pakistan 349 for 5. It's a ploy they've persisted with all day, and it almost paid dividends. He has shelled that, and it doesn't get easier than that. An absolute dolly to him, positioned perfectly. And New Zealand, well, nobody's saying anything.
He hit it somewhere around the webbing. It wasn't hit hard that he had no reaction time. This was just at a perfect height. Everything was just okay about that to be caught. Even there was reaction time.
And the reason I'm sure he's feeling terrible right now, Tom Latham, even at full speed, it's not that quick, is it? He will take that 99 times out of 100, but it is proving so difficult to get 10 wickets, let alone 20. You cannot afford to be creating or having to create extra chances. Essentially, New Zealand now need 11 to bowl Pakistan out. They've been gifted one with Babar Azam.
And it was about a waiting game. It was about a waiting game with Saud Shakil outside his off stump. And it's been the waiting game throughout his innings. And he did really well last evening not to fiddle with that ball that goes outside. And the persistence from New Zealand, well, it paid off until Latham dropped that. Excellent bit of fielding again from Williamson. They've been exceptional in the field, New Zealand, without fielding, with their catching. Blundell has been exceptional behind the stumps. Just shows the amount of balls, 41% of them he's left them alone. And it was a definite difference in his game in the recent season he's played, where he's fetched at them. 41% is a good number of balls out of the 277 deliveries he's played. But he did nick one, and that was put down with him on 102.
Yeah, that's the reason Wida said the off-stump is the channel they're bowling at to Saud Shakil. And Tim Southee's got him once. in the first test match, and here again you see him fishing and he almost lost his wicket. So he's decided to leave it 41% of the time.
Oh, that's good bowling, Ace.
353 for 5. Pakistan 353 for 5, and they're still trailed by 96. And in this last session here on day 3, Pakistan going nowhere with the scoring. 12 overs so far, and only the 16 runs have been scored with one centurion on the crease. 12 overs, just a tick over 1 runs and over. And it's been the effect that Sarfaraz actually brought in when he came into bat. Before Sarfaraz came, Saud Shakeel was going nowhere. He had 28 from 112 deliveries before Sarfaraz came. And keeper standing up now. 28 deliveries before Sarfaraz came in for Saud Shakeel. And while Sarfaraz and Saud Shakeel were batting, he scored 72 from 129 deliveries. And ever since Sarfaraz has gone out, he scored 2 of 38 deliveries. Impact of Sarfaraz with him being so proactive on the crease, looking for those runs, running hard up and down the wicket with Saud Shakeel, also had an effect on his game. Okay, have a look at his beehive for the ones that he's left in comparison to the one that he's nicked. It's not that far wide outside. It's probably the reason why he's felt an urge to play at it as well in comparison to the bulk of the bowling.
Oh, that's good bowling, T.
I have been perplexed at the method and the tactics from Pakistan since tea. That was a brilliant middle session. 113 runs in just 27 overs for the loss of 1 wicket, and that little fortuitous for New Zealand as well, the stumping. And yet since tea, 17 runs in 12.5 overs. It has not moved the game on at all. 1.36 runs per over.
And looking at that, you almost guess what the plan is. Because before Saud, with Saud and Sarfaraz there, with Pakistan just losing the 4 wickets. And before that, just the 3 wickets with him and Imam not going anywhere. And Sarfaraz has come out and he's sort of got half a foot on that pedal, and he encourages Shakeel to move on, who can clearly play the strokes and get a move on. And it's not about hitting those boundaries, just getting down the other end. And now with 5 down again, Pakistan just sort of back in their shell.
Well, the flavour of the month, flavour of the year really has been the term Bazball, hasn't it? And I can't imagine when Pakistan walked out, or if England were in the situation Pakistan were at tea, they would have come out at 1.3 runs per over. They would have thought, well, we've got ourselves close to parity. Nice shot. Got the width he wanted. And the much needed runs as well.
And first boundary in 10 overs. That's a good shot. He's played it late and he's played it in that gap. 'through 3rd. 2 gullies now for the right-hander.
Oh, that's good.
358 for 5. .91. The trail for Pakistan, and it's being ticked off ever so slowly. Ish Sodhi round the wicket again to the left-hander Saud Shakil. He does have protection for the sweep, which Saud has played well. Deep backward square and deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Point as well.
How many different ways can you describe a defensive shot?
I think we've covered them all.
Turn and bounce with a bit of flight, dragging Salman, and it's bowled at a good pace as well. More flight, and it's dealt with on the full with a boundary for Salman.
Yeah, he had to put that away. It's just a full toss, a rare full toss, and Salman just drives through it.
Oh! Brilliant boy. That's quality, Ish.
115 overs bowled, Pakistan 363 for 5.
There's been a bit of support in and around the ground. Spectators have been allowed in free of charge throughout this test match. Has been slightly better attended than the first, that is for sure. Tim Southey to continue, and Blundell up to the stump still. Gone through that offside area, just a little tickle on that from Bracewell, I think.
Was that in the air for a little while, or is it just not carried? I think it's just bounced in front of Blundell.
Setting fields for straight bowling, a little bit of reverse swing. Trying to get him to fall over that front pad and hit the ball in the air, leg side.
Yeah, I like the field, short mid wicket, short square leg, and then if he does find the gap, he's got protection out in the deep fine leg and a man just in front of square on the boundary. Just starting to tail in.
Well, the most surprising bit for me is that we are in 2023, and the game has moved from maybe last 30 years. It's moved a lot quickly, more format. T20 cricket, one day has moved forward. You know, you see 350, 400 runs being scored. Even Test match cricket, someone bats for 283 deliveries. And he's still not bossing the game. That is my little worry, to be honest. Someone bats at number 3. I've seen people, or I've seen top players batting at number 3. When they bat for that long, they get 200. If not 200, at least 180.
Oh, T!
Not at any stage of the time I've seen Saud Shakil bossing the game. I'm not taking anything away from him. He's got 100. He's a fine batsman. He's got good technique. But the thing is, to win a game, you really need to boss the game. You need to be positive. And I don't think Shakil had done enough to move that run rate or a scoring rate.
I think you get into that negative mindset as well, Wakar, when you're not winning games, when you've continually lost or only drawn games for the last 7 test matches. Your mindset is not about winning. It's about drawing, not losing. And that's possibly what you're talking about. It's the wrong mindset, I guess, is what you're thinking. There's been some good bowling, but there's also been enough deliveries that he could have put away or taken one or turned the strike over.
Yeah, what was interesting for me when he was in partnership in the previous session with Sarfaraz, it looked as though they had real positive intent and they were trying to move the game forward and they were trying to put themselves in a position where they were going to be very close to New Zealand's total. All of a sudden after tea, very much got into that defensive frame of mind, and it feels more like they want to take time out of the game as opposed to put themselves in a position where they can perhaps reapply some pressure on New Zealand.
Oh, Timmy!
Pretty tidy from Tim Southey. 364 for 5. .8. That's exactly what you're talking about. It's 27 runs, 15 overs. It's flat. Not much doing out there.
This is probably the flattest pitch we have played last year or this year start. This is probably the best pitch where you can play your shots. Conway showed you. Blundell showed you. Latham played really well. But for me, this game is going nowhere for Pakistan.
I mean, we don't expect everyone to be able to play like England at the moment or even attempt to play like England, but in the 3 test match wins against Pakistan, England didn't bat at any one stage for more than 101 overs in any innings.
Well, I'm not asking to play like England. All I'm asking is to play to the merit of the ball, because there's so many deliveries were there to be sort of taken runs off, or we could have easily hit a boundary. Just not coming out of the shell.
It's intent, isn't it?
It is intent, and that comes from the dressing room. If they're all watching there in the dressing room, the batting coach, the head coach, there's so many people involved, and they're watching all that. And I guess they're still worried of losing. Just thinking of, okay, bat today, it doesn't really matter. Wherever we are, we'll see tomorrow. That's not the attitude you look for. Even that
probably confirms that the declaration in the first test was a bit of a smokescreen as well, doesn't it? That Babar Azam knew that there was no way they were going to get through the overs as far as the bad light was concerned. He knew there was no chance of bowling more than about 7 or 8 overs in that game up until the change of light. So maybe always knew there was never going to ever be a result, so we'll just do it to make it feel a little bit better.
Well, in his press conference, he said sometimes you have to make positive decisions and you have to be really brave. Well, at the moment, I'm not seeing that at all. Yes, when Saud Shakil walked onto the field, things were tough. You give him time to settle in. It took 40 deliveries to get his first run. Still acceptable. Well, kind of. But hasn't really moved a thing. Last 45 deliveries, Saud Shakil scored 8 runs. And the man is on 108. On the flattest of the decks.
Good finish for Ish Sodhi, and a 1 run from the over, 365 for 5. Skipper to continue, Tim Southey. He and Matt Henry have done a terrific job. 52 overs between them. I mean, pretty economical throughout. Picked up a wicket apiece.
Oh, good tee. Good tee. Spell this, Timmy. You hell of a job here, boy. Oh, good tee.
Nicely bowled, well taken. I'm not sure how much danger this is in at present, but the Osaka boundary contest, proudly presented by Osaka, 90,000 rupees to the players so far towards the boundary contest. 9 fours in the second test match until now. So if the boundary LEDs around the ground are lit up with the Osaka signage and a 4 is hit, then 10,000 Pakistan rupees goes to the player.
To me. So good at T. Come on to me.
It's worked away nicely on the leg side. It should be a couple, but no, it'll just be one. That's a good time for the fans to enjoy cricket with Pakistan's #1 tee at the Tapal Tea Lounge.
To me.
Oh, New Zealand getting a little funkier with each delivery to the right-hander in particular. 3 on the leg side now. Catching. And that one's just squeezed off the inside edge.
So close here, T.
It's a good tactic from Tim Southee.
Not far away there, T. Not far away at all.
I feel like he's bringing in all forms of dismissals. He's bowling fuller to hit the stumps and bringing the LBW. All those men catching on the leg side. 2 short mid wickets, man at square leg. This looks threatening.
Oh, yes, T.
Another one right on the money. 366 for 5. And it is time for drinks. Things are moving rather slowly here in the third session on day 3. But, Shakil is still there, 109. He's been involved in a partnership with Salman Agha that is 34 off 111 balls at the moment. Salman is 25 not out. And Pakistan 366 for 5. 83 run lead. Wickets for Southey, Henry Ajaz and Daryl Mitchell. The spinners Bracewell and Nish Sodhi without a wicket at this point. Both seamers have been very economical. So the bottom line reads Pakistan trailing by 83 runs at the moment, and they still have 5 wickets in hand. And so much to do and see when you are in or around Karachi, of course. Chana Island, famous for its clear water, its coral reefs, marine life. It's located near Mubarakot, Kiamari town in Karachi and Sindh, and also great venue for some scuba diving, some snorkeling, a little bit of cliff jumping if you are that way inclined. Stunning place. Waka, you've been out there, haven't you, to Chana Island, done some diving and snorkeling?
Yeah, it's a beautiful place. It was a couple of years ago, and it was organized by a friend of ours, and it was me, Wasim, Fakhri Alam, who was the man behind the whole organization. It was really, we were really looked up. Miss Baul Haq was also there. Great time. I mean, scuba diving, they just take you under that. There's a kind of underwater cave. You can just go swim in there also. It's lots of fun. And if you guys are interested, I know you not, because you're leaving straight after this test match.
Did Fakhri Alam take you out in his plane, or?
Yeah, he did.
He did, yeah.
He did. He's amazing. He's a crazy man. He likes to do all sorts of adventures.
Not what you want to hear from a pilot, though, is it really?
No, no.
He's quite good when he's up in his plane. That's okay.
Yeah, he's a lovely man. I didn't mean crazy in that sense. I hope he's listening.
Sodhi to continue.
I really enjoyed the way Sodhi got into his rhythm, bowling round the wicket to South Shakil, especially hitting that area and spinning the ball back in. South Shakil being very defensive. He's watching the ball very closely, playing right under his nose. Even though the odd bad delivery he bowls is not being really punished. So he's got no real issues, no worries at all, Sodhi.
Well, that's the one issue when you get onto a slightly more defensive frame of mind. You miss out on those scoring opportunities. All of a sudden get a short wide one like he just did there. Because you're being a little bit more defensive, hard to get it away.
Appeal from Sodhi.
I think it might be just outside the line of the off stump. Sodhi was very confident. I think he wanted to take a review.
I think you like the look of it because Shakil went so far outside off stump. And lots of spin. Generally feel from around the wicket with spin like that, if it's hitting him in line, it's going to be going way down the leg side.
Yeah, impact looked a roundabout off stump, but you feel like it's going to miss leg stump by quite some way. Confirmation from Hawkeye here. Where does the impact? Yeah, in line. Man missing quite a lot.
Unless you bowl a googly from there or a flipper, the amount of spin is getting, is going to miss the stumps. Yeah, that's a good line. Good length, good pace. Looked like he, momentarily he was winding up there. 367 for 5. Skipper's off the field at the moment, Tim Southey, so Tom Latham has taken over. Didn't feel well yesterday, Tom Latham, and didn't take the field at all. Intense conversation with Daryl Mitchell and Matt Henry. Stay over the wicket and have a very similar field set. Man at gully, one at backward point or a wideish second gully. Catching point just in front of square and a catching cover as well.
Saw a little bit of shape from Mitchell in his first spell, bowled very well. Just wonder with a slightly slower pace, that might encourage Shaquille to play a few more shots late on the day.
Definitely a little bit of movement there. A little bit of reverse swing, which we saw from Tim Southey as well.
Oh, good days.
There's been a lot of complaint about crowd not coming to the game, especially Test match cricket. We have seen few here and there. I know there was a talk that it is difficult to get in, and the security issues, and maybe the tickets are a little expensive. It's free. It hasn't really seen many people coming and watching. I guess the kind of cricket Pakistan at the moment playing is not really advocating also. Yes, they get really excited and happy when they see themselves on the big screen. But it's got nothing to do with the cricket we are playing at the moment.
Oh. Des.
Well, Dooley, I've done some calculation here, and I'm looking at these numbers and dot deliveries. Look at those dot deliveries. 541 dot deliveries. In a day, 90 overs makes 540. So it's over a day of deliveries which Pakistan have batted, which were dots. Imagine that.
A little wide, but gets away with it. 367 for 5.
Yeah. One more 8, mate. I'll do one more. I'll put 2 more. No, then I'm gone.
Had some great shots from high above the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi throughout the first couple of test matches. And we'll continue through the ODI series as well. All 3 ODIs to be played at this very venue. It's a good bit of fielding. I'll go upstairs and have a look, but I think the running was okay.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for Rana at the wicketkeeper end. Your bus side on angle, please. Bat is inside the crease. 10 bails removed. Satisfied. My decision for big screen is
yeah, good bit of fielding, but decent running as well. Sweeps fine as well. Might push for 2, but no. Side against it. This is better already, just a little more proactive.
The New Zealand fielding standard has still been very high at this late stage of day 3. Just saw Nichols hit the wickets direct, and then good running out in the outfield.
Supposed to be a moving day, the 3rd day of Test match cricket. That's what they say. Hasn't moved at all.
That's what Buzzard said.
Yeah, Buzzard believes that. And I'm just going to have a word after my stint. That where did it move?
It's really nice from Sodhi. Just looking for that one to bounce a little more. Maybe just turn a touch. Haven't really seen a lot. The odd one. Every now and then it just turns too far.
He's bowled really well without much luck. I feel like he's definitely deserved a wicket or two. He's been very consistent today.
Wrong and well picked. Good chase from Glenn Phillips. And it'll just be 2. End of the over, 373 for 5.
Come on the left.
16 overs remaining for the day, light permitting. Pakistan trail by 76. At the moment, it's a hard, long grind. South Shakil not interested in that line. We've seen this since yesterday. Hasn't flirted at all outside off stump. One occasion he did, got dropped at a short point.
Come on, boy.
And this seems quite a long while ago, and Tom Latham normally very good. It came as a surprise that he was the one who dropped the catch. Not seen this delivery too many times. Ball going away, straight to the keeper. South Shakil shouldering arms.
You just have that feeling, don't you, that Pakistan maybe don't feel like 20 wickets is possible. Therefore, they're just happy to bat time. I felt this session, if they could have continued that momentum, they had a real opportunity to take New Zealand down in this test match. But this session, with just 36 runs scored.
Oh, Des.
It's difficult to understand. Pakistan could still bowl exceptionally well in the second innings. They've got a couple of good spinners. Nazim Shah, for example, will be well rested. Get into that New Zealand top order. Yeah, sure, they could put some pressure on. I'm trying to think of the strategy and how Pakistan at the moment feels like they're going to win this game.
Bat till tea tomorrow. And then bowl. And you said 20. They only need 10 now, Scotty. 10 wickets.
If they bat till tea tomorrow at this rate, they'll still be about 450.
Won't that be enough?
Love it, Des. Oh, yes, Des. Love it, Des. Good, Des. Good job, this Darryl.
1 for 7. Darryl Mitchell. One delivery away from a fourth maiden.
Des.
left well alone. 373 for 5.
You want to draw, bro, that's fine, eh? You just keep leaving it.
It's good to see those two talking. It was Tom Latham who put the catch down. That simple chance at short point. Tim Southey, the bowler. He couldn't hide his emotions and the frustrations. That was New Zealand's opportunity to take a, I guess, one hand on this match.
Misfield, and Salman Agha with that square drive gets a boundary.
He's been happy to take the full wide outside off stump delivery every now and then. Just Patel just diving over the ball.
Sonny boy! We're on beastie sides!
Tell you what, New Zealand just bowled 122.2 overs here. Told you Test cricket was hard. Sri Lanka played a Test match here. Yunus Khan got 300. How many overs would they have bowled? Double this.
Once played a Test match. We played India and Mohali. And from lunchtime on day 3, we fielded for the rest of the Test till the end. 2 days and 2 sessions straight.
No result, I'm thinking.
No. And a very tired New Zealand team.
But did you have a Test match after that? Or was that the last Test match? Or
No, it was the last Test match, you're right. But those long stints in the field was about 270 overs. No, quite that long. We had a lot of spinners bowling, so it wasn't too far away from that.
well, Scotty, here's one for you. Women's Test match, the only Test match, I think the only Test match Pakistan's ever played. 3 Test matches. The only Test match Uruj Mumtaz has ever played. Debut and her last. Fielded for a few overs, and Uruj then said, That's enough. Fielded for 166 overs. And even someone who bowls leg spin thought it is enough. Right now, Ishodi will be thinking this is quite enough because that's been hit down the ground for yet another boundary. 123 overs bowled, it's 381 for 5.
Two boundaries in the over. This was a beautiful shot, playing with the spin. Mid-off was quite wide and had no chance.
The light meters are out. I'm wondering which side would be hoping that the light drops quickly. 14 overs remaining. New Zealand want to get off the field, or do Pakistan think that's not really progressing that quickly? Maybe come back tomorrow, but right now light's perfectly fine.
You know, I do think the players need to take some responsibility here as well. They've allowed this game to drift in the last session. Pakistan really did have a good opportunity to put the foot on the throat of the New Zealand team.
It's a slow burner, Scotty. Slow burner. I think they need to test South Shakil out more outside off stump. Test if he plays that one.
Oh, yes, Daz.
Well, Baz is just picking up on the story, since we've got plenty of time to tell some of those. 2004, my debut for Pakistan on this very ground. Test debut. Pakistan women have only played 3 test games, the third one being that one. It was the one game where I have seen an innings of class. Kiran Baloch 242, a world record test score. And I was padded up for a day and a half. Padded up for a day and a half. Night watchwoman Khurshid Jabin went out after Sajda Shah came out to bat. Padded up for a day and a half in this very gallery down here, only to be out for a duck. Did pick up 2 wickets. Took 3 catches, fielding silly mid-off throughout the test match to Shaiza Khan, who gave the ball plenty of air. I had plenty of bruises at the end of that, but a duck to show for it. For a day and a half, padded up.
And I reckon then you had enough. You said, I'm not doing this anymore. No more test matches for myself.
Oh, Pakistan. That was the last one we played, 2004. Pakistan women haven't played a test since.
Outside off stump. Quite a few that he's played though.
Baz, you said they haven't tested him there enough. Last time I was on comms, he had left 41%. So they are continuing to test him. It's gone up to 43% that he's left alone outside that off stump.
Oh!
381 for 5. Ijaz Patel. Yes. Saudi having a chat now. Well, interesting to know what chat they are having. Probably had all the chats they could have throughout these 124 overs. What do you come up with next?
First conversation from the captain should always be, how are we going to get him out? What is the plan? And then he can set the field around it. 5 men on the offside, so just around that off stump a fraction wider. Maybe the odd delivery to slide on. We've already highlighted to earlier batsmen how Jack Leach was able to slide the ball.
Oh, beautifully played. That's one of his areas of strength, the inside-out drive over cover.
A 50 partnership also between the two of them comes up. And for him, scoring hasn't been much of a problem. This is a very well executed shot. With the spin, opens the face of the bat and plays it over cover.
Sweep shot, bit of excitement, and he's caught it. That is a brilliant catch. Colin Dart raises the finger. That is superb.
He's a terrific fieldsman in that slip region. Very good hands. He's already started to walk off, so he knows he's got a little edge onto it. The DRS timer has gone, but just watch the brilliance at slip. Going for that sweep shot, a little edge, and it was parried up. And then the right hand's been able to just make sure he's able to grasp it. There's the faintest edge. It should then balloon off the shoulder, I would suggest. Is that a game-changing moment, Buzzard? Salman looked good for his 41, 385 for 6.
Hassan Ali walks in, and he's not shy of using the long handle, and he'll probably take the spinners on, especially does try and whack them. But welcome relief. Ijaz Patel with the wicket. It was a fantastic catch, graceful at first slip. Absolutely brilliant. To react to it and then make sure that he parries it up.
Yeah, he's a big guy and his reach allowing him. And he initially went to the left when he realized that the ball's coming further to right. Very quick to make that adjustment. And then stick that right mitt out to pick up Salman's wicket. shoulder or the helmet or after the edge is what the deflection was further for Bracewell. He did really well to adjust to that, to pick up that wicket. 385 for 6.
Yeah, the partnership broken. Pakistan still trailed by 64. Thinking about lead with New Zealand. And this guy will be thinking about runs, thinking about big hits. That's the way he plays. Hopefully he stays true to that.
Interesting moment in between the over. Hassan Ali came out to have a chat to Ajaz Patel. Not sure what it was, whether maybe there was a few verbals in between at the start of his innings and they were sorting it out and then let's get on with the game, or was he congratulating him about something? But it's a little bizarre because it was nowhere near the cricket pitch. It was out by the 30-yard circle.
Well, maybe they have dinner plans. They're just making sure they've locked in a venue.
Oh, yes, Des.
Hassan Ali has a century in first-class cricket. That came off 58 balls at National Rad Cricket Arena and the final of Qaid Azam Trophy 2021. Zafar News cricketing fact. And the other fact about that match was it ended up in a tie. Yeah, almost. The only one thing missing. I've done a ODI that's been tied, obviously super over, done a T20 super over. No super over in that 4-day game. A test match, where will that test match come from? Tied test.
There's been 2, hasn't there? Am I right with that? 2 tied test matches. That's all. Can't be too many first class ties as well.
Oh, yes, Des. Robert Des.
Goes over the top, goes over extra cover. Quality shot. This one just up to him. Darren Mitchell just reminding him that he just should have left it alone. But it's hit over extra cover to the fence. He's 389 for 6.
Oh, that's taken everyone by surprise. And you just wonder where those shots have been. He has taken the aerial route to avoid those 5 fielders. It's been a classical stroke, that. A few words exchanged.
Difference now just 60 runs. The deep mid-wicket in place for Hassan Ali. Short. Oh, almost. And diving outstretched left hand, couldn't bring it in. It's gone to the fence for 4. Matt Henry, valiant effort.
Yeah, another drop catch, but this is difficult. By far, the most difficult one so far. A man who's bowled nigh on 30 overs. Flat bat. Really, I think it was just the left hand that got to the ball. And that would have been a sensational effort if he was able to pick that up.
Goes leg side, goes huge and long and high. It's not got the legs. Conway in the end controls the catch.
Well, that's an extraordinary take. That is an extraordinary grab, because he is facing the sun setting and he had to position himself and get there quickly. And also after taking that, he had to make sure the ball was still inside the playing field and he doesn't step on the advertising cushion.
Fair catch at the boundary. Front foot is a fair delivery. Can I see the boundary, whether it's a 6 or a boundary or a catch? Fielder is inside the field of play, holds the catch, throws in the air. Can you roll back? Now roll forward, 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 forward. He's inside the field of play. Holds a catch. It's a fair catch. Can you go on the big screen, please?
Hassan Ali picked out deep mid-wicket, and New Zealand have another. Pakistan 7 down, 393.
Positive energy. Yeah.
Naseem Shah. Averaging 6.42. He fancies himself as a batter. His best test match innings was when he helped Babar get to his 100. And we all know his best T20 innings, Asia Cup. Now, which Naseem Shah are we watching here? Are we watching one who's going to spend time on the crease, or are we watching one who'll try and take the attack to the bowling? Hassan Ali, well, there was never a doubt the way that he was going to play.
Yeah, there was mid-wicket out there on the boundary, Devon Conway. And I think the awareness of the boundary, an excellent take. Very clean as well, knocked it back in just in case he was near the advertising cushions.
Yeah, there's a silly mid-off in place. I think what he just wants is one that just goes on with the arm. Attack that front pad if he can. Like that. Oh! Opportunity yet again. It's gone straight off the bat. It is a reaction catch, but just burst through the hands. 393 for 7. You're very close, and it's gone straight off the bat. It's almost hit his hand rather than him taking the catch. He's gone towards it. It's not even hit his hand. It's about his wrist that the ball has hit.
A little bit of entertainment in the last couple of overs. Pakistan losing 2 wickets, and then this drop catch, a reflex catch. It went very, very quickly to Tom Latham, who's really close to the bat. They don't stick. This have to be really in hand. Really need to be in the right position to get that. Harry, the game has moved a little bit.
It's moving day. Yeah, you're absolutely right, though. Tom Latham was really close. I didn't think he expected it to come out that far. Hence the reason he was so close. Because he's so close, it ended up being a reaction catch. Tough at this time of the day.
One's pitched outside the line. Again, he was just looking for the other one, the one that comes back to Saud Shakil. He's now got to, I think, be a little more aggressive now. Like we've asked for it for most of the day, but he just has to take a little bit more charge now with only 56 required.
I think what he will do is he will look to survive, which he's been doing the entire day. He will probably look to save his wicket for today and maybe come tomorrow morning and play a little differently.
You got to give him some credit for his concentration. He's been out there for a very long time. Faced 322 balls now.
Daryl Mitchell's been very consistent, bowling that off-stump channel, not really trying to do anything different. The odd ball he'll look to bring back to the left-hander. Otherwise, he's just keeping it very simple with the offside field. Just keep it there, outside the off-stump. Just there.
Well, New Zealand brought Ajaz Patel up from deep point, trying to keep Shakil on strike so he can have another go at Seam Sharp. So it'll be interesting to see if Shakil gets the opportunity to score here. New Zealand with the field up. She looks to be a little bit more aggressive.
It's the one that comes back to the left-hander again. Defends it. There are 9 overs remaining. But 5:30 might come up too quickly. 393 for 7. Sun is setting, the lights are on, and the pitch area now is in the shade as the sun gets a little lower here in Karachi. Sodi is replacing Ajaz Patel. Might be switching ends with Ajaz Patel, I think. Oh my goodness. They've got a review left. There was a noise, but I just wasn't sure it had carried through to Tom. It kept so low. The umpires are going to have a chat here. This might be an umpire review. Yeah, they're saying soft signal is not out. We'll go upstairs and have a look at this.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for bum ball. Soft signal is not out. I have checked front foot is a fair delivery. Your best angle, please. I'm satisfied. Ball bounced, then went into the wicket keeper's hand. My decision for big screen is
it bounced twice, hit the edge and went into the gloves, but it definitely bounced twice and bounced after the edge.
Very close to hitting the stumps as well.
That's well struck. It was the wrong end. I'm not sure he picked it, but it is well struck.
Interesting that he went back to that ball as well. The previous one almost along the ground, goes back again. Previous ball, remember, is just shot along the ground. Again, Naseem Shah goes back. Reads it well, though, in the end.
And this is why Pakistan will have some interest, I think, for the very reason that the ball just rolled along the ground almost. Look where it pitches first, and then it's the edge of the bat, bounces into the keeper's gloves. Bolden, swing and a miss for Naseem, and Ish Sodi has picked up his first wicket of the second test.
It was a matter of time. This also brings 50 wickets for Ish Sodi. Naseem Shah was struggling to read. And Ish Sodi was smart. He bowled nice and straight at stump. Earlier we saw the ball missing the stumps. This time hitting the middle timber. Good pace on it. And the game have started moving now. So Naseem Shah gone after hitting a boundary is 397 for 8 Pakistan.
Sodhi's picked up his first, and he's now got 50 wickets in Test match cricket as well. A little milestone for Ish Sodhi and Mir Hamza. He's the new man at the crease. Pakistan now 8 down, still 52 runs behind.
New Zealand will feel that they have done a really good job. After bowling all these overs, they did not allow Pakistan to get on top of them. And they can wrap it up quickly and have some sort of lead going into the 4th day. What about this one? You beauty! Lovely delivery. Just pitching and just turning a little bit and hitting the off stump. Mir Hamza gone.
Well, wonderful bowling from Ish Sodhi. Talked a lot about him bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, and this is the reason why. Straight through the gate. Wonderful bowling. Wonderful leg spinner's wicket through the gate, and look at the excitement. And Hamza on his way back for 0. Pakistan now 397 for 9.
Against Bangladesh.
Well, Ish Sodhi is on a hat-trick. He's picked up his 50th and 51st Test wicket back-to-back. And he's got Abrar Ahmed to bowl to. Men all around the bat. And he is on a hat-trick. If I was Abrar, I don't know where I'm picking. Am I waiting for the wrong in? Just sitting there waiting for the wrong in because it gives him 2 chances of LBW or bowled. I'm thinking about the leg break. Pressure on anyway. Sodhi on a hat-trick. It was, but he's played it very well in the end. I don't think it was as close to leg stump as some of the New Zealanders made out. 397 for 9.
First one was a good ball, but probably more of a poor shot selection from Nazim Shah, and that was a magnificent delivery to Hamza. Just watch, outside off pitching. You can see the big gap between bat and pad. Crashing into off stump. Wonderful delivery.
In the last 30 deliveries, things have changed. 4 wickets for 16 runs. 2 wickets each for both spinners.
Interesting to see how Shaquille plays now. I'm sure he'll perhaps be defensive, wait for New Zealand to bring the field up, and then perhaps look to access the boundary.
Stayed down a little bit and through the gloves of Tom Blundell.
Oh, yes, Jazz. Good, Jazz. Good boy.
Magnificent delivery. He knew Hamza is going to come onto the front foot. Just a perfect length. A lot of spin on it. Just a dream delivery from a right arm leg spinner. He's bowling much better from over the wicket this time.
Oh, yes, Jazz.
That's what he wants Saud Shakil to do, is chase one outside the line of off stump. There's a couple of deliveries remaining. I want to keep Abrar on strike. Straight down the ground. Well enough? No, just one bounce for.
Yeah, in the arc. He was just going to take the bowlers on now. He's going to try to take more strike. Not the best delivery. Just there outside the off stump. Especially with the fielders up in the circle. This was always going for a boundary.
Oh, it's been put down, I think. It was a half an opportunity to Devon Conway, and I think it's either just snuck under the hands or gone through the hands. 405 for 9.
Oh, terrible bounce.
I think it just bounced off the edge of those practice pitches. He tried to stop that, but it just, that bounce didn't really help him. Well, this will give opportunity for Sodhi to pick up his 3rd wicket and put pressure on Abrar, who likes to play his shots.
Well, a couple of overs ago, we thought, just mentioned how Sodhi had bowled well and thought he deserved a couple of wickets. All of a sudden, 2 in the last over. And hunting for his 3rd.
Nicely played and well picked up by Bracewell.
There's a googly coming up very soon. Watch out for that.
Oh dear. Would have been the flipper, attempted flipper.
Seen that before. when he holds the ball right in the tip of his fingers and try to bowl that shooter, what do you call it, a flipper. Oh, that's a no ball, that's for sure. And try to bowl another flipper, but this time try to hit his face. That is a no ball, don't worry about that.
That one's slipped out the top. So one slipped out the bottom and bounced halfway down. That one's slipped out the top completely. I think he's hit the ground there. I think he's hit the ground.
Sodhi is getting a little impatient. Just stay calm. Trying all his tricks. Just keep bowling that. That's not a bad delivery. Spun and bounced.
Nicely played.
Come on in. Let's go.
Oh, lovely boy.
406 for 9. Highly likely to be the last over of day number 3. Pakistan trailing by 43 runs at the moment.
Oh, that's good. Lovely boy.
Just looking to keep things out. Start again tomorrow at the moment. Saud Shakil is been very good at that throughout the day. Take one. And Bra will have to survive one delivery until what we think might be stumps. Maybe about a minute to go. If he scratches around a little bit and takes his time, he might be okay. Bat on that survives. 407 for 9. 132 overs have been bowled in the innings. Alex Wharf tips the bails off and indicates that that is end of day number 3 of this second test match. Congratulations for Saud Shakil, I'm sure, on his first test match 100. In a slow old session, 70 runs, session number 1 and session number 3 today, but 4 wickets taken, so New Zealand probably be very happy with how that all panned out. 2.26 the scoring rate for the third and final session of day number 3 here at the National Bank Cricket Arena. I'm sure Saud Shakil will get a round of applause from the dressing room, from his teammates and from the small crowd that have gathered here this afternoon. A maiden test match century for Karachi left-hander.
Long day for the Kiwis. They've really stuck in hard. They've made sure that they ball good lines and good lengths. They control the scoring rate really well. Yes, Saud Shakil played quite nicely. He got his first 100, but that last half an hour was just belongs to New Zealand. They bowled beautifully. 2 wickets for Rajaz, 2 wickets for Sodhi, and Saud Shakil being applauded back in the dressing room. Overall, if you look at the state of the game, I think it's pretty even Stevens. 124 of 336 deliveries for Saud Shakil. Imam played extremely well. Sarfraz, his wicket was very, very crucial. Salman moved the game quite nicely, but at the end he losing his wicket made a big difference. And then suddenly Pakistan lost 4 wickets in no time. 407 for 9, Pakistan.
And New Zealand bowlers toiled long and hard. 3 for Ajaz Patel. In the end, a couple for Sodhi. They were back-to-back. 1 for Daryl Mitchell. 1 apiece for the 2 seam bowlers who did a very good job keeping things really tight, particularly Matt Henry, just 2.07 per over. Highlights of the third session. And there's a couple of nice drives. There was a moment there that New Zealand feel like they should have had Saud Shakil. Tom Latham, leading edge, straight into the hands and put it down. Boundaries were few and far between in that session that just provided 70 runs only. New Zealand bowled well, but Pakistan weren't overly proactive, I don't think, Waqar.
Yeah, when things were really not going well for New Zealand, Ajaz came on to bowl and he picked up wicket of Salman Agha, a boundary for Hassan Ali, and then he slogged his way out, got caught in the deep. There was only 1 man in the deep and he caught it beautifully. It's slow going for Pakistan overall. Another drop catch, but left them at silly point. Really surprised Naseem Shah.
Picked up a boundary over long on, did Naseem, and then swing and a miss. Cleaned up by 1 that stayed a little bit low, but Ish Sodhi was on target. Very next ball, straight past the inside edge of Mir Hamza, and that was the end of Ish Sodhi as well. End of the day, Pakistan trail by 42 runs. They are 407 for 9. New Zealand 449, Pakistan 407 for 9, and 42 runs they trail by heading into day 4. Sun sets here in Karachi, and we'll be back at the National Bank Cricket Arena tomorrow. KFC presents Duffer News Pakistan-New Zealand Test Series. It is the second test after the first test was drawn. We look forward to day 4, and we look forward to your company from 9:50 a.m. Day 2 saw a late order flourish from New Zealand and an innings of class from Imam Ul Haq. What will Day 3 have in store?
Shot beautifully cut away.
Oh, beautifully played.
Sweeps away from the fielder. Is there a tickle on that? New Zealand field, they have him. The finger will go up.
He's popped it over the top.
It's another half century. He's made a great start to his Test career.
Timed perfectly for 4.
And will run away for a boundary.
Yeah, just pushes that, and there you go. 21st Test match, 50 for Sarfaraz Ahmed. 3rd in a row.
And he gets in. It's been an innings of patience and resilience. And it's an innings that gets him to his maiden Test 100.
A very, very important day for Saud Shakil. First test 100 for him, and he's still out there, 124, not out, hard-fought innings. And then it was the Kiwis who had many moments to celebrate in this final session. Once they got Salma and Agha, then they went through the tail. Still 1 wicket to go, though. Let's have a look at the match summary. 449 by New Zealand all out, and Pakistan in reply 407 for 9. They trail by 42 runs at the end of day 3 here in Karachi. Hello and welcome to Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Tie Studio. I'm Sikandar here with you. We'll talk about the final session on day 3, and it's been a bit of a lazy session, but then a lot of other things have happened. It's been a mixed bag, so to speak. Suddenly the tail end comes Hassan Ali and others, and they started trying to swing their bat as much as they could. I've got Bazid Khan and I've got Chris Harris alongside me. I'll start with you, Bazid. If you look at this final session, we're expecting after Sarfaraz and Saud having a good partnership in session 2, Pakistan would carry on with that momentum. But once Sarfaraz went, Pakistan again just shut shop.
Yeah, it's been a strange old day. It's well, 253 or 254 runs scored, but most of the runs were scored at a fair clip when Sarfaraz and Saud Shakil were batting. Either side of that, it's been very slow going in terms of getting the runs, and well, it's ended up quite close to the scores of the first innings, and Pakistan will probably be thinking, with going back into the dressing room, thinking you could have got a lead if we'd been more proactive. But saying that, you look at Saud Shakil and the way that he started Test match cricket, I don't think you can even say anything to him, because he's got 5 50s and a century at his home ground. I think, again, I think it's been very strange the way that Pakistan have approached the day and the way that they've batted through the day in the phases that they've gone through. I think New Zealand will go back thinking it could have been much, much worse.
New Zealand still got 42 runs on their side and 9 wickets are down. They'll be sitting pretty and nice, and they're happy with how things are. If they can clean up this last wicket tomorrow morning and then have a quick fire run.
Yeah, I thought New Zealand had set plans and were really disciplined with the ball. And because of that discipline and because they were patient, they reaped the rewards at the end of the day. So they'll be absolutely delighted with that last session. A bit like what Bazit said, it was a wee bit surprising after such a strong partnership between Sarfaraz and Shakil, who it looked as though for one little minute there they're going to take the game to New Zealand, and as soon as Sarfaraz went out, I think that sort of changed the momentum. But yeah, New Zealand will be absolutely delighted, as I said, because of their discipline and patience. I think they got rewarded at the end of the day, and I thought Sodhi bowled really well, thought he deserved a couple of wickets. All of a sudden 2 wickets and 1 over, so really, really strong finish for New Zealand. Any lead they'll be happy with, puts them in a strong position.
Yeah, as mentioned, 253 runs scored, and they lost 6 wickets today. Let's have a look at all the wickets that fell on day 3. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, start off the day. This is quite a long while ago. It was just a cut shot which went wrong. Maybe the ball staying slightly low, and Imam missed out on 100. And then this has divided opinions, because it's been stumped down the leg side, and the view from the third umpire that he's got conclusive evidence that the foot has been raised, and once he thinks that it's got to be given out. But terrific work behind the stumps. Then this one was sort of the catalyst at the back end. That was a brilliant catch from Bracewell. Hurried it up and then took it on the rebound. It is fantastic reactions. First he was almost going left, and then he changed directions, but it's brilliant. And then this one, we always knew that Hassan Ali will try and hit the big shot. The fielder was placed beautifully, and Conway just made sure that he got things under control. But with Hassan Ali, you know exactly what to expect, because he's going to give it a go. But the only point here was that he picked out the one fielder that was set in the deal. And brought a chance in his arm. Sodhi at that stage was looking to clean up the tail. And yeah, missed the straight one. Maybe a hint of that googly, but the draw was nowhere near that. And then this is probably the best of the lot, picking outside off and hitting top off with turn off the surface.
and that meant that it was a great final session for New Zealand.
Fall of Wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. We said various opinions on that stumping. Which side are you on? Because we spoke with Chris Harris, spoke with Waqar Younis, and they've given their, decision on that. What do you feel?
I think the foot was raised. I think very slightly, but the foot was raised. I think that was an excellent decision in the end. There was a bit of confusion of, there's been a rule change regarding run out. So once you're in the crease and then you raise your foot, in terms of a run out, you're in. But it hasn't changed with stumpings. The exact moment that Aston Raza has defined is when the foot was raised. I think it was superb from him to go into that detail and then make sure that it was conclusive enough.
Okay. Let's talk about Have Your Say. This is the hashtag Have Your Say, where you go onto the social media website, Twitter, and you send in your questions for our guests. Let's find out what you want to know today. Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Well, I guess mostly, 99% of the people want to know what's happening in this test match, which side is going. So I'll start with Bazin. People want to know that from Pakistan's perspective, what results are possible for them?
Yeah, look, this test match needs just one batting collapse and we'll get a result. But will that batting collapse come now? And who will collapse? You want either New Zealand or Pakistan to collapse to force that result. I think Pakistan will be hoping that third innings, when they try and set the target, it doesn't go according to plan, and then they can chase something in that fourth innings. I'm not sure if New Zealand will dangle the carrot, but I still think there's a lot more in this test match to happen. A result might be, but I reckon that if there's not a collapse, then I don't think there will be a result.
Will be a result. Your question to you is again the flip side of it, and asking you that you feel New Zealand, because since the two test match series, one is already a draw, in a situation like this, would they enforce a result in their favor to try to do something tomorrow when they come out to bed to make sure that they can get a result for themselves?
Absolutely. I think we've gone to the end of day 3 and definitely all 3 results are still possible. I think from Pakistan's point of view, they would love to try and run through New Zealand. I think they're going to find it pretty challenging on the surface. But I think if New Zealand have a lead of 30 or 40, score quickly as they have done throughout this test series, I think we could be in a brilliant final day. So, a run chase in the vicinity of 350, 360 into that last day, I think it could end up being a brilliant finish to this test match. And going into the last day, hopefully if that is the case, either team could win, and that's what we want to see in test cricket. Could be very exciting.
Okay. You heard the guys. Let's have your say. Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Okay, time for us to take a break, and we'll thank Chris for joining us. Bazid will stay with us, and then after the break, we'll have Saud Shakil joining us. We'll have a few questions with him about his innings. Welcome back once again to Inverc Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Now, as I said before the break, with Saud Shakil will be joining us alongside Bazid Khan. So, first of all, thank you so much, Saud. After 4 long sessions of batting, आप यहाँ पर आए, हमें join किया है. सबसे पहले तो बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो आपको for your first Test 100. थोड़ा सा रन थ्रू करें अपने उस मोमेंट को, क्योंकि आपने 94 किए थे, इंग्लैंड के अगेंस्ट मिस आउट कर गए थे. आज जब हम 90s में आए हैं तो क्या चल रहा था माइंड में?
ऑनेस्टली बताऊँ तो जब मैं जैसे ही 90s में पहुंचा तो उस टाइम थोड़ा सा मुझे 1-2 ओवर लगाना लगे, मुझे थोड़ा सा नर्वस 90s वाला फील आया. लेकिन साथ में सैफी भाई खेल रहे थे. उन्होंने काफ़ी मुझे बोला कि हो जाएगा, टेंशन नहीं ले. फिर मुझे थोड़ा सा पानी मंगाना पड़ा, मैंने थोड़ा रिलैक्स किया. लेकिन फिर मुझे पता था कि मैं अपना काम करके आ रहा हूँ, और मैं बहुत ही इस बात पे बिलीव रखता हूँ कि अगर आपके नसीब में 100 लिखा हुआ और आपने अपना काम किया हुआ है तो वो ऑन द डे होता है. तो बस अल्लाह का शुक्र है कि आज मेरा पहला 100 हुआ.
अच्छा, थोड़ा इनिंग्स की प्रोग्रेस की बात बताएं. आप इमाम के साथ बड़ी अच्छी आपने फिर पार्टनरशिप बनाई, जब बाबर आउट हुए, फिर इमाम जब गए तो फिर सरफराज के साथ एक सेशन हुआ. उसके बाद रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आप पे आई, आपने अपनी इनिंग्स को पेस अप और पेस डाउन किया, विकेट्स जिस तरह गिर रही थी.
देखें, कल जिस तरह मैंने कल स्टार्ट किया, 42 बॉल्स में मेरा पहला सिंगल हुआ था. लेकिन वो मेरे खिलाफ एक सर्टेन प्लान लेकर आए हुए थे कि मुझे ऑफ साइड ऑफ स्टंप बॉल करना है. तो मैं उस प्लान को रिस्पेक्ट कर रहा था और वो उस प्लान पे स्टिक रहा इन दी एंड तक. अगर आप मैं आखिरी भी आप इनिंग देखें, मतलब आखिरी सेशन भी देखें, तो वो उसी प्लान पे स्टिक रहा. तो जब वो एक बॉलर अच्छी एफर्ट कर रहे होते हैं और वो अपने प्लान पे होते हैं, तो आपको भी अपना प्लान एक सिंपल बनाना पड़ता है. और फिर मैंने अपने आप को उसी चीज़ में बैक किया कि फिर मैंने कोशिश की कि वहाँ कोई चांस नहीं लूँ. लेकिन जिस तरह आपने कहा इमाम के साथ मैं खेल रहा था, लेकिन जिस तरह सैफी भाई के साथ हम लंच के बाद गए और हमने जिस तरह की पार्टनरशिप की, मेरे ख्याल में वो सबसे अच्छा मोमेंट था हमारी टीम के लिए, पाकिस्तान के लिए. अनफॉर्चुनेटली हम आखिर में 1-2 विकेटें ज़्यादा दे गए, जिसकी वजह से हम थोड़ा अच्छा फिनिश नहीं हुआ. लेकिन अदरवाइज़ हम काफ़ी अच्छा दिन रहा हमारे लिए.
90s का आपने कहा कि आप तब थोड़े से नर्वस हुए जब आप पहले खेल रहे थे. आपने कहा 40 बॉल्स आपको लगे पहले रन लेने के लिए. हम कमेंट्री बॉक्स में काफ़ी नर्वस हो रहे थे, आप नर्वस नहीं हो रहे थे?
नहीं, मैं बिल्कुल भी ऑनेस्टली बताऊँ, मैं बिल्कुल भी नर्वस नहीं था. मुझे पता था कि वो अगर मुझे बाहर बॉल कर रहे हैं तो मुझे उसको रिस्पेक्ट देनी पड़ेगी और मुझे वहाँ छोड़ना पड़े बॉलें. लेकिन जब 35 बॉलें हो गई तो फिर मैंने बोर्ड की तरफ देखा, मैंने बोला यार 35 बॉलें हो गई, चलो सिंगल कर लेते हैं बस. लेकिन ये है कि मैं उस टाइम नर्वस नहीं था बिल्कुल भी, ऑनेस्टली बताऊँ. नर्वस 90s में ज़रूर था.
और जो आपने कहा प्लान, उनको रिस्पेक्ट किया. आप तो पेशेंट थे ही, लेकिन वो भी आपसे एक हाथ आगे थे.
मैं तो कुछ ज़्यादा ही हैरान हो गया हूँ कि जितना सबर आज मैंने दिखाया उससे ज़्यादा सबर तो उन्होंने दिखाया. लेकिन देखिए, अगर वो इन चीज़ों पे आप देखें, अगर ये टीमें होती हैं वो अपने प्लान पे स्टिक रहती हैं. वो अपने प्लान पे स्टिक रहे. फिर एक गलती मुझसे हुई 100 के बाद ज़रूर. मैं थोड़ा सा वहाँ चांस लिया मैंने, लेकिन ये कि ओवरऑल अच्छा रहा मेरे लिए.
चलिए, आज की आपकी शानदार परफॉर्मेंस 124 नॉट आउट. आप हमारे टॉप परफॉर्मर हैं. बाजिद के साथ इनिंग्स देखते हैं. लेट्स चेक आउट सऊद शकील्स मैराथन नॉक ऑफ 124 नॉट आउट. Top performer brought to you by Inverx Solar Energy.
Yeah, the things that we don't see is the patience and the ability to concentrate for so long. He's been good against spin, we know that, and he's been very organized in the way that he handles them and gets his boundaries. But all throughout that innings, the one thing that you go back to is the way that he's constructed that innings is through such long stretches of patience, and sometimes you'd question that is the rhythm of the innings right, but he never looked unflustered, so that rhythm worked for him and he stuck to that. And kudos to the way that he played. We can question all you like the way that he's batting, but if that is working for him, and so far in his test career it's working beautifully, he's got the ability to then stick it out, and he did that magnificently.
Top performer brought to you by Inverx Solar Energy. चलिए, ये बात करते हैं सऊद से थोड़ी और. सऊद, ये बताएं कि ओवरऑल टीम के जो हम बात करते हैं कि किस तरफ, किस डायरेक्शन में पाकिस्तान जाना चाह रहा है इस टेस्ट मैच में. आपने जिक्र किया सरफराज के साथ जो आपका अच्छा सेशन रहा, सेकंड सेशन, उसमें एक पेस थी टोटल ओवरऑल इनिंग्स की. फिर उसके बाद थोड़ा आप लोग स्लो डाउन हो गए फाइनल सेशन में. उसका कुछ बताएं, क्या स्ट्रैटेजी थी या कोई वजह थी जिसकी वजह से रन फ्लो जो है वो रुक गया?
देखिए, कोई इतनी खास स्ट्रैटेजी नहीं थी उसमें. लेकिन देखें, जैसे टी के बाद उन्होंने स्टार्ट किया न्यूजीलैंड वालों ने, दोनों एंड से वो फास्ट बॉलर लेकर आए और फिर वो उन्होंने सिंपल प्लान रखा ऑफ साइड ऑफ स्टंप बॉल की. मेरे ख्याल में वो उस प्लान में कामयाब होगा, क्योंकि उन्होंने ये सोचा था कि हम रन्स नहीं देंगे और किसी भी टाइम इनको विकेट्स मिलेंगी तो हम फिर अटैक करेंगे. मेरा ख्याल है वो उस प्लान में कामयाब हो गए. हमारी तरफ से सिंपल प्लान ये था कि हम जितना लंबा इस इनिंग को खेल सकते हैं खेलें। हम कोशिश ये कर रहे थे कि इस इनिंग में कोशिश करें 100 रन की लीड ले लें, कि ताकि फिर जब वो बैटिंग करना है तो उनके पे एक प्रेशर हो 100 रन की लीड का। क्योंकि हमारा प्लान सिंपल था कि हम इस इनिंग को मैक्सिमम खेलेंगे फ़िलहाल तो।
रियलिस्टिकली आपने काफ़ी कराची में क्रिकेट खेली, इस सिचुएशन में आपको लगता है कि पाकिस्तान का चांस है कल? आपको लगता है कि विकेट्स ले सकते हैं या उनको रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर सकते हैं?
नहीं, मेरा ख़्याल है काफ़ी ओपन चांस है, मैच बिल्कुल 50-50 बैलेंस है। सिर्फ मेरे ख्याल में 42-44 रन रह गए। अभी भी मैं और अबरार बाकी है, हम जाके अगर हम इसको बिल्कुल कम कर दें और वो कोशिश करें ऊपर लीड ले लें, तो यू नेवर नो। हम मेरे ख्याल में बिल्कुल मैच बैलेंस है। और जिस तरह आपने पिच में 1-2 बॉलें देखी, बिल्कुल लास्ट सेशन में सोडी का एक बॉल बिल्कुल नीचे रह गया था। तो मेरे ख्याल में कि मैच बिल्कुल वाइड ओपन है और रिजल्ट आने के काफ़ी चांस है।
Okay, congratulations once again on your first test 100. Thank you for joining us, South, and thank you, Bazid, as well. Now, time for us to gear up for the fourth day, which will be starting tomorrow. And I'm pretty sure that this test match is now shaping up into something very interesting. The sessions will be very interesting from tomorrow. KFC presents Dafa News, Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. And it's day 4 starting at 9:30 a.m., the usual time from National Bank Cricket Arena. We'll again see Saud Shakil coming out with Abrar. And until then, we wish you goodbye and good night.
Day 2 saw a late order flourish from New Zealand and an innings of class from Imam Haq. What will day 3 have in store?
Shot beautifully cut away.
Beautifully played.
Sweeps away from the fielder. Is there a tickle on that? New Zealand field, they have him. The finger will go up.
He's popped it over the top.
It's another half century. He's made a great start to his test career.
Timed perfectly for 4.
And will run away for a boundary.
Yeah, just pushes that, and there you go. 21st test match, 50 for Sarfaraz Ahmed. Third in a row.
And he gets in. It's been an innings of patience and resilience. And it's an innings that gets him to his maiden test 100.
Bowled him, beautifully bowled.
What about this one? You beauty! Yes! Catch it! Go!